Oh, di itu juga ada telepon Pak Isradi nggak? Hah?
A very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will start the seminar shortly, so please take your seat in our Zoom. We have quota for 500 people, so inshallah everything will be fit. Okay, I think we are ready, ya. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the day 2 of World Conference Erasmus Plus Program MONNET Activity 2022 with title Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure and Transport of the EU Countries, Green Economy, Blue Economy, and Digital Economy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start today because we are packed with speakers, national and international. So let's hear first the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Okay, to continue, I would like to invite Bapak Muhammad Imam Mahfudin, our Ustad today, to deliver a prayer before we are officially opening our second day of the seminar. Pak Imam, are you here with us?
Yes, Bu Ani.
Okay, please, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference for second day can be precious of all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are blessed to pray according to your belief. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafiu mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalalil karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan badal maut. Allahumma fil lana wa li walidayna wa lil muslimina wal mu'minat wal mu'minina al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qarib mujibud da'wati ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, today in each place we gather to bring out of international conference. The theme is collaboration of global welfare. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly as a medium of sharing useful idea, knowledge, and experience of solar research and study of various disciplines. By the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden of our knowledge, send our idea, and let us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boast dignity of our nation. O Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our men with the light of your guidance. Impart your sovereign wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Imam Mahfudin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our keynote speech. The first keynote speech that will officially open our seminar today will come from our Vice Rector for Academic Purposes, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan, STMT. Pak Iksan, are you here?
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Ani.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Professor Sri Wamjanarko, Rektor Narotama University Surabaya, Honorable Professor Ngadino Surip, Rektor Mercubuana University Jakarta, Distinguished Professor Ahmad Konit, Rektor Muhammadiyah Tasikmalaya University, and also Tayyiba Zarif, Professor, Vice Chancellor Government College, University Hyderabad, Sindh, Pakistan. So that's two universities have done sign MOU with us yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome all of you to the opening of the World Conference Restie, International Conference for the Green Economy, Blue Economy, and Digital Economic. So today is day 2. On behalf of the chairman, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to Narotama University and also Mercubuana University with us this important conference to explore of the collaboration between Europe and Asia, especially in Indonesia. I wish to convey again my proud appreciation to keynote speakers, Day 1 academic session, Professor Abdul Talibon, Professor Zalina Zulkifli, Professor Zulkifli Mukhtar, Professor Zalani Abdullah, Professor Tayyib Zarif, Professor Abdul Satarsan, Professor Muhammad Sohaib Khan, Professor Nayara Ratwan, Professor Dani Harmanto, Professor Enkela Lulach, and also Day 1 industry session from Nokia, Inayat Taufik, from Inkindo, Peter Franz, President Inkindo, Linda Chandrawati, Senior Vice President BCA, and also Alvin Papatria, Director of PDAM Surabaya. Now today, the day 2, we have academic session. First are Dato Professor Muhammad Idrus Muhammad Masirin, MAC Malaysia, and also Professor Muhammad Irwan Juki, Dean of UTHM Malaysia, Professor Muhammad Haziman, Vice Dean of UTHM Malaysia, Professor Sarwono, Professor Mendian, and also Associate Professor Fazil from UITM Malaysia, Professor Bambang Trigunarsha, RMIT Melbourne, Australia, Professor Juwono Prasetyo, UTHM Malaysia, Profesor Adib Razi, UTSM Malaysia, Profesor Sajat Alimangi, Profesor Haris Muhammadun from industry from the Jakarta City Transportation Council, also from industry, Professor Eri Haryadi from Inkindo, and Professor Iman Hartawan from Inkindo DKI Jakarta. We also have keynotes from the European, Professor Palto from UK, Professor Giuliano from Italy, Professor Agenda from France, and Professor Ekaterina from Russia. Also, I would like to all committee for kind presence and organizing this World Conference. My special thanks. Last but not least, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to all presenters, parallel presenters from Narotama University, from Mercubuana University, STA Manajemen Kepelabuhan Baru Nawati Surabaya, Muhammadiyah Jakarta University, from Timor Leste, from Diponegoro University, and also to all our participants for taking their valuable time to participate in this important World Conference. I wish all of you have a productive conference and good outcome. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Iksan. Okay, our second keynote speaker is coming from Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Administrasi Menara Siswa Bogor. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Syafwandi, MSI. Prof, are you here with us?
Thank you for MC.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to everyone, and especially Narotama University as the organizer for the invitation. We on behalf of setiap narasiswa to say thank you. We hope this event will be successful. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Okay, moving on to our third keynote speaker for today. I would like to invite from University of Mercubuana Jakarta, our colleague Bapak Muhammad Isradi, STMT IPM.
Thank you, Bu Ani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In good day. I am very happy with this World Conference. This is the fourth conference from the Civil Engineering Study Program Mercubuana University, collaborating with Narotama University Surabaya, especially in the implementation of the Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or Independent Campus. This conference with the theme Sustainable Construction and Transportation, and on this occasion, we from Mercubuana Civil Engineering sent from approximately 100 presenters in parallel session activities with the ultimate goal of publishing journals of final year student projects. Justice and sustainability are two important aspects that form the basic of transportation and infrastructure development. Infrastructure is needed to make the accessibility of an area easier to reach, so as to reduce disparities in goods or logistic price, increase regional productivity, and accelerate economic growth. Sustainable transportation must include several things like safety, affordable fares, high accessibility, integrated, sufficient capacity, orderly, and low pollution. To release sustainable transportation, innovation needs to be made, for example, the use of environmentally friendly technology. Ladies and gentlemen, to support this sustainable construction and transportation program, the theme of the panel project theme from Mercubuana University Civil Engineering student has now led to the program. It is hoped that these kinds of activities, campuses in Indonesia, especially private campuses, can compete with outside campuses, especially in terms of publication and this can increase the ranking of the university globally and internationally. On this occasion, I would like to thank to all the committee who have made this conference very well, especially to Director Narotama, Prof. Dr. Iwan Sriwiwaho Wijanarko, Vice Rector Narotama, Profesor Dr. Ihsan Setiawan, and Head Program Magister Management, Profesor Dr. Agus Sokocho, and this Prof. Dr. Joko and Prof. Nyoman. And so to all keynote speakers, especially here is my idol, Prof. Jono, and then Prof. Adib in here. So my idol and my father, Prof. Syafandi. And thank you to all the participants. To all students, Mercu Buana, I hope keep the spirit, stay healthy, don't be tired to learn, don't be satisfied with the result, to continue education to higher level, and welcome to the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our last keynote before we are moving on to our speaker segment. Please welcome the CEO of Surabaya TV, Bapak Nyoman Sudapat. Pak Nyoman, are you here with us?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this conference. My name is Nyoman Sudapat. Beside, I am as lecturer in Narotama University. I am as director of Surabaya Television. We know that media is functionary of broadcasting institution to have responsibility to intend the information to the public, including the result of research in campus. Digital in the economic development will be responded by television media. Indonesian government decides that migration from analog television to digital up to November 2, 2022. Analog switch off will give clear picture, clear sound, and smart technology, with the result that it can compete in the world economy. I'm always to support the conference like this, but in my competition, I have to position. Okay, I think that's all, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Nyoman. Thank you for the support from Surabaya TV towards the conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our main menu of the second day of the seminar, which is the speaker segments. But before, I would like to invite Ma'am Elok. Hi, Ibu Elok, how are you?
Hello, how are you, Ibu Ani?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Looking fresh and peachy, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so who do we have for our first speaker today?
Okay, this morning for the first speaker, we have Datuk Prof. T.S. Dr. Haji Muhammad Idrus, and then we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Irwan bin Juki, and then Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman bin Wan Ibrahim, and then Professor Dr. Sarwono Harjo Mulyadi, and then
feedback a bit. Okay, I think we can just call our first speaker for today, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of MAAC Malaysia Academic Association Council, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Idrus Haji Muhammad Masirin. And I would like to invite Mr. Joko Suyono, PhD. Are you here with us?
Okay, I'm with you, Ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so please assist us to moderate this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Idrus, are you with us? Hello, Prof. Idrus. So, Ma'am Annie or Ella can help me to find Prof. Idrus.
Okay, let me check in the participants.
Hello. Hello, Prof. Idrus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello,
Okay,
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Idrus. You look more handsome today. Yeah, because the last time I met you in Surabaya about 2 years ago before Corona. Yeah. So how are you today?
That's right.
Everything is okay with you? Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Okay, Prof. Idrus. So it's time for you to make your presentation. As usual, your time is about 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So allow me to share my slide before I start my presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this. Is it shared already, Pak Joko?
Already.
All right then. Thank you very much. And today, my speech is about something that was, given to me by the organizer about transportation, and also how do we actually relate it with sustainability. Right. As we know that the Earth is one of the most beautiful planet in the world, but what do we do with our Earth? Yeah, these are the things that we are doing. We need development, and the most recent situation is we are having a pandemic, which is called coronavirus, or at the end of the day, named COVID-19. And we are still having that pandemic all over the world. And these are all our doing as human on this planet, unfortunately. But at the same time, we have been talking about creating sustainable world. And we have been talking this in almost all platforms, whether it is academics, as politicians, or as engineers, right? So when talking about sustainability, normally we will relate it with low carbon mobility blueprint. And this is what we are doing in Malaysia. We are also doing a lot of initiatives talking about trying to get zero or low carbon through in cities especially. And just to give you some information about Malaysian population, when we talk about sustainability, we always relate it to population. And Malaysia at the moment is at 32.6 million people with household of 8 million households. And you can see the vehicle population almost the same with the population of the people. And all these contributed towards how good or how best we can contribute towards. What about Indonesian statistics? You can see here the statistics of Indonesian is because Indonesia is considered as a much bigger or larger country. You can see the population at present. This is what I've taken from yesterday from the internet, 170.2 million, and also you can see here, even looking at the fertility, you can see that it is 2.29, and the unemployment is only 4.11% stated. I don't know the reality. And you can see also in urbanization status from 2010 to 2020, the urbanization, if 2010 it is 49.91%, most of the people are staying not even 50% at that time in the city, but now you can see 56.64% are staying in the cities. Means that Indonesia is moving towards urbanization. The people are staying more in the urban area rather than in the rural area. And if you look at the population growth in 2010 and 2020 in Indonesia, you can see that in 2010 it is 1.34%, but of late in 2020, I think this statistics taken before the pandemic, I believe, it is 1.07%. So it is decreasing, isn't it? Population. Right. So relating those effort on sustainability and also our effort to so that we are best to the population or people, I would like to just talk something, on the digitalization and also online services, public transport, so that we will be, arriving at an effective and efficient services for people. Right. This is me, and I'm today representing the as president of MAAC and also as the member of the faculty. Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina or Faculty of Civil Engineering and Built Environment of University of Malaysia. Right. These are my co-authors for the papers. I've got 3 researchers from UTHM who are actually giving me support. Ms. Izzati Yahya, Ms. Tengku Irni, and also Ms. Zaimah. And also not forgetting my colleagues, my counterpart from Universitas Narotama, Mr. Dr. Wiwoho Mujanarko and Dr. Muhammad, and not forgetting Mr. Rashid. Right. Talking about digital change in urban public transportation. These are the things that has been discussed in Europe. Yeah, these are the elements: operations, maintenance, human resource management, and work organization and customers. I will discuss this in length later on. This is the presentation outline. Introduction relating public transportation and digitalization, operations and maintenance, work organization and customer services, digitalization in public transportation, challenges, impacts, and opportunity in Malaysia. And last but not least, a few important after the present. As a summary, as the population grows, as the technology actually advances, we will be also experiencing growing traffic congestion. The reason is because people have their own travel in a city or in but then at the same time we are also experiencing rapid emerging technology. So combining the technology and also the problem that we have, we might be able to solve a lot of problems, the traffic congestion. And in this presentation, I would just focus on digitalization and also online services as my focus. Yeah, and the impact of implementation of technology in public transportation, as I mentioned just now, will be focused on the 4 elements, that is operations, maintenance, work organization, and customer. And as a conclusion later on, we have to answer the question, what are the opportunities? What are the challenges? What are the impacts of the digitalization and online services with respect to public transport to support sustainable development? So this question, with this question in mind, I hope I can actually arrive at how do we actually answer right? Right, introduction. As you know that internet is not only used by people, what we are doing now. We are online via internet, but also internet can be used for other purposes, as automobile, yeah, devices and other equipment such as manufacturing. This is presented by Ahmad in where his project was how do we transform or conduct transformation in manufacturing by using internet or the Internet of Things. Yeah, so automation. And how do we relate transportation, digitalization, online services with sustainability? As I mentioned that before we go into detail of the 4 elements, let's talk about sustainability when we try to relate with public transport. In terms of environment sustainability, you can see here that we can improve the route, for example. Yeah, we can look into the manner of driving. As you know that there are a lot of applications such as Google Maps and so forth, and Waze, which are available also available in throughout the world. Many applications for driving. Radiation from the public transport system can be minimized and the optimized land use. And social sustainability, by improving accessibility to public transport for disabled and elderly. Also, this again, we can use our application, the access point, to get the public transport nearer to the community area services activities. And last but not least, in the aspect of economical sustainability, improve the access in public transport and also by reducing travel time. Travelers can arrive at time earlier and do more productive things. So these are among the elements that we can relate with public transport when we talk about digitalization and also online service. Later on, I will elaborate what happens later. Methodology and review process. As you can see here, the future of urban using digitalization and online services respect to public transport is being scrutinized. And we can also discuss how the future of urban in public transportation can contribute towards sustainable society. And also we can conduct comparisons between recent urban public transportation and future urban public transportation by implementing what we call the digitalization and online services in a more sustainable way. And later on, we will discuss about the impacts about these challenges that we have to face. Right. The 4 elements: digital changes in public transport, operations, work organization, maintenance, and also customers. Let's talk about operations first. So when we talk about operation, it is about the application in the vehicle itself. And one good example is the use of intelligence and big data. And I think some of you have vehicles which are fitted with all these elements. For example, the 360 panoramic view camera, and also the counting camera, and even the what they call driver assistance system, which nowadays not only in public transportation but also in vehicle they have fit. So with these advancements in digitalization and also in the electronics, computer gadgets, we are able to actually move around better with our vehicles. All right. In terms of maintenance, one of the examples for digitalization in the maintenance used at the Espano, that is the Metro de Madrid, is the availability of many electronic gadgetry as a rapid transit system assistance. Yeah, this is also happening in Malaysia at the moment, and I believe it's also happening in Indonesia and all over the world. They are using a lot of telematic system, where if in the old days we say that we store everything in our hard disk, now we are storing in the telematic cloud server. So even in computers or our system, the computer system in universities, most of the universities are actually employing, keeping in the cloud rather than the local hard disk. Right. So these are the telematic system that works in the public transportation in Malaysia and all over the world. And with this, we are hoping that one of the most important elements that should be strengthened is the cybersecurity, where if hackers wanted to actually go into our system, we are able to create a more stronger firewall. If not, you just imagine what will happen if hackers are able to penetrate our firewall. The cybersecurity is not in place. Yeah. So in Malay they call it kebal. Kebal, it means that it is very what you call impenetrable, not easily penetrated by the hackers. So that is one of the technology that is needed in order for us to continue to use the clouds. Work organizations, in terms of work organization, nowadays we are using artificial intelligence, we are using Internet of Things, we are moving towards working in the online environment, and this needs not only good technology, but also good training at the same time. And there's a lot of investment if we wanted to move organization into digitalization organization. But in order for us to convince our employer, and also employees, we should be able to understand what will be our vision, our purpose, and our ability at the moment to actually go in sync with the technology advancement. Just to share with you, in UTHM, University of Malaysia, we are now planning towards virtual university. And when we talk about virtual university, it is about moving online. So we might be starting with few programs that will be on the platform virtual university, and our students are not only focused for Malaysia or people who are attending face-to-face, but we are also focusing on people from other countries. So this is something which needs, very powerful, Internet of Things, so the digitalization team to, provide us with the appropriate instrumentations. And last but not least, we'll be talking about customer service. Interactions between public transportation or transportation with the people needs a tool. So what we should do is we should design an electronic architecture which suits and which is able to be captured by the public easily. It can be used easily. So if we don't have any sort of architecture system that is easily understood how to be used by the people, the public, then we might be having a lot of problems. Example, if you have an online application for people to actually buy your tickets or use your online parking system, and then you will see that people will start complaining, and you will see we are they have paid, but we are giving we are not paying the parking lot. So these are the things that we try to. Digitalization is not about how advanced is your system, but how friendly is your system. That is very important. Yeah, you have a system, but it's not friendly to the people. You will have a lot of other problems, and you will go haywire. That's why talking about theory, you have to ensure that when you apply it, it is something which is practical. Okay? Right. So when looking at the intersection of smart and sustainable urban public transport, you can see here there are 6 general. One is the citizen engagement. Second is the citizen involvement in governance and also planning. Third is the digital divide or inclusion, where we have to ensure that there will be inclusive participation of the population or also other stakeholders. Fourth is the detecting inequality and whether your system is affordable or not, whether your system is sustainable or not, easy to maintain or not, whether people can accept the system that you introduce to them, and it is not something which is of extra burden. Fifth will be human and social capital. Looking at human and social capital, I believe this is something which what we expect from from the system when we digitalize an element or service. We want it to be more effective and efficient. And last but not least, looking at general, for example, unproductivity. So this is something that we have to consider when we want to relate digitalization and online services with the transportation. This is the impact using digitalization and online services in public transportation. A few of the digital reviews. You can see that I've taken one from Netherlands, New York, where people from the United States, Kazakhstan. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Prof. Petrus, just to remind you, your time is just 5 minutes.
All right then, thank you. So I apologize because I didn't take any paper from Malaysia and also Indonesia, but this is just an example. The effort of digitalization transport all over the world. So right, just to touch at something which is relating to digitalization Malaysian public transportation. You can see this is in Malaysian Rail, we have the online mobile applications. We call it Transcity Kuala Lumpur. And then we have Malaysian bus system. We have the online ticket booking system, which is for intercity, and online RFID, touch and go top-up system, which is using the digitalized platform, e-wallet application, and also discounted fares commuters, which is being online or on. And Malaysian hailing and delivery services, we have the call taxi services such as Grab, Uber, and also Lala Move. We have the food delivery services, Food Panda, Grab Food, and also pizza delivery, which are all online. You can call them, and then you can also make delivery services such as DHL, JNT Express, Ninja Van, and also Post Laju. The Post Laju is the Malaysian, what we call government-related company. And the Malaysian traffic monitoring service, we have the traffic CCTV system, the AES, automated enforcement system. We have the mobile police traffic violation monitoring system, and also we have the online city parking payment, such as the flexi parking system, which is implemented in Kajang, and also the MBJB Spot, which is implemented in Johor. Right. So these are the examples. You can go online if you go into the Google, what you call this store. You can get the MBJB Spot, flexi parking. Download, and then you can buy the top. So again, answering this question, what are the challenges, impacts, and opportunities of digitalization and online service with respect to public transport, support sustainable development of the society? I think I have answered some of it. Just to recap, in challenges, we have the initial cost, which is high, suitability and matching purpose. We have public response, which is expected to be slow and later on it will pick up. And we will have design reviews. When we need to actually look into, when we talk about design reviews, you will see that it's more dynamic, attractive. So we have to change for that. And those are the challenges we go digitalize. So people would like different from time. And as the impacts, if you are able to tackle the challenges, you will see that the public transportation or the transportation or anything that you do, the businesses will viral and there will be fast marketing. This is what we call viral, isn't it? In the old days, there's no viral thing, but now when you do something online, it can be viral and that is called fast marketing. And then you have this effective efficiency will be increased. You have fast and accurate and informative dissemination being shared all over the world, not only in Indonesia, in Malaysia, but all over the world. And more consumers and clients will be expected after you use the digital platforms. And the opportunities will be utilization of mobile information technology. When we talk about information at the fingertips, yes, everybody are having their own mobile now. And if they want to go anywhere, they just go and look up at in their mobile. Because telephone are not for just calling people, but also real-time information sharing, increased revenue, and last but not least will be fast customer feedback. As concluding remarks, I would like to just say one thing. From the COVID-19 pandemic, we are actually being forced to use the online platform. And this is a blessing in disguise. Hopefully, in the future, we are going to move forward with this mindset that it's not only during the COVID-19 pandemic that we are going online, but we are going online and using the digital platform because we wanted to ensure that we are able to communicate daily or communicate more with our colleagues, friends, and families all over easily, because this is what we call borderless world, the global. So, and just to share with you the Timex watch story, there was previously I was told that Timex watch was the best watch. If you have a watch at home, if you don't have Timex, it means that you don't have a quality. But what happens to Timex watch after that, during the change from the change of technology? It is not heard. But just to share with you, this is what is happening at Timex, where they are now revolutionizing the way that they are doing things. They are no more an analog watch, but they are going towards digitalization. I don't know whether you can hear this video, but first, this is. Can you hear Pak Joko?
Yeah, I can hear. Still how many slides, Prof?
No, this is the last.
Okay.
Must be leveled perfectly.
Okay, Prof, you can make it faster, perhaps.
So that is Timex story. So again, talking about digitalization, I think ready or not, we have to change, because change is a must or you will be left behind. So again, Mr. Chairman, let us create a sustainable world together by promoting and doing, not by delivering talks only. But again, this is the time that we have to start doing it, because sustainability is not something which we have to watch, but also we have to do. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to share a few of my ideas and also things that would highlight in creating a sustainable world, and hopefully we are able to work together, not only as academicians, but also as engineers and also as the member of the school. With that, I thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Prof. Idrus. So your presentation is interesting, but unfortunately the time is limited, so I cannot allow you to make more presentation. Sorry. So, Prof. Idrus, by the way, talking about the digitalization transportation, this is for the mass transportation or just for the individual transportation?
Well, this is something which is considered as in general, but what I have actually shared just now with you is how we can actually also use the digitalization in the public transportation.
And then, do you think in the digitalization transportation, it will reduce the risk of accident?
Well, as I mentioned just now, we are doing our level best to actually reduce congestion and at the same time reduce accidents. And it depends on how good is our enforcement and also our facility. For example, CCTVs, for example, yeah. And also the accident alarm system or vehicle alarm system that is being fitted in the vehicles and also which is provided on the road. So all this can create the so-called preventive measures for vehicles to be involved in the accident.
If it is implemented in the crowded area, something like in Indonesia, is it also possible or just in the highway only?
Well, if you look at the roads in any cities or in many cities, they have actually put a lot of CCTVs and also a lot of gadgets, which can allow people to not only be monitored by the local authorities or the police, but also they have gadgets that they themselves can prevent accident from happening. For example, if you wanted to cross or you wait for the red lights to turn green, there will be a digital counter, on the at the junction, and you can see that you have another 10 seconds, another 20 seconds, and this will not create stress on the drivers of the vehicle. So I think it is always feasible, it's always possible to have not only equipment or gadgets that can be used for what we call to prevent accident, but also to assist drivers so that they can actually be able to what we call calm themselves during when they are driving on the road. I think Pak Joko, that actually people when they drive, they are very stressful sometimes. They have a lot of problems. Things they wanted to think, isn't it? So they need something which can actually calm themselves, and also the purpose of the in-car entertainment is also something which is useful to reduce or to prevent any accidents. That's why people are now singing and talking in the cars. If you look at the drivers. Because they wanted that stress that they experience in driving.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Idrus. I think it's enough. Your presentation is very good and very clear. So we hope that for the next opportunity, you will join again with us.
Inshallah.
Okay, Pak Esrati, perhaps you can present the certificate or Ibu for Prof. Idrus.
Anyway, thank you very much, Pak Joko, for the opportunity, and hopefully we'll meet, especially now. The pandemic, it is getting better, hopefully.
This is Prof. Idrus, your certificate as the keynote speaker. Yeah, like this.
Thank you very much.
Any more certificate, Ibu Elo? And this is as the steering committee and ethics report. Again and again, thank you so much. Yeah, please everybody give a huge applause to Prof. Idrus virtually.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Waalaikumsalam. So, okay, Ibu Ella or Mom Annie?
Yes, I think we can move on to the next speaker. Pak Joko, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman already ready in our participant. So you can move on to our next speaker.
Yeah, Prof. Hajiman. Yeah. Good morning, Prof. Hajiman.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. So you still look very young, still like 3 years ago. The same, no different. So perhaps you can give me the key or the secret how to make it still young like this.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Still the same. When I met you 3 years ago, yeah, still the same. Okay, how are you so far, Prof. Hajiman?
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Prof. So now you can make presentation. Yeah,
okay, let me share my screen first. Everybody can see my screen.
Okay, we can see, Prof.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to everybody. First, I would like to thank to the organizer of University Narotama because inviting me for the session today, for the conference today, and I very appreciate for this invitation. So maybe for us, long time we not see because due to the COVID. So hopefully soon we can have a physical meeting to continue our relationship, inshallah. Okay, so today I will. My name is Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim from University Tun Hussein of Malaysia. My partner is Cairo Kamaruddin and also Mr. Khairi Burhanuddin. Okay, so today I will try to present, I will share a little bit about the interlocking compressed earth block for sustainable construction. Okay, sustainable construction. Sustainable construction means using renewable and recyclable material when building new structure as well as reducing energy consumption and waste. That means we can reduce the energy, we can recycle the waste. Okay, so sustainable construction, also known as green construction, is concerned with the economic, social, and environmental impact of creating a usable structure. The trend of sustainable construction encourages the use of green materials, environmental friendly, and energy-saving solutions to minimize the impact on the environment. So interlocking block is one of the environmentally friendly materials, whereby this material could reduce the energy, could reduce the impact on the environment. So and also could reduce the cost. Okay, so this material is considered as a very good and sustainable. Okay, interlocking compressed earth block are bricks. They are made from mixed soil that can be found on or off the construction site. So this material, actually the main material is a soil. We mix with the cement and also sand and water. Okay, but for cement, we just use a little bit, around 10% of cement just as a binder. Okay, so slotting easily together without the need for mortar. So that means this material actually mortarless. Okay, interlocking block are a straightforward, durable option, ideal for temporary builds where time is of the essence and big costs need to be avoided. Actually, this material, if we use interlocking block, we can construct the house within a short period, so we can save the time for the construction. For earth block, not require burning process at a high temperature. So different with a fire clay brick, okay, which we need very high temperature to burn. So this type of block, we don't need any burning process. So we will save the energy. And then the last one is a cost-saving construction alternative. Okay, cost-saving construction alternative, because we can reduce the cost. We can reduce the skill worker cost. Now the steel cost increase rapidly, very expensive. So we can reduce the cost, because if we use this type of construction materials, so we can minimize the steel cost less than 50%. That means we just need less than 50%. That means we can reduce more than 50%. Okay, this is a interlocking compressed earth block. Okay, this block we consider as a modular size, because they have 4-inch height, 10-inch length, and 5-inch width. Okay, they have two hollow. Okay, hollow, and have the line for untuk install the block together. Okay. Okay. About interlocking compressed earth block. Okay, for the quantities, for each 1 meter cube, for 1 meter square wall, we need only 40 pieces of block. Okay, 40 pieces of block for 1 square meter wall. Okay. How about the main feature for the ICEB? This material is stronger, faster, easier, and fair face finishes. Okay. How we can say the material is stronger? Okay. Actually, this material is stronger than normal brick, because we produce, although we didn't expose to any burning process, but we will compress with very high pressure, about 3000 psi compression, pressure compaction. Okay, the advancement in hydraulic engineering enables the IB to gain strength due to high pressure compression of 2 volume becoming 1. That means 2 volume, after we compress with 3000 psi, we can produce 1 unit block. Okay, so very strong, but little bit heavyweight compared with the common brick. Okay, and then this material faster to build. Interlocking. Okay, we have thong and also groove. This thong is to groove. That means we just we can just lay this unit into this unit. Okay. Advancement in precision mold engineering and post-meter sensor on the machine enable the brick to have consistent thong and groove feature to allow the interlocking system to be implemented. Okay, so we just use this type of block like a Lego. Okay, we just lay. Okay, we just lay like a Lego without mortar. Okay, we just use very minimum mortar. Okay. Easier to build. It is as easy as ABC, or very easy as ABC, and so easy to learn. Even we are not expert to lay the brick, but using this type of block, we can install easily. Anyone may learn how to build using this system in a matter of days. Builders will quickly familiarize themselves with the system, since the method still relies on brick, just like conventional method. Other system require competent installer that will charge exorbitant price for their services. Building system should not be that hard or expensive, and with our interlocking brick, it never is. Okay, so this type of block very easy to install. Sangat mudah untuk kita susun, untuk kita pasang. Walaupun kita tidak pernah menjadi brick, tidak pernah menyusun, tidak pernah memasang brick menggunakan mortar, tetapi dengan menggunakan blok ini, kita sangat mudah untuk memasangnya. Sebagai contoh, ini, wakaf ini dibangunkan, this wakaf developed by student. Okay, the block installed by student. Okay, student they didn't have any experience before. They just learned before a few days before they install this kind of block on site. Okay, fair face finishes pleasant to the eyes. Okay, nice finishes enable the brick wall using IB to be left exposed without the ugly and fake afterwork. Okay, ini conventional. This one we construct this house using conventional method. We have a frame structure, we have column, we have beam, then we lay the brick as a wall. But for this structure, we no need to construct the column structure. We no need to construct the frame structure. That means no beam, no column. We just construct we call as I forgot because suddenly I forgot the term. Okay, we just construct the slab. Okay, the slab, and then we will construct after we finish the slab, we will construct the wall using the interlocking block. Okay, so we will use the interlocking block as a beam, as a column as well. Okay, we just construct the structure using the block. Okay, using the block. No need steel, no need frame, no need formwork. Okay, no need concrete. Too much concrete. No need concrete. We just need a concrete to construct the slab only. Okay, and then the appearance also very nice, very natural. Okay, full. Okay, compare with the conventional method. Okay, what is the interlocking block benefit? Okay, interlocking block for sure, low cost, eye-catching, speedy, cooler, and greener. So, okay, if we talk about the low-cost construction, eliminate many elements and construct at lower cost. Okay, it's nearly impossible to construct good-looking building without additional cost. Okay, yet interlocking bricks achieve that goals. It's an accomplishment of engineering as much as one of design. Using the interlocking brick building system may save costs by eliminating formwork for reinforced concrete column and beams, plastering and painting costs. Okay, reducing many workers, steel and cement. Not only that, due to faster completion compared to conventional construction method, will save so much more on the project operation cost. So that's why we consider this type of lot can contribute for low cost construction. Reduce cement, okay, up to 60%. Okay, reduce steel more than 50%. Okay, we don't need formwork anymore. We can eliminate formwork, so we can reduce the waste on site. Okay, eliminate plastering and painting. Okay, because the color is natural. Okay, the color is natural, nice looking. Okay, so we don't need the plastering. Okay, reduce workers. Even if we reduce workers, even we can complete one house, single story, okay, small bungalow within around 2,000 square feet within 2 months only. Very fast. Okay, faster completion. Okay, with 2 months, we can complete one single story bungalow. Okay, eye-catching finishes. The looks applied is all. Okay, you may call it English, Tropicana, or Mediterranean, or even modern contemporary style. Whereas you may find structural element in construction that also acts as architectural finishes. Yeah. Okay, so if you look here, so this house is very nice. Okay, this house actually, although we construct for 2-story, but this actually we no need to construct the frame structure. Maknanya kita tak perlu buat beam, tak perlu buat column. Okay, we just use beam 100. We just use interlocking block 100% to construct until finish. Okay. Okay, speedy construction. Okay. For this house, this size of building, this size of house, okay, we finish to construct within 2 months. Within 2 months only. Okay, client, contractor, and house honor all prefer faster project completion. For sure, if we want to construct the house, we want our house especially, for sure we will try to finish our house as soon as possible. We don't want to waste our time, okay? Because if we waste our time, that means we must spend the money. We must spend more money, okay, to pay the workers, to pay everything that contribute for the construction. Okay, constructing columns and beam without the need of plywood formworks, as well as eliminating the plastering work in addition to weatherproof construction are several of the key factors why it may be finished faster than conventional method. Okay, maknanya tidak ada plastering work. Okay, tidak ada lagi kalau sebenarnya tidak perlu dicat. Yang ini ownernya mau dicat. Jadi kalau tak mau dicat pun bisa, lebih natural. Ini sudah dicat. Kalau yang dikehendaki oleh klien. Jadi bisa. Mau dicat atau tak mau dicat bisa. Okey. Kalau kita mau gunakan plaster pun bisa. Tapi kosnya akan meningkat. Yang kita akan bisa menggunakan bisa membina rumah ini tanpa plastering work. Okay. As a result, it generates a faster return on investment (ROI) and avoid any costly delay. Okay, speedy construction. We have nothing against concrete or cement-based product, but to us it just hot. Okay, sebenarnya kalau di Malaysia, di Indonesia sebenarnya kita tidak ada masalah terhadap konkrit ataupun simen. Kita banyak simen, kita banyak konkrit anywhere, di mana-mana sahaja. Anywhere we have much cement production. We have many cement production factory. So it means we don't have any problems about cement. Okay, but for us, we want to construct a very rumah yang selesa, yang comfortable for us to stay. Okay. So we have two facts here. Fact one, normal clay bricks have been known as the best material to keep the house cooler compared to concrete-based product. Now, with even more clay, soil volume compressed, making the bricks dense, creating a better thermal mass for the house. Second fact, concrete and cement cause chemical hydration reaction, which is then produce heat using way less cement and concrete for ICEB material and construction methods, resulting in much cooler house. Okay, after we make the comparison between the conventional and interlocking block, okay, interlocking block contribute cooler condition than conventional. Okay, for the house that we construct using interlocking block, the temperature only 25 degrees Celsius for internal, okay, and then thermal comfort, and then for conventional 29 degrees Celsius. So which one more better? For sure we will use this house because we will feel more comfortable. Okay, greener construction. Okay, going green is expensive. Think again. Okay, is it, if we going green, expensive for us? Okay, so we must thinking. Okay, let's do away from spending more money for greener construction. For a start, by using this material as a construction system, you are not just reducing cement concrete usage, but also timber for the formwork. Producing billions of this brick doesn't even require a single second of burning process. Unlike conventional bricks, the planet has limited supply of forest and it's getting hotter year after year. It's your responsibility to make sure that while building beautiful houses, you are also caring for our beautiful planet by using interlocking block. 60% of the CO2 produced in the world today is produced in the manufacture and use of cement and clay brick burning. Okay, so maknanya this material memang green, low cost and green. Why low cost? We don't need cement, we don't need concrete, we don't need burning process, we don't need a formwork to construct the building uses in material. We use very minimum steel to construct the building. Now the steel is very expensive, rapidly increased. Okay, for one time price after COVID. So if this material price increase, for sure, the cost to construct the building will increase rapidly as well. So we must think. Okay, we have the choice which one we want to use, either the conventional or interlocking. So it depends to us. Okay, if we have more money, so we can go to conventional. But we must thinking later on in terms of green, maybe less. But if we have more money or less money, we also can use interlocking block, and then for sure this block can contribute to the green construction, inshallah. So that's all my presentation. Thank you. Hopefully, the content today will be the benefit to all participants today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Hajiman. So very interesting talking about the ICAP. So do you think ICAP is stronger than the brick, the conventional brick?
Yeah, actually, yes. Not strong. Okay, the strength of this material actually depend on how we manufacture, we produce it. Okay, but we can produce this. Okay, because this type of interlocking block we consider as load bearing. Okay, load bearing, we must have the minimum strength 5 megapascal. Okay, if we consider for conventional, yes, for sure they will have less than 5 megapascal. Okay, because for conventional they just use as a partition wall, not as a interlocking block. So as interlocking block, so for sure this type of block have high strength compared to a conventional brick.
Okay, you said that to install the ICB, we don't need for the cement, and then how to install? Using what?
Okay.
Using what? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Use what? Yeah.
Okay.
Because
This
no
type
need
of
cement
brick
according to
actually,
you.
this type of block actually like a Lego. You know
Oh,
Lego?
like Lego.
Lego. And then everyone need we have a steel bar. Okay, steel bar, and then we just lock steel bar just as a lock. Okay, to lock the block. Okay, and then we lay into, okay, then it means we lay on each other like a Lego. Okay, we still use a mortar, but very minimal.
Yeah,
very minimal. Not like a conventional method.
So use like a Lego like this, so no need to cement. So it can reduce the cost. It's mean like this.
Yes, for sure.
Reduce about the cost. And then it is also faster to install this.
Very faster, very fast.
Very faster. Okay.
Even based on our experience, if you want to construct the small house around 2,000 square feet, less than 2,000 square feet, we can finish within less than 2 months.
Okay. Okay, this is very nice actually. And then has been mass product or not in your country?
Sorry?
It has been mass product or not?
Yes. We have.
We have, yeah. Oh, I don't know in Indonesia, because in Indonesia usually I still find the conventional brick.
Even in UTSM we have our own product. We have Dr. Brick. Okay, and then we have our own machine to produce interlocking block within within a day. We can produce minimum 500 to 1,000 units per day.
Okay, and it can produce in the colorful. So no need to paint again about the house.
Yes. Maybe we can, but it depends on the material. But at the moment, we just produce with a natural color. Natural color.
Okay, perhaps there is a question from the participant. Okay, I allow participant to ask a question to Prof. Hajiman. Perhaps any question from the participant? Check. I think everybody is clear about your presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, Prof. Hajiman. Okay. If there is no question, yeah.
Yes.
Halo.
Yeah, hello.
Assalamualaikum, Pak Joko.
Yeah, Prof. Idrus.
Yeah, I just want to ask Professor Dr. Hajiman.
Okay.
How easy it is to set up a plan or a fabrication plan for this interlocking block? if let's say I'm from Indonesia or from Sumatra or from maybe Pak Joko wanted to set up a production plant for this interlocking block in Indonesia, how easy it is to actually set up this a plant, and how much is the cost of setting up such a plant in, for example, in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, actually, to set up the plant in producing the block, actually, as long as we have the cost, it is very easy. Okay, even we just need a machine. Okay, the machine to produce the interlocking block. Okay, even in the market now, we can buy easily the machine to produce interlocking block. Okay, but in terms of price, it depends on the capacity of that machine. Okay, like based on my experience in UTHM, because we have one unit machine in producing interlocking block. Okay, the university spent around 150,000 ringgit, 150,000 ringgit Malaysia to produce to buy a machine with a factory scale size. Okay, that means we can produce up to 1,000 units per day. Okay, 1,000 units per day. Okay, so in Indonesia, I'm not sure, because maybe if you buy the machine because in Thailand we can buy it easily. Okay, in Malaysia also we can buy it. Also even the product in Malaysia, in UTHM also we buy from Thailand. Okay, so I'm not sure, because in Indonesia we must consider also the transportation cost to send the machine from Thailand or from Malaysia to Indonesia, or maybe in Indonesia, if they can find somebody that can develop their own machine to construct the brick, maybe can. Even they can fabricate.
All right, so I think Pak Joko is interested to open that plant.
Okay, don't worry. I try to look for the investor. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I have the investor, I will call Prof. Hajiman.
Because the Pak Joko that I know, he's very entrepreneur, and this is a good opportunity, Pak Joko, for you.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Only the one thing is we cannot export our soil from here to Malaysia, so from Indonesia. So just to ask Prof. Hajiman, is there any difference if we use other soil for the material? Especially the soil in Indonesia is more volcanic soil, isn't it? So
we use the soil or the clay.
Ya, sebenarnya di Indonesia ada, saya yakin ada soil yang sesuai untuk digunakan. Mungkin soil itu halus, dan sebab kita mesti sift soil.
Okay, Indonesia has everything. Don't worry about the clay, about the soil we have. I believe this.
Tapi Pak,
tanah
di Indonesia itu lebih kualitas yang hitam itu lagi bagus.
Oh ya, itu bagus itu pasir, something like pasir hitam in Lumajang.
That's right. So I think Pak Joko, you can discuss with Pak Hajiman to actually set up a plan.
Sure.
We can set up. We can set up employability in Indonesia, in Narotama.
Okay. We are ready to go to UTHM.
And don't forget the introducer, Pak Joko, ya.
Hey, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Prof.
thank you very much.
This is very interesting, yeah. Suppose the pandemic is over, we will go to UTHM to see about your ICT like this. It is very interesting, and I believe that it is marketable in Indonesia. I believe on this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I think your presentation is enough and very clear, very useful.
Pak Joko, any participant raise hand?
Raise hand. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can ask directly.
Okay, thank you, Pak Joko. Also, thank you, Prof. Hajiman.
Okay, thank you.
Interested your presentation. This is also, I think, this is new method in Jakarta, in Indonesia. But based on your explanation, this called ICEB just built without the structure. It means
Yeah.
without column and beam.
Yeah.
Okay. And then how this ICB we can allow about the load, horizontal load. This is already you what do you say, already test about it?
Horizontal load?
Horizontal load. This is the other also. How this about it built for the high-rise building? Example, until 2-story, 3-story, 3-story, this is still available because without the structure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Terima kasih Pak soalan itu. Okay. Apa nama ni memang untuk for the building, for the wall. Okay. Normally for the horizontal load is not critical lah. Okay. So that's why maknanya untuk sebenarnya brick ini sendiri sebenarnya dia memang kalau faham konsep of brick. Okay. Very strong in vertical direction but little bit less in horizontal. Itu kalau kita baca dalam di mana-mana pun itu konsepnya. Maknanya sebab dari segi method of manufacturing pun dia press in vertical direction. Jadi maknanya sebab itu dia kuat dia dalam in vertical direction tapi weak in horizontal direction. Okey. Itu adalah asas pada blok ataupun brick. Okey. Tapi untuk pembinaan ini, okey. Memang dia tidak perlu frame structure. Yang Bapak tadi adalah frame structure kan Bapak ya? Maknanya tidak perlu kolom, tak perlu beam. Sebenarnya menggunakan blok ini kita bisa bina kolom, bina beam. Kita hanya menggunakan this kind of block sebab dia bukan hanya ada unit yang memang ada unit blok untuk beam. Dia ada unit blok untuk dinding. Jadi maknanya shape-nya ada berbeza. Ada U block, ada U shape, ada yang normal shape. Dia begitu. Jadi even menggunakan blok ini untuk electricity, untuk wiring, apa semua itu pun kita ada laluan-laluannya di dalam brick itu, internal. Bukan maknanya kita bisa membuatnya. Memang agak menarik. Okey. Jadi untuk bangunan ini kebiasaannya kita bisa guna up to 2 story. Dua tingkat saja Pak. Okey. Jadi kalau untuk banglo 2 tingkat memang cantik. Tapi kebanyakan yang ada yang saya yang di sini yang saya ada yang teman saya buat ini adalah 1 tingkat. Okey. Jadi memang kalau untuk kolom beam sebenarnya kita bukan kata langsung tidak ada tetapi dia menggunakan blok itu sendiri sebagai kolomnya dan sebagai beamnya. Tetapi kolom itu bukan kata direct macam yang tadi nak saya gambar ya Pak ya. Bisa nampak ya Pak ya? Okey.
Ya, okey.
Okey, kalau kita lihat di sini, ini kolomnya. Nanti kolomnya menggunakan blok ini. Kalau di rumah ini, sebenarnya tidak ada kolom. Kalau rumah ini, kolomnya enggak ada. Tapi kalau beam, kalau untuk 2 tingkat, beamnya ada. Tapi dia menggunakan interlocking block. Dia tidak menggunakan simen, tidak menggunakan konkrit, tidak menggunakan steel, tidak. Dia begitu. Ini kolomnya di sini. Tapi kalau di rumah ini dia tidak ada kolom secara langsung. Dia hanya naik wall sahaja seperti ini. Kalau ini tengok. Kan? Maka ini kolomnya. Kolomnya adalah menggunakan blok ini. Okey, dan di sini beam pun dia akan menggunakan blok juga bergantung kepada desain rumah itu macam mana.
Ya. Okay, Pak. Yeah, is you know the Indonesian. This is the Sultans is the consideration about the earthquake. Ya, earthquake. Pesisir pantai selatan itu adalah gempa.
Ya.
How think about this ICEB? It we built in the earthquake zone. This is already you study for that. Terima kasih, Pak.
Memang kalau kita lihat memang untuk yang saya ini memang saya belum lagi fokus kepada earthquake lah, earthquake. Kalau di sini saya tidak fokus lagi pada earthquake. Mungkin sebab dia bukannya interlocking kan. Kalau di Indonesia betul memang dia kawasan earthquake. Jadi mungkin ada sedikit further study yang kita perlu laksanakan untuk melihat kesan kegentaran earthquake yang paling maksimum mengikut kepada kesesuaian situasi di Indonesia. Okay,
thank you, Prof. Thank you, terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
So, thank you, Prof. Hamonangan and also Prof. Hajiman. I think the time is enough. So, again and again, thank you for your presentation. And Prof. Hajiman, this is your certificate as the keynote speaker. And any other certificate? This is also as the steering committee and advisory board. Okay, Prof. Hajiman, thank you so much. We hope that for the next opportunity, you will join again with us.
Thank you very much also for your for the organizer team because invite me for this conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ibu Ani, who is next, Ibu Ani?
The next that is already entering our waiting room is Associate Professor Dr. Fazil bin Arsyad and also Associate Professor Dr. Bambang Trigunarsyah. Both of them are ready. So we can maybe welcome Professor Fazil.
UITM Malaysia.
Yes, UITM.
I'm still handle for this or other people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Prof. Dr. Fadil. Hello, Prof. Dr. Fadil. Prof. Fadil.
Prof. Fazil, are you with us, Prof? Or maybe Associate Professor Dr. Bambang Trigunarsyah first from RMIT University of Melbourne, Australia. Prof. Bambang, are you here? Prof. Bambang. Okay, let me check again in the participant list.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Prof. Bambang, yeah. So,
jadi saya duluan nih.
Okay, Prof. Bambang. So you can make presentation, yeah. So because the Prof. Fadil is not still in the meeting here, so we allow you to make the presentation. By the way, are you in Australia now still?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Prof. Bambang. Okay, you can make presentation now.
Right. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Oops. Screen one. So can you all see screen now?
Okay, I can see.
Right. Okay. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for inviting me to do some presentations to this conference, particularly to Iksan, who keep asking me to present. All right. So today I will briefly talk about a study that we currently do, right? So it's still in progress, it's in early progress. So this study is done with a colleague, a former student and colleague of mine, Dr. Ridwan Yunus from UTSM. So I think our colleagues from UTSM will know Ridwan. Ridwan is also now doing a visiting research fellow at RMIT. It's started last year, unfortunately, because of the international border of Australia is not open. So we actually do it by distance, right? Using online facilities. The study that we do is about employing a circular economies approach to the management of construction and demolition waste for industrial building systems. So I will start the presentations by briefly describing construction's life cycle, or the process of construction projects, and then talk about the waste that are generated during that process. And then I'll talk about the industrial building systems and the approach of circular economics. And at the end, I will discuss briefly about the proposed research projects that we are currently do, and the progress is, as I said, is still in the early stage. Right. So most of us know, if not all, know that the construction start with the needs, right? Means when we identify the needs. For example, the government identify needs to have an infrastructure, become aware of that needs, and then the whoever on the projects will formulate the projects. I mean, identify what are the actual needs, so they can develop the concept of the projects. Right? When that concept of project concept has been developed, and then it starts with the planning process, where we can define, right, the scope of the projects, define the scope of project, what needs to be done, and to develop in the later stage. So once the scope of the project has been defined, then the engineering and design process will start. Right? That's when the engineers, the engineering design teams will develop the detailed design of the facility or the buildings or infrastructure that need to be built. So it can describe the full description of the projects. I mean, as you probably know, most of you know that the end product of that is the specifications, the drawings, procedures, process, and others, right? So once the full project description is completed, then the actual constructions is performed, right? So that's the construction process. When it is completed, then you have the facilities. It will be handed over to the owners, and then the owner either use the building or hand it over to the operators to manage the use of that facility. For example, facility management for building user, or some other department within the government for infrastructure management, right? Once the facilities have actually fulfilled all the needs that identified at the beginning, then that facility can be disposed, right? That when one of the process is by demolitions. Okay. So what we need to understand is means the overall process is actually transferring the bulk material into a final or finished product, right? So I think in the previous presentation we're talking about some of the materials that are used for the building. Right? So practically or basically we use mostly natural resources, right? And then transfer them in the process, either directly or some intermediate process, and then we build we assemble into final products, right? So we need to understand that it is a process that actually use a lot of natural resources. The thing that we need to also understand that during that process, there are waste that actually being generated. Yeah, I mean, from the beginning to the end. In fact, the construction industry is considered to be responsible for about a quarter of the solid waste generated worldwide. So it's a big amount of waste that's being generated, right? So some definition of waste that are generated, including, for examples, excavated material such as rock and soil, right? When you remove that from their natural position or locations. So you can put your facilities or building or waste asphalt, brick, concrete, plasterboard, other materials, asbestos or contaminated soil. Yeah. So those some of the example of the constructions as well as demolitions waste. Right. So that waste is generated not only during construction, but it's actually started very beginning. Okay. Prior to the constructions, lack of construction or consideration of waste, for example, during the planning and design, will lead to generation of waste during the constructions, even during the use of constructions, as well as probably later on in demolition. So it is important that the planning team, the design teams need to consider how to reduce or even minimize or try or even eliminate the waste during the subsequent processes. And then during the constructions process, we can see the waste are generated because of improper procurement and planning. Right, means we not procure the right materials or spec or whatever it is. Right, so it's probably have to replace and so on. Inefficient in material handling, yeah? So you have a spill and so on. There is a residues of raw materials, yeah? And then we also experience a lot of changes in building designs, right? So reworks and so on. It all create waste during the construction process. Right? During the use of the building, right? There's also waste that generated. For example, the main one through the renovations means we know that many buildings have renovations, small or big, so refurbishments. So those activities also generate some waste, right? At the end, when the building or the facility is disposed, then we have a demolition waste, right? I mean, some countries they limit the age of the life of the facility, so toward the end they need to demolish, right? So that create also some demolitions as waste. Okay. Right. I mean, some of the approach. I mean, there are many probably approach that's been developed, studies by industries, researchers in terms of how to minimize some of the waste through a different approach to construction. For example, one of them is what we call it industrial building system. So this is the terminology is well known in or used in Malaysia. Yeah. So it is actually a construction techniques that which components are manufactured in controlled environments off-site mostly, and then they transport it to locations, position, assembles to its final product. Right. So in this process, there is a lot of opportunities to reduce waste, in particular during the construction process, where because the fabrication process is being done in controlled environments, that's the waste generations during the fabrications can be reduced. Right? There's different terminology that used in different countries. For example, they use terminology for this as a prefabricated constructions, modular constructions, open building manufacturing, or off-site manufacturing, and some others approach. Means there are, in principle, they are similar, right? But they are different in probably their approach, right? So, because we are doing this study in Malaysia, the Malaysians use the terminologies of industrial building system, right? So, in brief, the industrial building systems can be seen from a continuum, right? From a simple material like before, bricks, for example, is actually is also prefabricated, right? The brick is fabricated by the small components, and then you have to install or assemble in construction site, and then we move to the components like door frames and others. and then move to the next levels, 2 dimensions panels, like structural panels and others. And then pods, which is a 3-dimensional units, which be installed in the buildings. And then the next level is the modulars, right? The 3-dimensional component of a buildings, like for example, bedrooms, kitchens, whatever part of the building, right? There's still different units, and then it's integrated and installed on site. And then the highest level, what we call it, the complete. So it's all the whole unit is assembled, prefabricated, and assembled on site as a unit, and then it's transport and installed in the position, their final position, right? So that's the continuum. Means in some countries they already start looking at the highest levels on this part, on the level 6, what we call it, level 6, for example. Others just starting in level 2 and 3, right? In Indonesia, things we've done modulars, even a complete, and in Malaysia is also, but it's not actually probably consistent in the implementations. So the benefit we can see. So that's the means. Sorry, for the first 3 we call it non-volumetrics. To dimension the last 3 is called it volumetricus or 3-dimension, right? So the benefits include improved productivities, reduce risk, enhance sustainability, reduce on-site labor requirements, simplify training program, and reduce disruptions, right? So means that includes also reducing waste in on-site, right? However, during the implementation, it's not always as probably well understood. Right? Means where a country like Malaysia or Indonesia have increasing developments projects. It's this type of approach not necessarily being implemented well or understood well, right? I mean, also in addition to that, we also haven't probably done or understands, means in terms of how waste actually being generated in the process of this system, right? So what we want to study is to see how each kind of component or process, right, in the whole systems generate waste, right? And then we can use the concept of circular economics to reduce or minimize the waste, right? So why there are waste, right? Most of that because many industries are still doing what we call it linear economics, where when we extract natural resources to produce some product, right? Hard products, the component of in terms of construction materials, right? It is done in a linear way, right? So when it is produced, distribute, consume, meaning used for the buildings. When it is done, then it's disposed, right? So it's become waste. In addition, in each process, there's also an excess that become waste, yeah, which is then will be sent to a landfill or other parts. So that's the linear economics. So in the last decade or two, there are a movement towards what we call it circular economics, where it used the concept of reuse, sharing, repair, refurbishment, remanufacturing, recycling of material, component of material, to create a closed loop system, right? So in order to minimize the use of resource input, right? So that means we can save our planet by reducing the use of the natural resources. So this circular economic is also the aim is to keep products, materials, equipment, for example, and infrastructure used for a longer means a life, right? So improving the productivity of the resources. Right? So for that, the study is aimed to explore the potential of applying this circular economic system or frameworks to these industrial building systems. Right? So we hope that it can lead to a formulations of the integrated decision-making tools where we can integrate consideration of waste minimization or reductions in every phase of IBS process. Right? There are three objectives. We need to investigate the potential application of this circular economic concept into the IBS, and then we examine the process flow for its components of IBS productions and its relation to the waste management, and we can propose a decision support tool to evaluate the impact of circular economics in the IBS application. So we use a multiple method on these studies. We start with the literature review to investigate that potential circular economics. Then we develop questionnaires, which is the main tools that we use on these studies to examine the process flow of this IBS component in terms of relation to waste management. Following the questionnaires results, survey result, we will follow up with semi-structured interview, so we can then develop the frameworks that we can use as a base to propose a decision support tool to evaluate the impact of circular economy in IBS applications. A case study will also use to like verify or improve these applications, right? So some of the literature that we study, there are some studies been done in the context, for example, this study by Philip Crothers that look at the level of reuse and recycling in the construction. So the expected operation of lifespan of modern building has become short. As buildings are replaced, the reasons of changing we see that because of the needs and demands and so on, they change the building so that the life of the building become short, right? Although the structure probably is not obsolete yet, okay? So we can look at if the buildings is material for the buildings be extracted into material and then maxed into components, assemblies, and building demolitions, and then waste for dumping. But during the process, we can actually, for example, try to do relocation of the whole building if it is building use, reuse of components, right? If it needs to be demolished, recycling of material or reprocessing of material, so we can reduce the extraction of natural resources, also reduce the dumping of the waste, right? Other studies done by Abbas and et al. Who look at the reverse logistic process in constructions in how to integrate these waste reduction into the construction process, right? So, for example, in demolitions, the acquisition of the material for that, they can use the material that they collect from that, test and use, regrade and so on, and salvage them, reprocessing them, and then they can produce that materials for the secondary use, right? Other studies from Roberto et al. Who actually identify 7 strategies to applying circularity to prefabricated building. So that's some of studies there, so we can develop some, identify some of the challenges and the strategy that we can use for our surface later on. In addition to that, we also understand some of the principles that being used now in Malaysia, for example, means how the solid waste being managed currently, where they actually separates the solid waste into the recyclable and non-recyclables. Those recyclable can be be sent to the manufacturers who recycles the components, sorry, the waste. The one that non-recyclables either going to sanitary landfills, right, or incinerators, right. The proposed approach that we consider for the futures is actually to include the concept of the circular economies, to include of the recycling centers. I mean, have a waste parks that actually can recycle different waste that being generated from different process, right? Not necessarily constructions, yeah, that can be also used. So this knowledge that we found from the literature, we use for our in developing a questionnaire for in our study, right? So currently, right, as I mentioned, it is in the early stage. We already start with the questionnaire survey. We do a questionnaire survey with the three main areas that we want to know. I mean, we try to identify the key enablers from the transition from a linear to circular economies in terms of the context of the industrial system applications, we try to identify the barriers for that, and then we try to identify the strategy for applying that circular economy to the IBS, right? As I said, it's just being this one is just being started, so we don't have the result yet. Means we have a few respondents, but still in early stage, right? From that, later on we will develop interview questions, so we can do a more qualitative studies to develop the frameworks, right? And then subsequent question. So I think that's so far that I can share in terms of the study that we have done. If there is any questions or comment or even feedback or suggestions, are very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bambang. So this is also talking about the civil engineering also, yeah. So actually, this is the topic is your research to publish in the journal or what?
Yeah, that's the aim is always means one of the output need to be go to the journal publication, but the other one is try to improve the application of IBS that have been actually adopted now, right? So we try to see how that can be further improved by integrating what we understand from managing waste, right? So that can even become more efficient in terms of waste management.
Waste management, especially for the solid waste.
Yes.
Also hazardous waste. Hazardous waste.
Yeah. No,
sometimes from the industry.
Yeah, but we don't specifically look into that. So we mostly try to understand what kind of waste that actually is being related to this different process. That can be also hazardous waste, of course.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, perhaps from the participant, there is some question. Prof. Idrus, Prof. Hajiman, this is also your field.
Assalamualaikum.
Prof. Fadil. Waalaikumsalam. Prof. Fadil.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for the great presentation. I love to hear the presentation and I gain knowledge from it. Thank you for the sharing. I would like to ask a question. Actually, this is my doubt when talking about IBS. In Malaysia, actually, we are quite having a lot of structures or infrastructures using the IBS system. And then a part of the reports related to the IBS system is on the durability of the IBS system, how durable the system is, and in related to the Indonesian conditions, where we all know that Indonesia one of the country that directly exposed to the earthquakes conditions or earthquakes problems. How does the IBS system can overcome this issue? Thank you.
Right. So that's more on engineering. But it's actually it's not my scope, right? So, but I think that's more part of the design, right? It's something that can be studied if not been studied yet. So because on the other part, for example, there is always the questions not related to the earthquake. Means question that I was asked, not asked, that we found in Saudi, for example, right? When we study about the possibility of using IBS or applying IBS there, one of the main question is that how for example, if it is housing constructions, how they can actually expand in the futures, right? So because for them there's a limited or it cannot be expanded, right, or renovated. But that's not the case when the stakeholder from the manufacturing of the system, right? That's not the case. I mean, they said it is actually can be expanded, so that can be considered during the designs and then during the fabrication. So similarly, I think during, I mean, with the earthquake, right? Means most of the infrastructures is we can probably call it as IBS. Many big road and bridges currently built in Indonesia, for example, use prefabrications, right? It means this LRT and the high-speed train, right? Is done using prefabrication of the IBS. So I don't think that it should be kind of like the main issues, right? Okay, it's probably more about most of the studies about IBS is more about the volume of works, make it repetitive, make it economics, right? Because this done in actual infrastructure, but not in the building, particularly in housing, for example, due to the economics consideration. I hope I answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bambang.
Yeah. Anything else?
Any more questions from other participants? Prof. Idrus or Prof. Hajiman? No more? So I think if no more, yeah. So it's mean that your presentation is very clear, Prof. Yeah, so everyone is understand. Although my background is not in the civil engineering, but I also understand for the presentation. But I don't have idea to ask what I should ask like this. I just want to know about the waste only.
What is your background, Pak Joko?
My background is in management, yeah. But I work in the manufacturing. Okay. I also handle for the waste, but I handle is the waste of the hazardous waste. Or in bahasa we can say limbah B3. So I handle for this for the environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Just remember, Pak Joko, construction is part management, right? So how to manage the process. So it's about management.
Yeah. Because in Indonesia there is also audit. We call it proper audit by the Ministry of Environment for especially for the manufacturing. Yeah. Producing.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Some of the problem in our country, right? We look at construction or infrastructure, just technology, just civil engineering, right? It's not. It's a whole system. There is economy, there is management, there is psychology for the workers, there is cultures and everything. Right? So it's a big system. So hopefully, I mean, other stakeholders, other peoples in other discipline will get involved and improve the process.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think your presentation is enough, because the time is limited. Actually, I would like to talk more with you, but the time is limited. So again, thank you so much. And this is your certificate. Yeah, as the keynote speaker, and also as the steering committee and advisory board. Okay, Prof. Bambang, thank you so much. Again,
Thank
we
you.
hope that you can join again for the next opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Ibu Ani?
Yes, Pak Joko, our last speaker before the break, I think Pak Fazil is already here, yeah?
Yeah.
Fajil, yeah, I see Pak Fajil.
And after that, we will have the break. And after the break, we will have some more speakers. And Bu Intan will be the chair for the session.
Okay. Yeah, Prof. Fajil, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, Prof. Fajil, I have seen you, yeah, because you have talked in the conference.
Yeah,
Baik.
yeah.
Now you are ready to make for the presentation.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. I think it is still morning in the in Surabaya. But anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Joko, Pak Joko, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share some of my thought in this lovely conference. Thank you to the Narotama University for always giving me an opportunity to become a keynote speaker and to share my thought in the World Conference. This year, I do believe the theme is in formations and communications technology in infrastructures and transport of EU countries, green economy, blue economy, and digital economy. I'm very interested to know the terms of green economy, blue economy, and digital economy. Because of these themes, I would like to share, or I would like to present my presentations on the title of Engineering Responsible to the Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Economy. By the way, I am Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fadil Arshad. Currently, I am a President of Concrete Society Malaysia, and I also a lecturer, senior lecturer in the College of Engineering. And in the same time, I'm also been responsible as a head of student affairs in the College of Engineering, University Technology Mara. Okay, so my presentation, I would like to start my presentations by giving or sharing some definitions on what is engineers is all about. Okay, the words engineers is a Latin words. Okay, it is derived from a Latin words engineer, refer to create, generate, contrive, devise, and engineer is referred to cleverness. So based on this Latin words and definitions, I give my own definitions on the engineers is intelligent people who is using their mathematics and science knowledge in solving problem through invention, innovations, and design to satisfy the needs of client. I love these words. At its heart, engineering is about science to find creative, practical solution. It is a noble profession. So I'm sorry to others. This morning, I'm talking about engineers and engineering. When talking about the engineering, just now we are talking about engineers, and what is engineering as referred to the words of ing in English. We always know that ing is refers to something progressively processed in solving problems. That is engineering is all about, because engineers are intelligent people who are using their mathematics and science knowledge to solve a problem. So when the engineers are solving the problems, they are progressively solving the problems, so it becomes engineering, where the engineering are involving analyzing, testing, building to produce machines, complex system, structures, gadgets, and materials to fulfill functional objective and requirements set by needs of client. As for our previous speaker talking about IBS, talking about interlocking block, talking about the traffic system, this is the engineer's work. Okay, I'm very happy to see all of these engineers, intelligent peoples, and I do believe they have done a very good job and sharing their knowledge with us in this lovely morning. So as engineers, we have the philosophy that we have to follow. Okay, so the engineering philosophy is referred to whenever they want to satisfy the needs of client, they have to make sure the products that they are working on is safe, is economic, is practicality, is aesthetic, and satisfied regulations. When I taught my student, I would say that you have to remember the philosophy of engineers, because you are going to become an engineer. How to remember it? Always say that you have to put in yourself the value of SURPASS, which is safety, economic, practical, aesthetic, and satisfied the regulations. When talking about the engineers and engineering, why they have to work on it, okay, in this world nowadays, we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, all over, I think, all around the world, okay, people are talking about SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. There is 17 challenges that have been developed by the Sustainable Development Goals that have been presented here. We have 17 points that have to be responsible, and the engineers have to play a big role in order to become a SDG mover. All right, so we have here, the first one is no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality educations, gender equality, clean water and sanitations. We have affordable and clean energy. We have decent work and economic growth. We have industry, innovations and infrastructures. We have reduced inequalities. Effort number 11, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumptions and productions. We have climate actions. We have life below water. We have life on land. We have peace and justice, strong associations and partnerships for the goals. I'm not planning to talk about this SDG because this is not a forum of SDG, and I'm not planning to talk about the SDG. But why I've been presenting this SDG effort is because of I want to show that how does the engineers has to be responsible to work on the SDG that have been stated, okay, by the World Bank. All right, so as engineer, I do believe that we have to work very hard in order to satisfy the SDG, in order to give a sustainable and love to the world. All right, as referred to the SDG, SDG need a mover, okay, need a mover. So engineers, as I said for my presentations today, engineers is the mover of the SDG. And then there's come another elements that we have been taken as our themes for our conference, which is blue economy, green economy, and digital economy. This is another issue. This is the point that we have to work on. Okay, so I do believe that the blue economy, the green economy, and the digital economy have been covered in the SDG. Okay, so now let us look on the blue economy. What it is mean by the blue economy? It is sustainable use of ocean resource for economic growth, improve livelihoods and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. The blue economy encompasses many activities. What have been written here is just some of the activities covered by the blue economy, but from the definitions that I understand, the blue economy is something to do with the oceans, with the water, with the system that related to the blue economy. Okay, so under blue economy, they are talking about renewable energy. Sustainable marine energy can play a vital role in social and economic development. Okay, so this is the responsible of engineers. We have to think on how we are going to generate a renewable energy. As for now, we are working on the solar. Okay, I think the last 10 years, solar panel is so expensive. But nowadays, we can get the solar panel at a very cheap price. It is reported that the price of solar panel have been reduced about 200% as last 10 years before. So it is a time for us to work on the renewable energy. We can work on the solar instead of we can work on the wind. And then I also get involved in this year. I got involved in one research. I do believe that the research is very nice, intelligent research, where we are generating electric. We call it micro hydro power. Okay, we call it micro hydro power, where the micro hydro power is the micro hydro system that we are putting into the pipeline. So when the water get flow on it, Okay, we are generating a power. You just imagine before this, if you want to generate an electrical power, we need to build a big dam, right, to generate an electrical power. But by the micro generator, we can generate an electric from our pipeline. So this is a part of the effort that have been carried out by the engineers in order to improve, okay, to the environment or the quality of life, and then we are supporting the renewable energy issues. We're talking about fisheries. Okay, I'm not sure where the engineers have to come on the fisheries concept, but I've been invited to become a part of team in a research where we are working on the we call it reef. Okay, reef. Okay, we are try to produce, we call it artificial reef with the artificial reef with okay, we are trying to produce artificial reef in order to improve the fisheries industry. Okay, and then we have a maritime transport. So we are talking about transportation. The maritime transport have been reported by one of the industries that have been affect the sea quality. Okay, the affect the environment. But nowadays, the engineers have to think on how to reduce the impact of maritime program or maritime transportation or maritime business to the environment. Okay, we also have to think on the tourism. Okay, the engineers have to come to look on the to the tourism issues. Last time we are using a recycled tires as a reef in the sea, but somehow the recycled tire have been destroyed by the wave, and then all the recycled tire have been dumped again to the land. And then we can see there is a lot of rubbish, black rubbish on our beach, and it affects the tourist views, and they avoid from the beach. So as engineer, we have to responsible on it. We have to think on it how we are going to reduce the impact. And then we all know that nowadays we are having a lot of climate change, climate problems. Okay, we have a problem such as tsunami, we have a problem such as earthquake. So all of these matters have to be taken by the engineers. All of this problem has to be solved or have to be think of by the engineers. And for sure, as have been presented by our last speaker, Dr. Bambang just now talking about waste management is also become a part of the responsible. 80% of litter in the oceans is from land-based resource. Better waste management on land can help ocean recover. Okay, and then we go talking about green economy. What is green economy? Is of course there is about the land. It's of course about the green on the land. Okay, so we have to think on the green growth initiative. We are talking about the green gas emission. We have to reduce the low carbon economy, as been mentioned before. The Indonesians are working on the charcoal, going to about the coal business, coal just now. So nowadays they are no longer the Indonesians are no longer exporting their coal, and they are using it. It's just a matter to low the carbon economy. Even the world also start giving a carbon tax, okay, to the industry in order to reduce the carbon emission by the industry to the environment. And then green growth have to think on the economic growth. Okay, we got to prepare sustainable economic growth, economic green growth, because nowadays we are facing with the new generations. Okay, worldwide are worried about the new generation's process, because our new generation, you can see that our kids, even my kids also are keep on playing with the handphones and with the gadgets, and they don't want to go for a work because they can gain money, okay, without going for a work. Okay, they can gain money by business online. They can gain money by become gamers. Okay, they become what they call it, the TikTokers, something like that. So they can gain money from it. So why they have to go for a work? So but actually it is not a good economic growth, even though they are producing their own economic values, but somehow they were killing the others' economic values that is required for the life. Equitable growth. Okay, we have to got equitable growth. We have the social development and poverty reductions. Okay, so we have to look on it. We have to reduce social problems, and then poverty reductions. We have to look on it. In Islam, we have zakat, and the zakat they really help. Okay, in improving the poverty reductions. But somehow the concept of zakat have to be expanded to the economy of country. So with that and the economy of world, so that everybody can be benefit from the concept of zakat. Green growth also talking about strong communities and habitats. Okay, we got to have a strong communities. As I mentioned before, nowadays people are live in the social media. Okay, so we have a lot of friends. Even today, I have a friend from Indonesia. I have a friend from Pakistan. I have a friend from America, but I may not have a friend by my neighbors. Okay, we are not talking each other. Maybe we are not talking each other. We are talking online, right? So this is not a good communities. But the green growth have to do something with it in improving strong communities and habitats. And then biodiversity and ecosystem, good and service, and then value nature capital and ecosystem resilience is a challenge of the green economy. And talking about digital economy, of course, we are in the digital situations now. We are in the digital era now. What we call it IR 4.0, or they call it Society 5.0. This is the compulsory components to be included in the digital economy. Okay. Yes, we do believe that, and then we agree that the digital economy have give some positive impact and some negative impact. They will give a digital economy give impact to the tourists, yes, but in the same time they are killing the tourism, the tourism industry as well, where we are no longer need what we call it tourist guide, right? Because we already have a system, or we already have software, programs on how to work here and there without any tourist guide. Okay, we're talking about industry. Yes, digital economy are giving a very big impact to the industries, where the industries are getting easier to produce product and to market their products, but somehow it will kill some of the opportunity for workers to get more money, go for more overtimes and others. Education training, yes, it is also a positive issues. Nowadays we can have an online business, we can have online class. Okay, the student don't have to go to the class, but somehow on the negative impact, because they are not going to the class, we are failing to develop their soft skill. Okay, they cannot, they may just open our the cameras. Okay, they may close the cameras, they just join in the class, but they are not they're not joining the class. Actually, they just maybe they can just open the videos afterwards. All right, so it is not positive and negative impact of it. And then we have city and mobility. We know that the ICT are really help us in walking from city to another city. Even nowadays, if you are going to Surabaya or you come to Malaysia, you are not worried anymore to get lost, because you have the systems. Okay, the ICT system. The agriculture also have been affected. Okay, the agriculture also get a positive impact from the digital economy. Okay, nowadays they have an alarm. They have an alarm system in the phone to mention to the farmers when they have to put fertilizers and others. Okay, on the e-commerce, and then on the banking and insurance, on the health, all of these digital economy have given an impact to all of these communities. Okay, either it is a positive impact or the negative impact. And then we're talking about Society 5.0. Yes, the Society 5.0 have been planned, have been designed to satisfy the need of SDG. So this presentation, this slide present on how the Society 5.0 have been mapped to the SDG. The issue is we are in the VUCA conditions, VUCA environment. Okay, as we all know, what is VUCA stand for? It is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Right. So the effect, okay, the challenge of engineers, okay, the challenge of engineers in the VUCA environment, okay, is something that have to be really taken care, because this VUCA is impacting the engineering world. Okay, when talking about VUCA engineering quality, this is another issue that we have to look on, we have to think on, okay, because we are the generations who are developing the other generations. So we have to think on it, we have to responsible on it, we have to work on it, on how we are going to produce a quality peoples in the VUCA environment. So as I am an engineer in the College of Engineering, I've been talking about the VUCA engineers, how we are going to prepare, how we are going to produce a VUCA engineers. So the role of engineers today is to bring the clarify in certain times. Be a problem solver, not a problem maker. This is a tagline that I've been putting into my students. You have to become a problem solver. You are not a problem maker. We are in the VUCA world. Okay, so since we are in the VUCA world, you got to have a great complex problem solving. We are designing our syllabus. We are designing our co-curriculum programs. Okay, with that, so with that, the student been taught or been trained to have a complex problem solving quality. The more uncertain things are, the more opportunity engineering leadership is required. We are also taught our student, okay, to think on problem is an opportunity. We are not look at the problem as a problem, but we have to taught them to have to look on problem as an opportunity. So there is no description for what you are facing, no rule books. Today engineers need to succeed in the face of this uncertainty, right? So the engineers have to be prepared, the engineers have to get ready, okay, to be successful navigate in a VUCA world. So what are the quality that the VUCA engineers have to got to have? The first one, they have to openness to change, okay, or having a critical thinking. Okay, they have to ready to got to have a critical thinking and their openness to change. The engineers in VUCA worlds entails being open and to change, okay, and receive to the change. And then the popular, I like to share the popular saying about the change is continuous, rings true in VUCA world more than anywhere else. We change happens fast and unpredictable. This is the popular words about the VUCA, and we have to teach our students, to teach our children that they are in the VUCA worlds, and we have to teach them on to become a quality person and ready for the VUCA challenge. So the VUCA engineer must know how to cope with sudden change in the business environment, mold this change in their project advantage, and embrace a new opportunity. The importance of engineer to be open-minded and accept change instead of resisting, to be able to successfully manage it. Second quality, they have to have a adaptability quality. Okay, they got to know on how to manage people and coordinating with others. Okay, the best engineers have to be flexible, responsive, and adaptable, capable of modifying their set plans produced to accommodate the incidents of VUCA. Okay, engineers aren't discouraged. Engineers aren't discouraged by sudden change direction, can respond quickly to involving responsibility and have the confidence to make an important decisions. This is the second quality. The third quality, the VUCA engineers got to be transparent. You got to have the engineers in the VUCA world must have a clear idea on the projects, on the organization's target, on the visions and missions of the organization. So with that, they can work together, align with the organization vision and mission. They also have to be very transparent okay, keeping the engineering team in the loop about project development, okay, and helping them achieve clarity. This is the quality that the engineers has, because they are going to be a leader of a group of people who are working for the project. If they are not having a clear visions, then they are not transparent in doing decisions, they might create problems to the groups of engineers or to the group of engineering team to work on the project. Okay, when engineers withhold sensitive information from the engineering teams and don't trust them enough, uncertainty increase and the organization falls prey to increased VUCA level. The fourth quality is about resilience. The engineers have to be flexible, has to be intelligent, okay, strong in the face of setbacks. Okay, they are always look the problem as an opportunity. They are always ready for the opportunity. There is a great word say that the successful person is a person who are ready when the opportunity come. So engineers have to be in that conditions, and then the VUCA engineer able to keep negative emotions. Okay, they are not showing their negative emotions. They know how to control their emotions. They are not become a leaders of the intruders. They are not become a leaders in making a havoc to the problems when they are facing with the problem. They are putting problem solver as the main point to themselves when they are facing with a problem, and they are always look on problem as an opportunity. And the fifth point of VUCA engineers, they have to be creative. Okay, they have to creative, think on their feet, and constantly innovate. Okay, there is a difference between inventions and innovations. In this world, in today's world, the innovations is become the inventions is become something very difficult, because many opportunity. There is a lot of research that have been carried out. So what the engineers have to do is more to innovate in improving the system that they have, and maybe they can innovate the system that they already have in improve the quality of life. Okay, they are ready to exploring new path and stepping. Okay, they keep on they are ready, they are brave enough, they are confident enough to explore a new path and stepping. Okay, that's why we can see that like the Americans, that the Russians, they are having this quality actually before. They are putting themselves, they are ready to go to the moon. Okay, because they are taking they thought that will be the exploring of new path that they can do outside there. Okay, and then the VUCA engineer must also be well versed with prudent risk taking. They don't worry to take a risk, but with intelligence. When they want to take a risk, they have to calculate the risk and make a necessary decisions in order to reduce the risk and produce a great outcome. All right, so that will be my sharing today. I'm sorry for any weakness on the presentations. What I can say is that engineers, please work as engineers. You are a problem solver. You are make sure you are not a problem maker. Thank you, Pak Joko.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Fadil. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. By the way, talking about the VUCA for your in the engineering, usually VUCA is used in the economic. How can relate to the engineering? So, do you have any idea what this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just know that VUCA now also happen in the engineering. So, can you give specification?
Okay, actually, VUCA has been defined as a volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and it can be. It's not only on the business, but VUCA can go to anywhere. It can become VUCA can become to the family. VUCA can come to the actually VUCA is a words that have been mentioned or have been developed because of there is a fog war. Okay, there is a war. Okay, in Second World War. Okay, there is it is a terms by the army actually. VUCA is a term generated by the army because when they are going for a war, there is a VUCA environment. There is a volatility, super instability. In the war there is super instability. In the war there is uncertainty. They do not know where their enemies is, right? They do not know what kind of bullets to come to them. Either they are facing with the bomb, or they're facing with the machine guns, right? So complexity. War is something very complex. They cannot plan. They cannot say that, okay, I plan A so we can win. No. They might have a plan A, B, C to win the war. And then ambiguity, okay, it's super confusing. So they will call it VUCA is something you are in the fog area. So the fog area is not only in business, it can become in any area. So
okay. Yeah, okay, Prof. So I'm clear now. So this is the impact it will also pick in engineering. So what is your suggestion for the engineer in order to face the VUCA?
All right. That's why,
especially engineering manager, or I can say focusly, especially for the engineering manager. What is your suggestion to face the VUCA?
So in my presentation just now, I have list 5 suggestions for the engineers in the VUCA environment. You got to have this quality. You got to prepare yourself with it, and then for the universities, okay, for the parents, we have. I mean, for the universities, if you're talking about engineers, we have to think on about the engineering faculties. We have to think on to develop these soft skills to the students, so with that they will have the quality of VUCA engineers. As I mentioned before, the first quality is about the openness, the second about the ability, adaptability, the transparency, the resilience, and the creativity. So these 5 qualities have to be developed to the engineers, maybe to the Institute of Engineers, maybe to the universities who are producing engineering programs such as Narotama. Even in UITM itself, we are now working on producing we call it a project concept on how to develop our student to have this quality, to have this soft skill in order to have them ready for the VUCA environment.
Okay. So perhaps from the participant, any question from the participant? Perhaps from the participant, yeah, because the presentation from Prof. Fadil is very interesting. Consists of VUCA and so on. Yeah. Any question? So you're talking about the energy conversion for this?
Pardon?
In your presentation, you said that also you talk about the energy conversion also. Yeah.
Energy concept?
No. Yeah. Do you have any concept of the energy conversion during the VUCA?
Oh, no.
No, you don't have. Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Pak Joko.
Yes.
Just to ask a small, simple question.
Yeah, probably true. Difficult question is also available.
Yeah, just now Prof. Fadil mentioned about transparency. Talking about transparency, do you think that currently our engineers or our students, our graduates from the university, they understood what is transparency is all about? Because if they don't understand at the university's level, and they see that even the university is not transparent enough to them during their studies, do you think that they can actually adopt and adapt the transparency characteristics or behavior when they graduated from the university? Can you please give us some explanation on this issue, and what sort of things that we can do in the university to embed or to inculcate transparency attitude? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk, for the great question. Whenever Datuk asks a question, I feel nervous actually. But anyway.
No.
Okay, take a drink first if you are nervous.
Actually, because Datuk are one of the biggest names in Malaysian academic world. So when Datuk asking about the transparency of the system in our university and how we are going to penetrate or develop the transparency value among the students, I just like to give my opinions. So when talking about the transparency, yes, it is a quality that we require nowadays in this VUCA world, because as I mentioned before, the VUCA is about something about war. The words of VUCA is starting from the World War. So it is they said it is related to the fourth war, where uncertainty, there is a lot of uncertainty. So when talking about transparency, so in order to reduce the impact of VUCA to the community, when talking about to the students, to the engineers, this value is very important. Maybe last few years before, we are not working on it. There is a lot of things that we are hide it from the community, from the students or from the engineers. And what happened? They are rebel. They make a rebellion. Students are shouting. Students are because they don't understand. And this situation also may happen in our family. I just give an example. We have a kids who want to play with a knife. Okay, he think that the knife is good for him. The knife is nice to play. And somehow the parents go to the kids and grab the knife without any reason. Grab the knife with just go and grab the knife. Okay, what happened? The kids will the children will cry. The kids will cry because the children do not know why the parents have to take the knife from him at the time he want to play with it. But I do believe that if the parents give a clear transparency with the student, with their children, then the children may understand, and they don't argue or they will rebel on the matters. The same thing has to be carried out to our students, to our engineers. We got to give them a very clear reason why we do maybe some regulations, why we got to have the regulations, just in order to make sure that the others will understand, then they will follow. In your ITM, itself nowadays, we are allowing students, okay, maybe the we call it the leaders, student leaders, to join our executive meeting, and then they have a right to say their opinions on it. Okay, in last year, we have a roundtable meeting with student leaders. So with that, they give us their opinions, they give us their views, and then they give us suggestions on what they want. Okay, as I said, we are in the VUCA world. Sometimes we do not understand the needs of the students. Okay, so with that two-way directions, communications, we believe that we can reduce the impact of VUCA to the student by having a transparency condition with them. Thank you, Dato'.
Okay, Prof, I asked this question because I believe that example is by doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But again, there are a lot of things that we do in the university. I don't know in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, when we talk about employability, we are actually most of the universities, quote unquote, are exaggerating the figures. So we are putting up, I don't in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, we noticed that when we talk about employability, it doesn't matter whether you are an electrical engineer, graduate, you work as a burger seller, or helping your mother to sell nasi lemak, that is considered as employed. So I don't think this is transparent enough to the students. So and also to the community. So I hope this is not going to happen in the next decade, because if this happens, that means we are not transparent enough and we are not putting the exact or true information to the society and also to our graduates. So well, you don't need to comment on that, but that is what I believe we should tackle when we talk about transparency. Even though we are using this VUCA as our concept to approach or to inculcate good values in our student, but I believe we have to be transparent, because by being transparent, this will enhance our accountability, our integrity, and also our reputation as academician and also as leaders in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato'.
Yeah. So I think it has been 12. Thank you, Prof. Fadil, for your presentation. Yeah, very nice presentation and very good presentation. So, okay, let's see your certificate now. Yeah. So, Ibu Ella. Hello. Oh, Pak Esraji, where is the certificate of Prof. Fadil?
Yeah, the committee, please help to display the certificate. Excellent presentation from Prof. Fazil. Yeah, I agree that Prof. Idrus is one of the biggest figure in engineering in Malaysia, because he has been having his activities for so long. Okay, the committee, please. After this, we will have the break, ladies and gentlemen. The break will be exactly 1 hour, so we will start again at 1 p.m. Indonesian time sharp, and we will continue our speaker session from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia with Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Juwono Prasetyo, and then Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Adib Muhammad Razi, also from UTHM. And also we have more speakers up to come. So yeah, for now we are waiting for the certificate. Please be patient, yeah, Prof. Fazil. Okay, Prof. Fazil, can you please end the share screen so that we can display the certificate?
Share screen. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the certificate for Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil bin Arsyad as the keynote speaker, and one more. This is the certificate for your role as steering committee and advisory board. Thank you, Professor, for sharing with us. Okay, Pak Joko Suyono, I also thank you. I appreciate you very much for being able to deliver and chair the session very, very gratefully. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's have the break now for exactly 1 hour, and we will back at 1 p.m. Indonesian time, 2 p.m. Malaysia time, and we will begin our second section of speakers from UTHM with Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Juwono Prasetyo, and then still from UTHM with Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Adib Muhammad Razi, and so on. So please stay tuned, and we will meet you 1 hour after this. Okay, I'm Ani signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will meet again.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Okay, the committee. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again after a good break, a good lunch. Welcome again to the second section of the World Conference Erasmus Plus Program Jean Monnet Activities 2022 with title Information and Communication Technology in the Infrastructure Transport of EU Countries, Green Economy, Blue Economy, and Digital Economy. Okay, our first section has already been so colorful, and we are hoping that our second section today, it will be also colorful with more speakers from many countries. Before we start to call our first speaker on the second section, I would like to invite my colleague, Miss Intan from Dwi Jendra, University Bali. Are you here, Miss Intan? Miss Intan. Okay, I would like to inquire whether our first speaker for the second section today, Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Juwono Prasetyo from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Are you here, Prof?
Yes, thank you, Miss Annie.
Okay, how are you? How is
Fine,
it?
thanks.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so it's good to see you again, Prof, although it's only online,
Yeah,
yeah?
you too.
Okay, so Prof, please deliver your presentation. As usual, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So first, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat petang and good afternoon for all. And salam sejahtera. Okay, so first of all, of course, thank you, our moderator, Miss Annie. And thank you for the organizer, Universitas Narotama, Universitas Mercubuana, also UTSM, and also some of our friends and colleagues from Indonesia and others universities. Okay, so thank you for inviting me and congratulations for conducting this conference successful. Okay, so may I share my slides?
Yes, please, Prof. Do you have the co-host access?
Okay, wait.
Okay, we will try. Cannot?
Okay, wait.
Okay, I think it's
So
successful.
can you see my slides?
Yes, clearly. We just need to make it into slideshow.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. So I think my presentation, I would like to say there's a discussion or sharing knowledge is made too technical, but I'll try to explain this that makes you easier to understand. So since our seminar or conference here relate to the transportation and sustainability, whatever, so I'll take this part of the transportation and engineering and technology, something like that. So it is related to the public transport, especially for railway lah, because for now I am a head of industry for center of industry center of excellence for railway in UTSM Malaysia. So at the same time, I was also the head of the ICOE rail cluster. This is cluster 13 in Ministry of Higher Education. So there are some cluster in Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. So our rail center of excellence is the cluster 13 in the Ministry of Higher Education. Okay, so this is related to the efficiency or efficient countermeasure of the rail accidents and incidents causes based on the probabilistic approach. Okay, so this is just a common introduction that the rail or public is one of the examples of the public transport. It should be one of the solution for any issue in transportation, such as maybe congestion, safety. So this would be a part of the solution for issue or problems in transportation. Okay, so this is the chronology in railway of the railway industry in Malaysia. Start from 1869, something like that, and now here Malaysia already have MRT, LRT, same as Indonesia. So probably we'll start or we'll continue with the high-speed rail. Let's see. Okay, so this is the common introduction. So this is an issue, one of the issue in the rail industry or rail operation, that is accident and incident. So this is data based on the railway accidents or incidents in Malaysia since 2004 to 2013, based on the KTMB. KTMB is a kereta api tanah Melayu sendirian berhad. It's just like KAI in Indonesia. So this is the data based on the KTMB data, is related to the numbers of accidents, casualties, and fatality and injuries. So this means the safety improvements is required to reduce this accident and incidents. Okay, so the problem is the limitation of the cost. So because due to the accidents and incidents, it will cost a lot of money and budgets. So the issue is the limitation of the cost and budget and the efficiency or effective countermeasure, okay, for the safety improvements. So this is an issue that is why we come up with some of the approach or models in order to find the effective solutions with regards to the cost limitation and the priority. But here we don't study about the ranks of our priority, but based on the cost effectiveness and effective intervention or effective countermeasure. Okay, so this is the issue. So this is why our objective is a part of our research, student research, master and PhD. So based on this, our objective to study here is to identify the most relevant factors contribute to this accident and incident, and to determine the factors that we may develop the probability approach. So this is our intention to develop the probability approach. Because what? Because safety is a probability. So I think you all know that safety or accidents is a random probability. So we may use the approach using the probability approach. And then at the end, we try to come up with the statistical approach to estimate the index of safety. So I think this is a common, I don't want to talk this in details because it's too technical. So, but maybe some of you already familiar with this, that a part of the prediction model or probabilistic approach or model, yeah, we are using the Poisson or we are using the negative binomial. So this is very common in statistical approach. Okay. Why we use the Poisson? I think some of you know that because the means is less or than the variance, something like that. So this is why we have to use and choose the models, whether Poisson or negative binomials. So this is the methods of our approach. That the problem is that based on the reports or data, the cause sebab accidents or incidents, for example, it's bad weather, track, misalignment, driver, human error, equipments, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of cause sebab accident of the rail. Okay, jenis-jenis atau type of event of the rail accident, incident, collision, the derailments, and signaling, SPAD, yeah? Signal problems, SPAD. Yeah? Okay, so due to this accident and incidents, so the problem is our cost limitation for what? For evacuation, for repair, for countermeasure, precaution, improvements, upgrading. So this costs a lot of money. So this is cost limitation in this case. Jadi banyak budget untuk ini ya. Akibat accident and incident, there's a lot of budgets ya, for evacuation, repair, and so on and so forth. This is why the sophisticated models based on the natural of the accident and incidents should be produced in order to find the effective, efficient countermeasure. Okay. So when we are developing the models, start to develop the models, we have an issue in collecting the data because very difficult to have the good data, the good data from the authorities, from the companies, difficult. So then having our approach or models, we use the very good data that we can access through online. Jadi melalui internet kita boleh dapatkan, kita bisa dapatkan, we find the very good data, complete data from, this is for example source from the Australia. Okay, so based on this data, why we use the data? Because we want to verify or we want to test the models. Okay, based on our approach and the prediction, but unfortunately difficult to find the data from the local authorities. So this is why we use the data from other countries, such as Australia. Okay, so we upload this data from the online, free. Okay, so based on this data, we try to clarify that the numbers of accidents of the case passenger, whether the passenger train or logistic or freight train or other types of train. Okay, so this is the common numbers due to the type of the accidents, collision or derailments or SPAD, signal pass dangers, SPAD and others. So this is the common type of the accidents, trains statistically. Yeah. Jadi due to the collision or derailment or the signal and others. So this is the numbers. If we can, the percentage is about similar. Similar the cause of the accident and incidents. So the accident and incidents of the rail categories by elements, human errors or system or environment influence. So jadi there's the types of the accidents and incident. Collision, we identify collision, derailments or signaling or others. So the cause of accidents can be human error as a system or environment influence. So this is, we identify the more accidents due to the human errors, but based on the type of the accidents and incidents. For example, collision, a human error is more due to this type of the accidents. But for the derailment, system errors. So it depends. But most of the time, based on the data, human error is quite dominant. So when we start to identify the cause of the accident and incident, we use the common approach as well, which is called Ishikawa diagrams. Jadi dalam Ishikawa diagrams, we may identify lots of parameters, because based on our discussion previously, that the accident and incidence rails of rail categories by elements is because of the human error, system, and environment influence. So based on the Ishikawa diagrams, we may identify based on lots of factors from the humans errors or the system errors or from the environment influence. Okay, so for example, from the collision, we may identify what factors. At the end, we may identify the most potential factors, not all the factors. Here, for example, due to human errors of the type of accident of the collision incidents. So due to the human errors, there's a lot of factors such as drunk, okay, not focus situation, and then bad attitudes, workload, and so on and so forth. But we have to identify the most potential and the most relevant factors due to the human errors by having the statistical tests. Okay, so this is the railmans. Based on the railmans, we may identify some factors due to human error, system, and environment. And then again, at the end, we may identify the most potential and the most relevant factors. Okay. And then this is for a signal pass at danger study based on the human errors. Also, we may identify several factors, and at the end, we can get the most potential factors, not all. So, for example, based on our study and clarification that we find that accident and incident case, the most potential factors or contributory factors, train driver errors, human errors, weather influence, track problems, train problems, signaling, maintenance error, communication error, procedure. So we may identify this based on the Ishikawa diagrams that you can see that lots of factors, but at the end we come up with the most potential factors, higher percentage of the factors. Okay, so based on the result, we use again the Poisson and the negative binomial. Especially we use the zero inflated Poisson. Okay, so based of our methods of using the zero inflated models, so we test the factors relate to the type of the accident. So jadi kita compare correlation value, we'll find the correlation value of the several factors, the cause of the factors, and the type of the accidents and incidents. We choose collision, the railmans, and SPAD. And we test the correlation value using the statistical approach, Poisson, and negative binomial, especially zero inflated Poisson, zero inflated Poisson statistical approach. So we test the correlation values. Okay, here we test this, the train driver, human error, weather, track problems, trains problem, and so on and so forth. Okay, so based on our tests using the Poisson or zero inflated Poisson, that collision, the railman, SPAD, we identify the dispersion test. Why we need to check tests with the dispersion test to check whether which model sophisticated to use to predict to develop the models. Okay, for example, is dispersion test higher than 1, so we choose the negative binomial and zero inflated negative binomials. If the dispersion test less than 1, so we use the Poisson or Poisson zero inflated Poisson models. Okay, so in this case, in our case, using the Phong test result, we find that zero inflated Poisson model is more fitted. Okay, we use to develop the models. Okay, so jadi we use zero inflated Poisson models that may fit the model to our condition. Ya, jadi mungkin zero inflated Poisson lebih sophisticated untuk our prediction models, untuk identify the cause of the accident and incidents. Okay, so based on the zero inflated Poisson, on the collision, we find the factors that the most relevant is the human factor, signaling, communication, and the procedure of the system. And also for the railmans, we'll find the train problems, maintenance error, communication error, procedure, and some other factors. Okay. For SPAD, we'll find the most potential factors cause the accident and incident adalah train driver, human error, communication, and other factors. So jadi lebih sedikit kalau SPAD untuk signaling, because signaling is a fix. Ya. Jadi seperti juga traffic light di jalan, dia udah fix kan. So jadi kemungkinan accident adalah karena human error lebih. So tiada factors lainnya, less factors. For others accidents, this is to estimate. This is we can use or we will not use it. Kita boleh gunakan ataupun tak gunakan untuk prediction model. Tapi the important is collision, derailments, and SPAD. Okay. So this is our development models for the Poisson models. For the collision, untuk Poisson model dan zero inflated model. So human error, signal error, communication error, procedure error. So jadi for us, in this case, I think better to know the cause of accidents rather than to know the numbers. The numbers is not so important, but at least that we understand the concepts and also the most potential contribute for the accident and accidents, for the collision, for the railmans. The railman adalah weather, track, train, signal, and maintenance. Ini untuk the railmans. Okay, so untuk SPAD, for the SPSD, train driver, human error, communication. The very less factors for SPAD. Sebab apa? Traffic light is a system fix. So kalau ada kesalahan biasa karena kesalahan human, because system is run proper. Okay, so our remarks, my remarks here, the conclusion that this model found let's say is quite sophisticated, switch to the models, and we found the significance to recognize the problems of the accident and incident. So jadi model ini boleh cukup tinggi akurasinya untuk identify sebab-sebab accident, especially in rail system, rail operation. Tapi ini biasa juga digunakan untuk di jalan, ya, di jalan raya, same. And then second is the correlation coefficient. We found that 4 factors positive for collision, 5 factors positive for the derailment, 3 factors positive to the SPAD yang kita we see in the previous slide. Okay, so the suggestion is because model still have some sort of limitation. So for example, low volume, maybe data will not so accurate or data collection, low volumes. To bigger data or more data should be better to get better models and sophisticated models. And then to make the more tangible benefit of the costing value such as evacuation cost and repair may develop. So mungkin kita boleh juga for the further study develop the costing models for this countermeasures atau for this proposal for the repairment and so on and so forth. Okay, so I think that's all from me. So thank you. Sorry if we're too technical, but I try to do it a simple way that you may understand. Okay. Thank you, Miss Moderator, Miss Ani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Pak Juwono. It's very interesting, yeah. I mean, as far as we know about trains, it's one of the safest mode of transportation actually, because everything is fixed. The train is not going anywhere. in their track only, and the signaling is also fixed. So when I see the cause of accidents on trains, you have collision. Okay, how many percent actually in Malaysia? Like, for example, during these 3 years, how many incidents of collisions?
Okay, very good question. A very good tough question, Miss Ani. Actually, is accident and incident is quite rare here in Malaysia. But just about the some time ago, we have quite satu accident yang cukup besar, yaitu LRT. I forgot I think sometimes last year, something. 2020, something like that. But accident and incident is very rare here, and also involvement of the fatalities is also very rare. Jadi accident ada sangat jarang. I think within the 5 or less than 5, lebih daripada 5 or 6 years, accident happens. But it's only the incident sometimes. And fatalities is quite rare because yang terbesar sebelum ini yang baru saja terjadi itu pun lebih kepada incidents, not accident and fatalities. So jadi it's quite rare lah, Miss Ani.
Okay, that's good. So when we are talking about human error here, they have SOPs. So what do you think making this happening, the human error itself? Is the person going blank, or maybe he has problem, or maybe under medication, or what, Prof?
Okay, so very good question. So additional with my explanation for your first question, Miss Ani, I forgot to explain you why accident and incident is quite rare here, because there's almost all the system LRT MRT here is driverless.
Okay.
You know driverless? Misalnya, jadi tak ada driver.
Yeah, automatic.
Only LRT Ampang line that's have the driver. That's the semi driver.
Okay.
What is a semi driver, Miss Ani? Semi driver is driver, dia bukan drive, dia driver is not driving but only control the gate, the doors. Okay, jadi almost all the system is controlled by the center of the controlling. So jadi kereta api itu operational control by center. Jadi tidak ada driver. This is why accident incident is quite rare because system run proper. Second, your question is apa sebab kecelakaan? Very good question. Yang baru saja terjadi accident LRT di very close to the KLCC. I think you know common KLCC in Kuala Lumpur. Accident terjadi karena salah satu kereta api dijalankan secara manual.
Okay.
So very, but I cannot comment due to the human error what. But as far as I know, because one of the train is run manually, so means ada sedikit sebab karena human error, karena dijalankan secara manual, dan I think as far as I know this is because of the miscommunication.
I see.
Jadi bukan drunk, bukan fail system, bukan, tapi yang dijalankan dengan manual nih ada miscommunication sehingga terjadilah accidents.
Okay.
Very good question, Miss Ani.
And this is a little bit outside of the incident and accident by the train itself, but this includes the train. So what I know, many cases in Japan and other countries, they don't have incident or accidents on the train. However, people are committing suicide a lot on the train tracks. Okay, is this also the case in Malaysia? And what has been done if it is?
Okay, very good. Tough question. I know you have lots of travel to Japan. So I think you know that in Japan, the kereta api comes late, especially comes late is also categorized by as accidents. Okay, maybe you will be surprised apabila kereta api datang terlambat, itu pun sudah masuk kategori accidents, incidents. Sebab apa? Sebab kereta api datang lambat. Kenapa kereta api datang lambat? Mesti ada sebab. Itulah kecelakaan. Okay, so I know that the Japan, of course, we have to mengakui bahwa train technology there is very high tech. Okay, safety index is very high. Fatality zero. I think safety accident very zero. Even Shinkansen high speed train. Okay, so so far Malaysia have using the technology, most of the Chinese technology. Okay, ada beberapa Jepang dan Korea. So jadi sistem berbeza, is different system. So I think the technology Japan is higher than what technology we have here, because we use Japan, Korea, and China technology.
But what about the suicidal case, Prof? Because we found it a lot in Japan and some other European countries, and they build these barriers. When the train will stop, people will not be able to access this space between the hallway and the train itself, just to prevent them to just jump into the rail track. So, do you have also the same case in Malaysia, and how?
Okay, so for this case, I just heard from the technician or the operators in the site that, of course, some of the incident like this may happen. Ada yang coba untuk try to suicide. There's some, but this consider sebagai rahasia, so they don't expose. But I heard that this also happens, but again very rare, because safety is very high.
Okay.
So we don't let any people to try to suicide, especially in the station. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much for the explanation. Okay,
Thank you.
Gentlemen, do you have any question? Maybe just one, because we don't have much time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Prof, very much for sharing, and I would like to display your certificate. Okay, the committee asked me to display the certificate for Pak Jo here.
Thank you. Sorry, too long maybe.
Okay. Okay, so this is the certificate for you, Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Juwono Prasetyo, as the keynote speaker of today's seminar, and one more certificate, please.
Thank you.
And this is the certificate for your role as steering committee and advisory board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Annie. Thank you. See you again. Thank you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first speaker of today. I mean, the second section of the seminar, of course, and this is the second day, and we will meet again for, I think, the last series of Erasmus Plus conference in September. But meanwhile, let's just enjoy today. I would like to call my colleague, Miss Intan from Dwi Jendra, University Bali. Are you here with me?
Yes, I'm here.
I want to see you. Where is the window? Oh, hey, you look so beautiful today. Okay, so I will let this stage to you to call on our next speakers, and I hope you also enjoy the ride. Thank you for assisting us being the chair of this session. Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Ani Wulandari. Now I will guiding the session. For the next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Adib bin Razi. Good afternoon, Mr. Muhammad Adib.
Yeah, good afternoon, Miss Intan. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Today, please share your presentation. You have 10 until 15 minutes for presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, first of all, thank you, Miss Intan, for the opening speech. To beautiful our Ibu Ani, Miss Ani, and not forget my close friend, my old friend, Pak Ihsan. How are you, Pak Ihsan? Apa kabar? I hope you are doing well in Surabaya. And my friend, Radi, nice to have this seminar today, and thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker. So Intan, can I start now my presentation?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So I've been invited by my friend Pak Ihsan to give a speech about the green technology or something about information communication information about green technology. But I think that I take this opportunity to promote my research center in UTHM, which is their focus is focused on green technology, and I will explain later. Okay, so first of all, my name is Muhammad Adib Razi. I'm focused in flood, hydraulic, and hydrology, and coastal engineering. Maybe if any question about that field, you can ask me about anything about flood, what happened in Malaysia in last year, and then about something about coastal engineering, about the erosion. Maybe you can ask later after I finish my presentation. Okay, so first of all, okay, I am the head of Eco. Okay. Okay. The history of Eco High Tech, which is start from MOU between University Tun Hussein on Malaysia with one of the technical agencies in Malaysia, which is Department of Irrigation and Drainage Malaysia on 2018. And from the MOU, for staff from UTHM attend industry in DID, and Datuk IR Haji Abdullah Isnan, which is former director of DID, appointed as our adjunct professor. And yesterday, when I see the ceremony MOU with other university, I think that's a good way to promote your university and to establish your university as a one formal university that we can promote our university, our expertise to other country or other universities. And how this Eco High Tech are born. Is suggested by our adjunct professor yang berada Datuk IR Haji Abdullah Isnan, which is former director of the ID Malaysia, when give a speech as keynote speakers in ICONSIS 2019, December 2019. And I believe that our friend from in Johor, with the title of Water Management Circular using Eco Hydrology and Integrated Water Resource Malaysia for Malaysia. Integrated Water Resource Management for Malaysia. Eco Hydrology. That's the term that how this Eco High Tech was developed. Okay. And this is our picture that I go to industrial training in 1 year in the ID. I have some experience. My supervisor is one of the subject matter expert in coastal. So I go to many sites for the coastal erosion, for the coastal structure, coastal engineering, so shoreline, the nation mapping. So I go for the whole project in Malaysia. I follow my supervisor to see how these agencies take action if anything happen in Malaysia about the infrastructure in like drainage, like flooding, like coastal erosion. Okay. I'm doing my 1 year's industrial training because I want to get my professional engineer from Board of Engineer Malaysia. Maybe in 2 or 3 months, I get my PE, professional engineer, and IR lah, IR in my first name lah. Okay, this is our picture with the former director, Dato' Noor Hisham. And this is the picture. I'll go to Pulau Pinang, maybe some of you going to Pulau Pinang, Penang, to see the one of the structure, the biggest structure in Penang, which is they can control the water quantity and water quality from the river, to make sure that the coastal area or the beach are protected by erosion and water quality issues. Okay. Eco Hydro Technology Research Center, or we can call it Eco High-Tech, is established in UTHM on 25 April 2021. That's why I'm called its baby. It's still new. After get a permission from Executive University Management, it's operate in hydraulic and hydraulic jam and weather station at AUI, which is Faculty of Civil Engineering and Environment. And I was appointed as head of Center of Eco Hydrotechnology Research Center on 1st May 2021. Not 1 year. We have a lot, do a lot of things to make sure this eco high is be promoted lah. Okay, this is our researcher in eco high tech. Okay, this is my Muhammad Razi. Okay, as a head of center research center, and this is my Dr. Sola from study from Japan. Is focused on water resource management, expertise in river restoration, improvement of river environment, water resource, and then Dr. Muhammad Azlam Yusuf, which is expert in fluid mechanics, scour, sedimentation, physical modeling, computing technique, urban drainage. So if any of you or any of us if want to get some expert opinion, just call Dr. Azram for the sediment transport. Dr. Muhammad Arif Ahmad Nazri, focus on water resource, groundwater, water engineering, hydraulic and hydrology engineering, biological water quality monitoring, and then Dr. Muhammad Salih Abustan, which is expert in sedimentation, urban drainage, dam break analysis, flood mapping, pedestrian behavior. Okay. So our researcher, Dr. Nazia Rahmat, focus on integrated water resource management, hydrology, alternative water resources, rainwater harvesting. Dr. Nazia Rahmat have a PhD from Australia, which focus on climatology. So he knows about the prediction of when drought happen, when the flood happen. So he expert on that. Dr. Tini Kasman, expert on green technology, sustainability, urban stormwater, water resource, and Dr. Tan Lai Wai, computation, fluid dynamic, hydrological, and scientific analysis. And last but not least, Dr. Sabaria Musa, which focus on integrated water resource management, groundwater engineering, water supply and treatment, flood mapping, and rainfall model. So this is our organization, which is 4 part, which is industrial networking and international, which is Dr. Talaiwa and Dr. Solah. Consultation and training, which will focus on doing a sound consultation project, give a short course training, give a training to agencies and to the students. Many agencies come to us to have some training, such as how to use software like HackRAS, like InfoWorks, how to get a data collection from rivers. So we have to do a training on that. And research and publication, we publish a journal, publish paper, doing some research, apply a grant under Dr. Tini and Dr. Sitinazia. And last, our unit is promotion and community networking, which is Dr. Sabaria and Dr. Arif. Okay, so what is Eco High Tech? Okay, Eco High Tech is focused on engineering and technology in water resource management and multidisciplinary research on water and eco hydrology. We know that eco hydrology is a new term in Malaysia, which is the first national forum eco-hydrology in Malaysia, which conducted by DID, and we are we UTHM as a co-organizer for that seminar, the conference. That conference, the director announced that eco-hydrology is one of the term that all the engineers for the infrastructure focus on drainage, focus on flood, focus on coastal, must take eco-hydrology is the what I call it, the parameter or the term that must look into. And then research and expertise on water resource, eco-hydrology. But actually, all from the nine researcher for our research center, 6 of them is focused on flood. Which is I'm doing a flood mapping and flood modeling. Sediment transport in river and coastal area. We base the area facing erosion, facing the sedimentation. Groundwater exploration, groundwater engineering, water quality, water quality, hydraulic and hydrology modeling. In our lab, we have some model. We have spillway. We have sluice gate in our lab. Modeling of water quality. We develop a filter to filter for the groundwater, water quality, and flood risk, and inundation map, and coastal engineering. In coastal engineering, not focus on the modeling itself, the hydrodynamic model, but we focus on the mapping, the shoreline mapping for the coastal engineering. And we're doing a survey for the coastal band. We're doing a survey for the tidal gate, in coastal engineering part. And then what is our objective and function? So we established as a focus research center for expand our knowledge in water resource management, eco-hydrology engineering and technology for water resource in Malaysia. And this is our objective to apply our research center. And in the center of research and multidisciplinary training in water resource management in context of hydraulic, the important infrastructure in Malaysia. And development of an expert for looking into water resource management issues and technology application for government and industry with full of short course and degree focus on hydraulic and hydrology engineering. As a reference center in Malaysia for application of engineering and technology for water resource. So this is our faculty research focus area, which is focused on sustainable technology, divided by the structured health monitoring system and technological advancement in the construction industry, which is our research center, EcoHyTech, is focused in water and wastewater technology, conservation and rehabilitation, which is mean to the eco-hydrology. And then climate change impact, which is I mentioned about Dr. Siti Nazia, which focus on climate change issues, drought and flood, and GIS application, where I mentioned about doing a survey for the coastal band, doing a survey for the coastal erosion, for the flood map. So we use GIS part of our application in water resource. Okay. Research focus area, we are focused in green technology, for the green technology management and sustainable technology for quality and quantity. And we are not focused on quantity only for the flood only, but we are focused on quality, which is when about the groundwater, there's some issue about the quality, not only for the quantity, the quality itself, because our university is located in the lowland area, and then the saltwater intrusion, saltwater infiltration happen in our location, our university. So the issues is about the quality, not about the quantity. And the drawdown is okay for the quantity, but when we take the water from the groundwater, there is issue about the quality, the salinity of the water quality. So we have a technology to reduce the salinity from the groundwater, and we create a filter. Okay, so that's our research, the part of our research. And water service for water treatment and consultation. For now, we are focused on the flood issues in Malaysia, in Johor project for the advocacy. We give a short training, we have short course to the agencies, to the industry, to give short course such as application to calculate the area that inundated by flood to calculate the rainfall, to calculate the capacity of the drainage and advocacy. So the agenda for sustainable development, which is of course in UN 2030 agenda, our goals is goal 6, clean water and sanitation, which is focus on the water quality, the technology for water quality. Sustainable cities and communities, we have one of our researchers are doing green technology, green building. They are plan the roof, the roof. They are plan with some plant in the roof. So it gives an impact to the building that's we call the green building. And then climate action to the drought, to the flood, to the water supply, what is effect from the climate action, and life below water. Life below water is the water quality from in the river, in the coastal area. So we focus on that. For our focus research area, for the eco-habitat research, so we are focused on eco-hydrology, which means we are combined with ecology and hydrology. For the flora fauna, which in our area in Johor, we have a land in mangrove area. So in that area, we are doing some research to see the flora and fauna in mangrove area. We see the ecology in that mangrove area, the ecology in the lowland area. We call it is the area that is suitable for identify the ecology part. And then flood modeling, this is our expert flood modeling and flood risk mapping. We're using a software in our university, like Hack, like InfoWork, like XP Swim, and flood risk mapping combination integration with GIS, groundwater. We have a lot of tube well. Actually, our tube well in with combined with Dato' Prof. Idros, our groundwater tube well in recess in our university. Shoreline delineation, shoreline mapping, coastal erosion, coastal sedimentation, sediment transport in river, sediment transport in coastal area, in river mouth, and then rainwater harvesting, and how we doing a technology to tackle or to collect water from the roof. So we have rainwater harvesting and dam break analysis, which is our university is located in one of the catchment that have Sembrong Dam. So we have dam break analysis study for the dam, for the Sembrong Dam, and then we have hydraulic structure modeling in our lab. In our weather station, we have hydraulic structure such as weir, such as gate, integrate water resource management, urban drainage. In Malaysia, we use manual saliran mesra alam or manual saliran mesra alam as a guideline for the any contractor or design. They must refer for MASMA, refer for when we give a shot to agencies or our consultation and service. We are focused about flood risk analysis, which area are risky, which area are facing the huge flood. Okay, so we doing a flood risk analysis and flood risk map. And then shoreline erosion monitoring. So how we manage our coastal area, how we manage to agriculture area in nearest to the nearest to the coastal area. And how about our coastal band? Is it coastal band? The height is suitable for this year, because we are facing about the high tide phenomenon, which is the high tide is more than usual. Okay, so we are looking into we check to the tidal gate, we check to the coastal band, we're doing a survey, okay, and then groundwater monitoring, we monitor about the quantity and quality. Okay, you can come to UTHM. I will show the tube well, our groundwater monitoring in recess, which is Dato' Prof. Idrus center and my center, to see the tube well, how we monitor our groundwater. Hydraulic and hydrology research, integrate with the eco-hydrology, and we see the meandering of the river, and the potential of the river. Is it the possibility of the river to facing the flood? Is it the capacity of the river is enough to cope the rainfall? Okay, sediment control observation inside or in the river. Okay, data collection of hydraulic, hydrology, and sediment in river. So we are doing a class, or we are doing the hydraulic, hydrology, and sediment in river. we are using boat, going to the river, take a sample, doing analysis, doing a calculation, okay, before we submit to the flood risk map or flood risk analysis. Okay, and then hydraulic structure research. Okay, hydraulic structure their technology, their gate, using the Swiss gate. Okay, so we are doing a research with the industry, construction of rainwater harvesting model. So we calculate the suitable tank for the rainwater harvesting model, and development of hydraulic structure technology for the salinity, for the groundwater, for the coastal area, for the flood, and then urban drainage cost training, okay, where I mentioned before. So this is our activities for Eco-High-Tech. Until now, we have River Ranger. This is our activities before this Eco-High-Tech was born. River Ranger start first, which is River Ranger is one of the community service to conserve the nature. River Ranger conserve the nature, and we are doing a MOU with a Lion Club, with the NGO, to do these activities. Maybe after this we can doing this program with international River Ranger. Okay, so involve school in Kluang, actually more than 2 school in Kluang, Johor, at Community Service Responsibility CSR program for water quality monitoring using bioindicator, in Belumut River and Gunung Lambak River in Kluang lah. But early this year, Pontian District and Batu Pahat call us to give a short course, or to give a seminar to the students to give the idea to the student how to check the water quality using this bioindicator. So we have a lot of invitation to do this program, and then Kulai from the NGO Lion Club Johor call us to do some seminar, to show how to monitor the river using this bioindicator. And then we're doing a webinar industry, international knowledge sharing, industrial talk, and webinar with the ID, consultation project, publication, and short course training. Okay, this is our activity for the River Ranger. We call a student going to the river, take a sample, take a picture, doing with the team member, doing a presentation. Okay, so there's a lot of fun with the kid. We go to the national park, to the river. So the student take the sample and then swim in the river. So this take advantage for the student to go to the site and then feel the nature, do a presentation in class, do a presentation inside. Okay, this is our webinar industry with our former DID, former director of the okay, this is one of the lecturer from the Kyushu University, from the Kyushu University, in the title of Kamisaigo River Restoration Project. And this is one of the consultant project. This is my experience in Kedah. Maybe you heard about the massive flood in Kedah. Okay, massive flood in Kedah, which in Gunung Jerai. In Gunung Jerai, Yan Kedah, it start from the heavy rainfall at the Gunung Jerai, and then the water is flow to the downstream, not only using the river, but through the mountain, to the mountain. So I've been there. I feel the flood. I pass through the bridge when the flood happened in Yan. So the next day I'll go to the Gunung Jerai to see the effect of the flood. Okay, this is our picture. This is early morning in the event in the flood happened. It's real. It's real. So thank you. This is my sharing about my research center. Maybe it's not a technical presentation, but I want to share about my research center. Is one of the research center is focused on the sustainability, focus on green technology, focus on the flood, and you can ask anything about that to us. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adib from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UT8M. He explained about history of eco high tech. There are many researches in eco high tech. Is focused on engineering and technology in water resources management and multidisciplinary research on water and eco hydrology. Do you have a land in mangrove area, Mr. Adib?
Yeah,
Yeah,
betul.
I really want to go there.
Yeah, just come with us. I will show, because our mangrove is located in our university. So the mangrove area is our university. So you can come, you can doing a research, you can have a station right there. You're doing some research for the mangrove, so you I allow you to come here in time.
One question from Inayat Taufik. Is there any research or implementation in Malaysia or other country to automate water resource management, so that if there is a case of water pollution, there is such automated process to recleaning, filtering, or reprocess the water, which will be done automatically, less human intervention, and with result of quick recovery or cleaning of the water?
Oh, thank you. That's a good question, and I'm sure, and I believe that question is very useful to all countries in the world. Okay, because we know the pollution of the river, the pollution of the water resource, it comes from the people, from us, from the industry. And for example, in Malaysia, I'm focused on Batu Pahat. Batu Pahat is one of the district that a lot of textile industry. I think it's same with Surabaya, the batik industry, the textile industry, right? So how this industry to make sure that all the colors and the parameter that affect the water is can pass and can overflow to the river. So in Batu Pahat, for the textile industry in Batu Pahat, they have a invention, or they have a own pond, okay, water quality pond. Okay, so and each industry have their own pond, they have own filter, they have own invention to make sure that filter can pass to the river. So if this industry not achieve the standard, our government or the agencies can sue the industry. So every industry have their own invention, or they have own their technology to make sure flow to the river. So many technology, for sure there's many technology. For example, they have water pollution pond, they have a filter, big filter, they use bead or activated carbon to reduce the color. So there are a lot of technology in water quality to make sure that all the industry pass the standard. But the problem is, okay, the industry, because the problem is the people that have a bad habit, and they throw the trash to the river, they throw the oil to the river, and then it can give impact to the river, to the water resource. So how to make sure all this bad person. So it's difficult. It's difficult to us. It's difficult to all people. This is from education. That's from education, from the school. Okay, thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Adib. And for Mr. Inayat Taufik, that's the answer from Mr. Adib. Thank you, Mr. Adib. Just one question. Now I would like to display your certificate.
Okay, thank you, Intan.
This is for you, the certificate as a keynote speaker. And once more for steering committee and advisory board.
Thank you, Narotama.
Thank you, Mr. Adib. Thanks to joining this event.
All right, thank you all. See you again, Intan.
Thank you.
Come to UTHM. Follow Pak Ihsan, Pak Israndi, Pak Iwan. Come to UTHM. I'll show you the mangrove area.
I come to Surabaya, and from Bali to Surabaya, and from Surabaya to Malaysia.
Malaysia, yeah. But I want to go to Surabaya first. I want to see Pak Ihsan and Pak Iwan. I'm really missing.
You can come to Bali.
Oh, inshallah. Oh, you're from Bali, yeah, Intan?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Nice to know you.
Thank you, Mr. Adib. And for the next presenter is Dr. Insinyur Haris Muhammadun, ATD MMIPU. Good afternoon, Mr. Haris.
Good afternoon, Intan.
Good afternoon. Dr. Haris is a chairman of the Jakarta City Transportation Council. Please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Let me introduce myself. I'm Haris Muhammadun, chairman of the Jakarta City Transportation Council. I'm here today to present about progress of implementation electric transportation in Jakarta, integrated transportation toward Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free. The purpose of my presentation to explain the important thing of electric transportation, especially for make Jakarta Blue Sky. My presentation will take about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, Intan.
10 until 15 minutes, Mr. Haris.
15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, we start. Okay, firstly, I want to say congratulations for Jakarta in worldwide cities traffic jam ranking by TomTom Index. As we can see on the screen, the Jakarta traffic jam ranking 2017 until 2021 show that there is an increase in performance, especially about traffic jam level. You know, ranking number 4 in 2017 with traffic jam level 61%. Ranking number 2 in 2018 with traffic jam level 53%. Ranking number 10 in 2019 with traffic jam level same 53%. And in 2020 improve ranking number 31 with traffic jam level 36%. And now ranking number 46 in 2021 with traffic jam level 34%. Yeah, we can think about pandemic COVID era maybe, but all the country in the world same. We can see beside this Jakarta traffic jam ranking, Istanbul include the Big Ten, number 1 traffic congestion, Moscow, Kiev, even Bogota. Bogota, in 2003, Bogota make a prototype develop busway in Jakarta, but now Bogota still Big Ten traffic congestion worldwide ranking. Blessing to Allah because Jakarta until now exit to the Big Ten traffic jam cities traffic by TomTom Index. Okay, next slide. I'd like to give you an overview of Jakarta City Transportation Council. Bring the tagline Synergy and Collaboration. Since 2003, Jakarta City Transportation Council is independent institution in Jakarta as consultation and coordination forum between society and local government. Legal base for Jakarta City Transportation Council, there are 4 legal base from Jakarta Regulation and Governor Regulation. And member of Jakarta City Transportation Council consists of 7 elements from university, from transportation expert, from transportation business, from transportation user, from transportation non-government organization, NGO, from transportation operator, and from ex officio, especially from local transportation office and local police office. So, member of Jakarta City Transportation Council completely participant. Yeah, so because Jakarta have a lot of problem, especially transportation problem. And job description of the Jakarta City Transportation Council to collect society aspiration and give consideration about Jakarta transportation policy for governor and vice governor. Yeah, this overview Jakarta City Transportation Council. This slide, we will be looking at supporting and society aspiration about Jakarta transportation electrification. I will divide to 3 conditions. The first one, actually Jakarta people have high interest about electrification transportation, but still skeptic about product capability, infrastructure available, and sale price. Because now electric vehicle still higher price. The second one, it's situation like that, like this. And several times, still userless because spare parts still not yet more available. And they need thinking about again. And then charging time, charging time takes so a long time, will make a weakness for users as high mobility. Beside infrastructure electric vehicle still limited edition, limited place, charging time station still limited. They make weakness for user because usually people of Jakarta high mobility. And then the third one is condition. It's condition like this: ready or not ready, but be ready. This sentence: ready or not ready, but be ready. If not ready, will be losses with other countries. Actually, it's good technology. Is very good to reduce pollution and also make energy efficient. Electric transportation must welcome to Jakarta, welcome to Indonesia. Even Indonesia rich of the resources, especially nickel. Nickel. So and positioning Indonesia by presidency G20 to make opportunity to increase electric transportation. And now I think I very glad because Narotama University can world conference to be in the topic. Okay, next slide. After that, we'll talk about Jakarta City Transportation Council recommendation for governor about transportation integrated for Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free. Jakarta City Transportation Council have 8 pillars. Number one, the first pillars, organization reform. Because organization reform is basic needed to move faster. So the first pillars, organization reform. The second pillars, collaboration of community and stakeholders. We need collaboration with community and stakeholders because Jakarta City Transportation Council must to do collecting aspiration, collecting data for consideration transportation policy for governor and vice governor. The third pillar, strengthening budgeting for public transportation. Jakarta need more budgeting for improve public transportation services, especially to achieve transportation safety and transportation health. In pandemic COVID-19 era, the operator public transportation in Jakarta not only transportation safety, but transportation health. Therefore, I think strengthening budgeting for public transportation for very, very important. The fourth pillars, balancing demand supply of public transportation. Efficiency and effectiveness absolutely important, but for keep good services is also important too. So yeah, balancing demand supply for public transportation in Jakarta very important. The fifth pillars, integrated of land use and transportation. Yeah, Jakarta now have already changed from car-oriented development to move to transit-oriented development. So integrated of land and of land use and transportation to make a better area, especially to surrounding public transportation node. I think need to do in Jakarta. And the six pillars, sustainable push and pull policy. Yeah, push and pull policy. Finally, to increase public transportation user, we need push and pull policy. Push and pull policy to supporting public transportation user in Jakarta. And the seven pillars, widening mass transit network. In 5 years ago in Jakarta, the coverage mass transit network in Jakarta still 48%, but now have already 82%. And finally, the 8 pillars to make moda share public transportation achieve to 60%. Now, these pillars, based on these pillars, Jakarta City Transportation Council send recommendation for governor about transportation integrated acceleration solution toward economic strengthening. It's very important for public transportation strategy in COVID-19 pandemic era, based on technical analysis from all aspects. This is point of recommendation from Jakarta City Transportation Council to Governor at 7 August 2020. There are 6 recommendations. Number 1, to increase access from commercial area to public transportation node. Now Jakarta station, for example, Tebet Station, Duku Atas Station, Pasar Senen Station, to make better situation and condition. And the second recommendation, collaboration between developer and public transportation management to make added value. Now transit-oriented development focus to make how to increase land value surrounding public transportation node area. Number 3 recommendation, my recommendation of transportation integrated for Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free. Number 3, intensification parking revenue and area surrounding public transportation nodes. And number 4, to make efficient public transportation cost. Public transportation cost must to force to low and affordable to people, because if Jakarta want to increase modal share public transportation, achieve 60%, so need to make efficient public transportation cost. And then number 5, acceleration for running of electric road pricing, ERP in Jakarta. ERP until now still progress. And number 6, recalculation non-fare box revenue from public transportation operator. Non-fare box revenue, if to arrange with modern methods, with a better method, I think non-fare book revenue to be higher revenue. Yes, this recommendation, I think the all recommendation toward transportation integrated for Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free, and this is draft recommendation Jakarta City Transportation Council in 2022 toward transportation integrated for Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free. How now still need recommendation for Jakarta Blue Sky and traffic jam free, because recommendation from Jakarta City Transportation Council to consider governor and vice governor to run transportation policy. And this slide, draft recommendation. Let's discuss more about draft recommendation. There are 5 draft recommendation. Number 1, acceleration to run ERP, electronic road pricing. In the first semester in 2022, Jakarta will start to build ERP, electronic road pricing, from CSW. CSW is placed from the South Jakarta, to Bundaran HI, to Bundaran HI as a pilot project. If successful, to run other corridor. So electronic road pricing included push and pull policy. If now Jakarta already to increase public transportation policy, but private vehicle not force, not pull. I think not to be clear this policy. So ERP will be success to make people in Jakarta not use private car, but change the public transportation. Number 2, acceleration electrification for Transjakarta bus. Transjakarta include corporate under local government in Jakarta. Transjakarta bus, I think, must pioneer to use electric vehicle, and in the close time, minimally about 100 electric bus to operation. Next month perhaps. And number 3, acceleration electrification transportation infrastructure. Jakarta must accelerate to build charging station in the public area, for example, office center, retail center, public transportation area, and so on. And next, number 4, my draft recommendation from Jakarta City Transportation Council, acceleration regulation that range incentive electric mobile in Jakarta. This case, incentive for electric vehicle users very important to accelerate society change from fuel vehicle to electric vehicle. Now several company, for example Hyundai, for example several merek from Japan, from Europe, to build electric vehicle. And acceleration regulation that's an incentive electric, I think need to interest to increase high interest in Jakarta to use electric vehicle. For example, I think the typical incentive electric mobile in Jakarta, tag free, maybe not tag free, discount maybe, and parking free, parking free I think can, but discount for the tax in electric vehicle. And the last, to support regulation about limitation used car operational in Jakarta. Jakarta need regulation about limitation used cars operational in Jakarta. I'm sure this is sensitive issue, but Jakarta need this regulation. How many age of used cars? About 20 years, 30 years, must choose. And now Jakarta City Transportation Council and several university to do study how many used car operational in Jakarta to be very relevant. Okay, and then we can see this slide. We'll consider about lesson learned of implementation gas energy for transportation. You know, gas energy, the last time this policy not successful because gas energy policy still weakness, especially charging station, gas station to be limited in Jakarta. And lesson learned by gas energy, I think effectiveness electric vehicle in Jakarta for people society must be changed, and to support to regulation, to policy to support electric vehicle in Jakarta. ARP will reduce private vehicle user, and it
I remind
has.
for the time, Mr. Haris.
Okay, one slide again. It's not budgeting for electrification transportation programs. Electrification or public transportation can become richer electric vehicle. Coverage available electric charging can support sustainable electric vehicle. Subsidize and incentive will make interest to people for use electric vehicle and leave conventional vehicle. Limitation and conventional vehicle will warranty emission control. So finally, Jakarta City Transportation Council hope about transportation electrification in Jakarta faster and better, because alone is not focused, but synergy and collaboration can be smoother. Let synergy and collaborate for better transportation. And now we'll be happy to answer any question you may have. If you have any question, I'll be pleased to answer him. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih, Mbak Intan.
Thank you, Mr. Haris. I explained about implementation electric transportation in Jakarta, integrated transportation toward Jakarta Blue Sky. Are there any questions for Mr. Haris? Maybe I want to ask you one question.
Okay.
About the recommendation from Jakarta City Transportation Council for Governor. From 6 recommendation, how did the governor respond?
Yeah, now in Jakarta, especially my recommendation number one. Yeah, number one. You know, now in Jakarta, especially Duku Atas Station. Duku Atas Station can be accessed from to all people, disabled, to be clear, to accessibilities, yeah, to access this station, not exclusive but inclusive. So, you know, Jakarta Kota Station. Jakarta Station can be make the zero emission. Means this area in Jakarta Kota Station limited vehicle but only bike or pedestrian. So yeah, Jakarta seriously to make blue sky and traffic jam free. And I think from 6 recommendation, yeah, 80%, yeah, 80% will be run. This situation, Miss Intan.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat petang, Pak.
Hey, halo.
Saya Dr. Fadil.
Fadil, okay.
Thank you for the presentation and sharing. I really appreciate it. I love Jakarta so much. I've been there before. And yes, based on my experience, we have a lot of traffic jam there.
Yeah.
But one thing that interests my eye views when I was in Jakarta, I found there is some sort of what we call it, the motorcyclists that are carrying people. They're taking some what they call it in Jakarta.
Yeah, motorcycle. I think still problem. Yeah, still problem because too much motorcycle in the road in Jakarta. And you know, the last time the policy Jakarta
which is stable and equivalent to standard to segment the scope of include efficiency,
I think double voice, yeah.
Rehabilitation.
Yeah, Pak Diki. We are interrupting the session. Okay, sorry, Pak Aris.
Okay, yeah. The last time, local Jakarta government to limitation operation motorcycle, especially the main road Jakarta Tamrin. But you know, after election issues, yeah, motorcycle to be free to all road, main road and secondary road in Jakarta free. And in fact, yeah, motorcycle must to arrange to limitation area or I think area and time, yeah, time schedule time. For example, the traffic jam maybe only secondary route, not main route. I think like this, Mr. Idris, ideal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harris. I think enough because we don't have much time. Thanks for the great presentation. Now I would like to display your certificate.
Okay.
Thank you for your participation in this event as a keynote speaker. And once more for steering committee and advisory board. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Okay, thank you, Intan. Thank you, Pak Iksan, my friend.
Now we go to next speaker, Insinyur Haji Eri Heriadi. Are you joined with us, Mr. Eri Heriadi? Mr. Eri Heriadi? Okay, because Mr. Eri Heriadi, I think, not join in our Zoom. We go to next speaker, Mr. Imam Harta. Yeah, Mr. Imam Hartawan. Are you here, Mr. Imam Hartawan? Yeah.
Bintan.
Yeah.
For the speakers, I have checked on the Zoom. All of them are not here yet.
Yeah.
Especially from Italy. Italy, they are not here. And then also Bapak Eri Haryadi and Imam also haven't joined with us. And for Professor Dr. Aujendra Bukut, give us information that he is not in a good condition and in the bad health. And then, yeah, we don't have any keynote speaker.
Oh.
Oh, maybe we can start also with Professor Sattar, because I think he is already joining with us. Prof. Sattar.
Yeah, I think I will call Ibu Ani.
Oh yes, I'm here. Prof. Sattar. Okay, so Sattar is here.
Ibu Ani. Are you with us? Pak, saya umumkan.
Okay, so Prof. is already here. Presentation. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine and thank you.
Ibu Lintan.
Yeah.
We have Professor.
Yes. Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San from Quest Nawabshah. I'm sorry, Nawabshah, Pakistan. I'm sorry.
Yes, from Pakistan.
Yes. Thank you. Please start your presentation about
thank you.
10 until 15 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, the chair of the conference being organized with the support or cooperation of European Union. And I'm thankful to the rector of Naotama University and vice rector. At the same time, the organizing committee of this conference. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about something that is very desires for developing countries, particularly the European Union's projects are also supporting such areas of the research and project. So today I am going to talk about something that is actually related to the ICT, Information and Communication Technologies, and I am also related with that area since 2001. I also worked in a telecom company for more than 10 years. After that, I joined a university and got my PhD degree from University Technology Petronas, Malaysia in 2016. And after that, still I am supervising the students in the same area related to the ICT and teaching the same subject. So this area really belongs to me and my research area. Before going towards, I would like to tell you that today's topic is about the cooperative communication techniques and problems for marine communication using evaporation duct channel. Because we are since long we are using the wireless communication technology that support us to be communicated wirelessly before the birth of broadband data and like that. We have had several sources of communication, starting from wired communication to the wireless communication, and wireless communication starting from mobile to the then satellite and many things. But the area still is being digged out, or people are working more. And it's interesting. Actually, the marine communication, the very means cheap and high quality of services system should be provided for the maritime communication, because the exploration on the earth is almost its saturation. Now the focus on the natural resources in the sea are being digged out from the various corners. So the communication always give a lot of support in these areas. So in today's topic, the cooperative communication means the system that may support our services cooperatively by using the ICT systems or devices. So as we know that communication system is actually categorized in the two networks. One is the wired network, other one is the wireless network. In wireless networks, we have satellite communication networks, and other one is the terrestrial network. What is happening for marine communication nowadays? It is combination of satellite and terrestrial network, the network that is on the land. But terrestrial network only supporting the ships or the island near to the shore. The island that is away from the shore are the oil fields and other things which are inside the sea, in the deep sea. They don't have the reach of the terrestrial network. They have only the support from the satellite communication, and through satellite it is very difficult to have the dedicated communication with the end user, or either they will have to use the specialized devices that may support the higher range of frequencies broadcasted from the satellite. So to facilitate in that area, a new solution is always being studied now, and the work is being already started. A lot of research is conducted in that area. That is the cooperative based communication, and the cooperative devices are said to be the related compared with the satellite. Satellite is also, but it is in these devices may help us to reduce that cost at a optimal level. So and nowadays the communication between CA user and the rest of the world is generally through satellite. So it is extremely costly. High speed, wide coverage. The in a marine environment faces segment of ocean surface that often causes sorry for little disturbance due to the network. So deployment of such networks in marine environment faces significant challenges because of the natural movement of ocean surface that often causes the motion of the station that leads to the variation in quality of communication channel. Because the ships are always moving in the sea, and that causes in variation in the characteristics of the channel. So therefore, applying appropriate wireless technology to maritime to extend the internet coverage at an acceptable cost has become highly attractive and highly demanding. Particularly the countries which have a lot of sea in their vicinity or nearby, or in the sea. So we have these scenarios over here. Mostly we see that all the submarine system or the ships getting the internet or wireless access through the satellite only, or some area where there is a shore, and near the shore, nearby the shore area, there is a wireless access and from the terrestrial system. But when these devices, these ships and some oil field or in the deep sea, they don't have the reach from this coastal area or the shore area. So means that they don't have any terrestrial network connectivity. Providing these facilities have again a problem, because when we see and we go to this sea, we see on the surface of sea, we see an evaporation. Actually, the technologies are have given name to that evaporation, that is the channel, evaporation duct. It is developed due to the vaporization, and the height of that evaporation duct is up to the 100 meter. Now the ICT technologists are using that channel, evaporation duct channel, as the wireless communication channel by extending the characteristics of that channel, because the characteristics of the free space channel are different than the channel or evaporation duct channel over the sea. There will be a lot of vapor particles, and there may be a lot of problem in propagation of the wireless signal. So a lot of techniques are being proposed, and problem of multi-path threading in the that channel is being studied, and problem has been solved. So better to give them a cooperative based system, cooperative communication system that may support the ships or the island stations in the deep sea. Like that, this here we have scenario that nowadays, suppose we are providing the internet or a wireless communication system from the earth through the satellite to the ship, and from the ship we have the lot of people working under the ground, under the sea, or any war equipment inside the sea are moving there and getting communication from this ship. But if we will have a thoroughly terrestrial channel, then what happen? We have this channel from satellite to the this ship. The character of this channel is different. But when a device or the small ship and other ship communicating each other, the channel characters are different. So we may have receiving devices may have different characteristics and application. So to have the same means pattern equipment, we must have a wireless communication channel and system that may support the one device at a time. So for this, when we see that there is the evaporation duct on the surface of the sea, we have this channel. This that is said to be the evaporation duct boundary or the channel, and signal are required to be transmitted through this channel. So for solving this problem, to increase the capacity and reach and make a cooperation among these all devices, all ships communicating together, we require two technologies. One is the MIMO technology, and MIMO supports the cooperative communication, that is the relay technology. So in MIMO technology, we have multiple antennas, and that are already tested. Several thousand antennas are being deployed on one device, and they help us to increase the capacity and also increase the range of the internet or the wireless access, so that increase the coverage and capacity through the diversity. When we are going to use the multiple antennas, definitely diversity and the capacity of that channel increases, that reduce the bit rate. So here we have scenario that if we have a BTS or the tower at the shore, and we have these relay stations, maybe deployed on these ships or extending the range to another ships. So this type of this scenario, having the relay that help us to transmit the information by using the multiple relay station, that helps to increase the diversity, that is said to be the cooperative diversity. So in the dual hop network or multi-hop, the hops can be increased from earth station, from the base station at the shore. We can increase the number of these hops. When one hop, dual as one hop, two hop, third, second, and so on can be increased in the cascading. So in dual hub cooperative communication, relay node receives single transmitted from the source, then forward to the destination. So relay assisted marine wireless network can extend the reach and capacity of the internet to the ships in deep sea, and dual hope single relay scheme have been developed already. So it is advantageous to develop a dual hope and multi hope relay schemes over the marine environment. Cooperative communication for dual net wireless transmission is an exciting recent research area in the physical layer. We have this same layer, so it is actually the we deal with the physical layer. So for exploitation of diversity, we have the three parameters for the signal, that are time, frequency, and space. So in the time, transmitting the same signal over the 8 different time slots. It means interleaving of the symbols over a large block. Frequency domain, transmitting the same signal over a large bandwidth, exceeding coherent bandwidth of the channel. For example, we can say the speed spectrum modulation can be used. In space, transmitting of the same signal over multiple antennas. When this technology is now increasing worldwide that are separated enough to create independent fading channels, that is the MIMO, spatial diversity, and spatial multiplexing, in which independent data streams are provided by using the various antennas. So what we get from this actually capacity maximization and minimum mean square minimization. So this both can be achieved this problem, and with the focus is on the maximizing throughput between the source and destination. And problem is that how much information can be transmitted under a transmit power constraint, because we have always the power transfer constraint in the wireless communication. So the MIMO help us to increase the same data by using the constraints of the power and transmission using single antenna. The same power can be used in the transmit data by using multiple antennas, and that multiple user antenna can reduce the minimum mean square error rate of the wireless channel. So in that in the MIMO configuration, we have open loop and closed loop. Several techniques for open loop. We have STBC coding, automatic coding, blast coding. Several means there's no channel. Means without, they are just signal being designed or pre-coded or formulated according to the predefined values of the channel. Just to see the channel, already we get the parameters and add in the open loop system and transmit signal. But another system, the real-time data acquisition of the channel, then transmit signal, that is the closed loop, in which we have several techniques like the beamforming, SVD, MMSC, zero forcing, many techniques. The researchers are working on that, and this is also an open area for the new researchers to go and dig out and to apply these all signal processing techniques like SVD, MMSC, zero forcing, MRC, water filling. These can help them to decrease the interference among various antennas, because when you are going to use various antennas, there will be the correlation between these, and correlation is nothing, that is interference among these antennas at both transmission side and at the receiving time. These are the problem of the, we have advantages, but at the same time when we are going to get some advantages, we have some problems and challenges. So these challenges all can be solved by using this type of signal processing technique will be applied, and then after applying these techniques on the signal, we transmit signal that reduces the interference and other issues associated with the transmission of wireless system. So important design problem parameters are issues, as I said, that in cooperative communication for wireless under consideration, that help us that have an impact on the optimization process as well as the performance of cooperative relay network. In our case, like maritime. So first, the power constraint. It is important to know whether a power constraint applies per node or per information flow. If the power constraint applies to the flow, if then introducing more relays, then give power to be shared between these relays. So then how then this power can be shared? Again, a research challenge. How we can share the power among the various relays, cooperatively communicating between the user and the transmitter RBTS. So most practical application obey the power constraint per node, that is adding new relay node injects extra power into the system. Other one is the resource optimization. It is important to determine a priori whether resources for nodes in cooperative relay systems are optimized depending on various network parameters. Suppose one could decide to allocate more power to the relay node as compared to the source. If the distance between relay and destination is larger than between source and relay, most practical application is still refrain from performing such an optimization as the involved overhead is still too large. Third one is the interference between flows. The system can be designed such that there is no interference between the information flows generated by the source and relay. Third one is the feedback. Fourth one is the feedback. There is a strong impact of feedback availability for CSI, that is the channel state information, from the relay to the source or from the destination to the relay. The CSI may be perfect or instantaneous realization, and imperfect CSI means average channel realization or having some channel estimation error in that information. Based on this information, the signal is being processed up and transmitted to the destination. So with a feedback channel, the performance of system is improved because it facilitates a special water filling, that is optimal power allocation for antenna in a MIMO system and deep recording. Fifth one is the level of relay mobility. If the relays have mobility like the case of ships, then their mobility will strongly impact the performance of the system. Because due to the mobility, the signal power is disturbed or weakened or attenuated, that causes the decrease in the bandwidth or data rate of the information that is being transmitted from the source. So that causes fast fading in the channel that can produce channel estimation error. Due to these error, system performance decrease at large and are strongly recommended to be modulated. Again, there's a problem. As I said, that we are here to share some problems that are associated, and we need to look in through the research. That is again the modulation problem here. That is problem that caused due to the fast fading, and that is fast fading that is due to the movement of the ships, mobility of the ships in the sea. Fifth one is the multi-user scenario. Instead of using single destination, multiple users can access the relay node, and there may be interference among these users. So the interference among multiple users also is a problem that is need to be solved through the research. So here we have scenario, and suppose we say we have source, and that is one ship, and other destination maybe another ship, either end, and in between there we may have one relay station can be, or several relay station can be. We have a source at the shore, and we have destination at the inside the ship, inside the sea, and we have several moving ships inside that. And now we are using these ships as a relaying station that may help to extend the our data or the network from source means shore to the deep sea. And here we have channel and status of channel H, HRD, HRC, these all channel are actually nothing. These are channel that I initially said that it is the evaporation deck channel. So based on the means this information, we have, as I said, that we have feedback system. On that system, we always design this transmitter. Transmission of the is based on the feedback that is taken from the relay to the source or from the destination to the source. Then these sources are relays pre-code or beamform the signal for the transmission. So we have just this picture represent the types of the channel information for designing the transmitter system of the relay station or the transmitter. These are little things that I try to share with you people that are very demanding nowadays for the new researcher working in the area of communication, and that may help us also to more explore to facilitate or to invent new systems for maritime network. And thank you very much for your time and listening to me. I am again thankful for the chair of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satar from Pakistan. There are two questions from Inayat. For dual hop multiple relay, which frequency that recommended to use? And is this relay concept using SIP relay and MIMO antenna have been tested?
Yes, we have a broad spectrum in the wireless communication. We have divided that from that large spectrum, we have smaller spectrum or subband for particular communication. We say FM, we say FM radio, we say television, we say satellite, we say mobile communication for just like the GSM. We have a specified frequency band for those. But when we are for the single antenna system, mostly used in wireless or simple in our mobile system, but due to the demand of increased demand of the data rate, like the 3G, beyond the 5G, LTE and 6G network, the demand of data is increasing day by day. So this solution is only can be solved by providing the multiple antennas. The same data will be transmitted by using the all the same antenna. Frequency will be the same. Frequency will be the same for every antenna. But the band, we are increasing the band. We are increasing the channel actually. It is similar to the highway system. When we have single line system, we cannot move the larger traffic on that single line road. If we have a motorway having the several lines, we have increased the capacity. How we are going to manage it? Separating these highways into the smaller paths. In the same way, the same bigger volume can be bigger volume data can be transmitted by using the various antennas. The power limitation will be same as similar to the single antenna. And frequency spectrum the same will be used as the recommended are used by the all GSM technologies. Yes, one thing only when the problem that when we would use the evaporation duct channel, we need a special antennas to be to design. Like we have special antenna for satellite to deal with the gigahertz frequency. Definitely for the evaporation duct channel where we have evaporation and their evaporation and vaporized particle of the vapor are there, we need a strong signal. Then the more power will be required to transmit the signal with the same frequency. So there will be no impact on frequency. Frequency will be range will be the same, but the power of the signal will be different as we have this in space. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satar, for your answer. Your presentation is really adds to our knowledge. And for Inayat Taufik, thanks for the question. I think enough is one question. Now I would like to display your certificate.
Hello. Yes. Sorry.
Please wait for your certificate.
Thank you.
This is hello, Damayanti. Can you display Mr. Satar certificate?
Yeah, okay, wait, yeah.
This is your certificate, Professor Satar. Thanks for you to be a keynote speaker for this event. See you next time in another event. Thank you, Professor Abdul Satar. Nice to meet you in this moment. So now we go to the last keynote speaker. For the last keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Palto Ranjandata. He is from Center for Business and Economic Research, London, United Kingdom. Are you here, Professor Palto?
Yes, I have joined. I have just joined. You know that I thought that I'll be joining around 1 o'clock, but now somehow I managed to join. That's okay. I'm here. I'm here. Let me, if I can, share my PowerPoint. Just 1 minute.
Yes, please. You can start your presentation, Professor Data.
I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you just respond? Am I audible?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, I'll do now. Let me see. Okay. Oh, where is my? Okay, that's okay. Now, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, the organizer for inviting me to join this conference and share my thoughts with other participants. And also, before I start, I would like to say special thanks to Professor Sattar. You know that I'm not in that specific field, but I thought that I have consumed what you have explained, the very simple way you have explained very complex phenomenon. Professor Sattar, that was most interesting and stimulating presentations. Thank you so much. Conference chair, this is Dr. Datta. You know that it was a stormy day yesterday and night, but it looks this morning is better and calm. Now, I'll be speaking something, the topic which is very close to everyone, and as you all are the researcher and academics, educators, and contributing to the academy and body of knowledge, I thought that I'm going to bring something different which we need, all of us. So therefore, my topic today is not conventional any areas that is linked to the conference, but that is obviously overall has the direct link and the relevance to the conference. The topic you can see is demystifying research paper writing. So I'll be talking about the demystifying scientific research. Now, one thing we all must understand that the people, the society always respect educators and also researchers because they don't speculate. And you can see what is happening around last few weeks or few months, around the middle of Europe. We all see all the speculations, fabrications, and so on. But educators and academics and researchers, you are the truth seekers. You don't duplicate or fabricate. So you work with method, with integrity and camaraderie. Everyone, as part of the institutional integrity, we must produce publication, we must contribute to the body of knowledge, and we must bring our research output. And you all are attending today to share your research output to others. And this is one of the obligations for researcher and an academic, that disseminating our ideas so that it can be used better way for the betterment, progress, and development of the society. And I strongly believe that the societal progress, national progress and prosperity only can come through the very good quality research. So therefore, research is most important. Now, I have divided the area into two specific sections. First section, I'm going to focus on demystifying scientific research. Means to understand what does it mean and what we need to do, especially to understand the ontological perspective and epistemological perspective of doing research. And second part is more practical, how normally we do carry out the research. This particular second part is based on my own practical experience, working for the last 14-15 years as editor-in-chief for one of the journal, and what experience and observation I had based on this paper is really constructed. Now, these are the key learning outcome. Let me come to the points. When I said that educator need to produce publication, and we all are the researcher. What's the mindset of a researcher? We need to understand the orientation of an individual who are entering into the research. That I just came yesterday from Dubai, and there's a big conference organized by a number of universities jointly. And I was speaking again, the mindset of an individual, that entrepreneur. And I feel that that's something as proposed by Nelson Winter and Sydney Winter a long time back, that there must be some universal conception. Those things can be used universally in any context. And I felt that the mindset of an individual, mindset of an academic, mindset of a researcher should have some common ground. So when we are, we all are within the academia, and we understand what we are doing, what contribution we are making, and what contribution we should make to the development of the organization, to the development of the society, to the development of the nations. And I feel that first one is derived from the philosophy of Sartre, thinking about your thinking. As my starting point, I have started that we don't have any room to speculate. We are the truth seekers, and we don't fabricate or something false information passing, because our responsibility, our information can cause a lot of problems for the society. Therefore, we must think not only within the box, but outside the box. An academic or a researcher must think broader way. Means our task is to find out the truth from within the ambiguity, within the that is not within the complex phenomenon. So therefore, we are not thinking the normal way or standard way. It is a complex phenomenon to dig out the actual truth. Curiosity is another thing. If we don't have the curiosity, if we don't have, it is most important for researchers to ask challenging questions, challenge the situations. We don't accept everything what other people want to say. And I'm sure that we all are nowadays, I feel, I was just talking this morning with someone, it seems that curiosity has gone. Whatever is TV, the radio or media or that social media are saying, we try to that accept to some extent, but academia cannot afford it. So we all must have the innate curiosity, ability to discern, and you are here to discern your ideas, to disseminate with some other people, because when we are meeting, when we have something new, we always try to bring this to the attention of other people. So discernment is another way that a researcher must have. Skepticism, a degree of skepticism is most important. Whether we are trying to investigate an empirical research, whether we are trying to get the theoretical research, or even the case studies, skepticism must be there. We don't accept, that I think the comparison and contrasting between the literatures and other areas is vital for all of us. And as a researcher, we must have the mindset to break something new, to bring something new. That newness, that innovativeness should come from the chaotic situations, from the complexities, from uncertainties. Means as a researcher, your mindset should be that is not something, is another publications we are writing, but we are bringing and contributing to the body of knowledge that will actually help the society to progress and prosper. And also as a researcher, another key point is that determinations means, I'm going to say, hello, is that okay? Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Please continue. Background noise. Yes. So determination is another point, which is most important. When I'm saying that aspirations and the dreams and the determination that will bring us to have the real focus. Without the concentration and focus, we can't do. When the people are saying, is it possible? I'm sometimes see that people are asking, is it possible to have the publication within 7 days? I'm really a bit puzzled and perplexed. Someone is saying that, well, I would like to publish 6-7 publications within 1 year. That's something. I think the researcher cannot work like this without having a focused and the determinations and having the real mindset. Now, I'll skip this. I would like to see also that misconception about research. That the many, the colleagues, the academics and researchers, some of the misconception we found that, a lot of, even if you look at the UK context, it is not necessarily always that having the number of publication every year to be promoted. But I know that many countries, you need a certain number of publications to be promoted, and this is part and parcel of your academic life. I have seen that many doctoral students and many junior academics, they think that, oh, no, research is not for me. That it is too difficult, it's too complex. It is always something, that is laboratory based. I'm sure that when you think about the research, you think some complex phenomenon, means someone, I am from radiophysics. My first degree and second degree was from plasma physics. So I know that we have to sit down or stand the whole day focusing on microscopic view, looking at something. And people may think of research something like that. Research only, and people think research is for the researcher, the people who are with intellectual wisdom. This is, I feel, that another misconception. Research can be done anyone. We all are doing research. Even someone without having any education, we are doing research, but different scale. You are going for shopping, you are cooking something, or you are eating something. We all do the research. But when you talk about the academia, about the research on certain domains, that has some systematic outcomes, that has some systematic implementations. But I feel that, whatever we do in normal life, research something belongs to our life. Research not something is outside our initial thinking box. It is the part and parcel what we do, the type of problems you are facing, the type of challenges you are facing. So think, research, and write. This is the another. So people think that, okay, first things, first read and write. I always feel that this is another way that we are sometimes cannot finish something. I have met many people who started their PhD but could not finish even after 6-7 years because they think that, oh, whatever they know is not enough. You know, research, you must read and same time start to write and think. Say all this must come simultaneously. So what I'm trying to say, research can be done, can be conducted by anyone, irrespective who you are, but you must have a certain mindset and you must apply a systematic process. I think all of us, even that when we are eating something, when we are walking on the street, when you are going for shopping, or you are planning to cook something for 100 people, everything has the methods. So that's why I'm always saying that within the research, 3 things is most important: methods, and I'll come back to the points integrity and the camaraderie. So without methods and integrity, the world will become the dangerous place. Now, I think this is here. What is scientific research? That's I'm just putting in 3. MIC is the method, means we always are applying a systematic methods, means humans, the individual special researchers and academics are more curious and they're always asking, that what is happening? That is the ontological perspective for researcher and why it is happening. Now, I was thinking yesterday, I was walking just on the side by the park and the many trees are just that came out from its roots. So what's happened yesterday is a heavy storm throughout UK, and why it is happening, that is the epistemological perspective we always asking. I think researchers are the best people to ask questions. Only ask, and ask. A scientific research must follow a systematic procedures, a system, the process and the procedures. It cannot be just chaotic and a hegemonic way of looking at your work. Research study begins with personal observations of the researcher, and of course, at the end of the day, what we are saying, apply the method, means the system starts somewhere and then the process and ends somewhere. Integrity is the honesty, transparency, that you are not duplicating, you are not fabricating, or you are not speculating. Honesty everywhere, the ethical concept of the research, even the ethics or ethical aspect within the research must come from even thinking process. Through the process of the literature review, what you are ensuring, what is the scientific integrity, how you ensure the vulnerability, the confidentiality, anonymity, so the interview and also the process of data collections and analyzing, and even the way you are bringing the data output or communicating or disseminating. Every stages you must have. I think that the biggest war happened even in the world. We have plenty of example because of lack of integrity in the research. So we intentionally sometimes become dishonest, or maybe intentionally producing the unauthentic informations to favor some groups or to favor some national government or to favor someone. I think the researchers are the best the individual to make sure they are not suppressed or they are not influenced by any groups, any people, any organizations, or anyone. They must have that high degree of honesty. And camaraderie, this is what is happening now. Professor Satta presented his paper. It's quite interesting paper. And everyone, you are coming here presenting more papers. At the end of the day, you will be publishing. Why? To have the good interactions, to mingle with other people. Now we are mingling and interacting each other via the virtual means. But face to face, we are mingling. Why? To share our ideas, maybe to have the intra-university collaborations, to have the joint collaboration, joint research collaboration. So that is the camaraderie at the end of the day. So method, integrity, and camaraderie, this is oil fitting within the research community. Now, let's see, that part is purely based on my own experience working 14 years, and the data is collected based on the journals and based on more than 350 in the review comments. Now, we are living in an open age, publishing. Since the last 30 years, due to the globalizations and technological advancement, the massive, unprecedented level of changes happening or happened within the publishing is unbelievable. 30 years back, even I didn't hear many of the things we are hearing nowadays. The Scopus, L-shape, indexing, and so on. People tend to publish within the that closed that access publications, subscription based, and only the research was concentrated within the few countries. Normally, North America, especially USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the European countries. The 90% research have been happened in major advanced countries, but nowadays I can see that many parts of the world, the academics, the institutions, the government, they're bringing their ideas, innovations, and getting out many research. Nowadays, the part of the research or substantial part of the academic institutional activities focusing on research because of ranking. Now I'm observing that last 20 years, the way many countries, think about that Indonesia, think about Malaysia, Thailand, Pakistan even, the many institutions are coming within the higher ranking, within the top 1,000 QS ranking. I was just observing that the Arab Emirates, 10 universities now within top 750 in the QS ranking. So many organizations and institutions are actually investing and focusing on research and research. Now, if I move to that how to make a proper publication, we need to understand what is really good paper. What is a best paper that has the huge impact on society and body of knowledge? I'm not talking about another paper that you need to publish as part of the academic responsibilities. A good paper must contribute to the body of knowledge properly and substantial scale. It has the originality, relevance, and also the clarity, structure, and quality of writing. And many of us nowadays, if you look at for the last 20 years, what is happening, that more than 50% research is coming from that outside developed nations, such as China is one of the the country which really focusing millions of research produced over the last 20 years. The India, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, even the Russia. You can say 31 Russian universities now is a top 1,000. 31. Even 20 years back, we had just only 2 Russian universities. So many government educational institutions, the ministry and the higher education authority, they have now concerted strategy how we can make research as the real tools to increase the teaching and learning experience. It must have the relevance, references and timing, global focus, a good title, keywords, and well-written abstract. Many of us, as I said, the English is not our first language. I think we must take the precautions and the proper care when we are publishing, and especially through the editing and proofreading to make this that proper. As you know, that research or publication, anything, it is like as human body, how it looks, the outside and inside. We are talking about the context, we are talking about the content of the research. Now, successful publishing criteria, thinking ahead during research. You know that I have been receiving many emails that people are saying, I have just 1 week to publish. As I say, it's perplexed for me. It's absolutely, you must plan. As an academic, you must plan well ahead. Even a doctoral student, they must plan well ahead. You cannot publish, it's not like an essay, you see, so you must know what you are doing. Do not rush to publish, selecting a suitable journals. And you know that many of the articles are rejected at the death stage because article is not relevant to the journal, or maybe article is not, or manuscript is not fit for the purpose. It is happening purely that many academics who don't do proper research. You have a manuscript, you just send randomly without reading any specific article from the specific journal, or without doing proper research about that specific journal scope, aims, and objectives, and also its readership. Selecting a suitable journal is most important. Do a little bit extra work, find out that journal that is whether fit for purpose for your that manuscript. I know that many institutions nowadays, you are looking special types of indexing. It is not only the requirements by the university, but also requirements by the national, the research council, and also maybe the government. So understanding the journal publication process, read the aims and scope is most important. If necessary, please also read some articles from this journal. Writing the manuscript, submitting the manuscript, and also get the reviewer comments, and address those reviewer comments the systematic manner and revise accordingly. So these are some of the publishing criteria. Now, if you look at my next slide, okay, so these the second part is that based on 160 manuscripts we have taken between 2017 to 2018, those are submitted to the Journal of Business and Retail Management Research, and 250 reviewers comments on 125 submitted papers. Those that were successful in the initial screening, means after the text rejection process, analyzed based on the following criteria. First, 32 manuscripts for acceptance we have looked at, 93 manuscripts for negative comments. Those are ultimately rejected at the second stage. So this rejection after reviewing. However, a total 35 out of 160 manuscripts were rejected at the initial screening stage, means the death rejection did not go through. Now, based on our observations and the content analysis, we looked at the reason for acceptance and also looked at the reasons for rejections. Let's see some of the points. I'll be finishing in few minutes. So if you look at this slide, you can see the main reason for accepting a paper, the top the two being is adequacy of literature review. Now, when you are doing any empirical research or theoretical research, we'd like to see this is well grounded on theory, concept, and the models, because unless we understand or having a proper insightful knowledge and understanding about what is happening now with the current literature, it's a bit difficult to see or correlate the findings and the gaps. So therefore, adequacy of literature review and the methodology, and there's a lot of lapses or gaps within the methodology we can see. Again, I'll come back to that point that method, whatever we write, the question is why. We need the proper justifications and the criticality, and that comes with the bringing your logic, discussions, and the way you are responding. And third point is the structure of the paper. I found really that that human body is so good, so nice, and we all are looking after the body, clothes, and how we look beautiful. And it reminds me a fantastic the proverb from China: when I see you, I see your face, but when you leave the place, I see your heart. I would like to see the same phenomenon should be applied in any types of research you are doing, whether you are even it should be applied within the family. Means the structure is awful. And it seems that many of us, we don't have the real understanding, the systematic, the model we should apply to construct our the manuscript. That once you apply the structure, then we are talking about the substances, the content, the justification, what you are producing, and then we can correlate the step by step. And the fourth one is the quality of the problem formulations. I think I'm going to skip this if you just put for thoughts. And now if you look at the next why manuscript are rejecting, again, the top one is discussion and conclusion. I think this part is most important part because this will bring the originality, and a discussion part in that sense that you are comparing and you are contrasting the actual findings with the current literature. So you are showing the readers, that what is the gap and how you finding something new, how it is relating to the current literature review. And then you can see the next one is 16 with 16.15 is the quality of writing, especially for the people whose English is not the first language. We found that even that academic conventions are not maintained. Some people are using the local, the referencing without acknowledging, without converting in English. I think we need to understand the academic conventions writing a paper. And I found that many of the papers got the fantastic idea, the very thoughtful content, but lacking the structure, lacking the poor English and the construction, lack of paraphrasing or rephrasing. These are the things always causing problems to be accepted. And also another point is that the structure of the paper followed by quality of the problem formulation. I think these are some of the common when it says it comes to accepting or rejecting. And also is a small margin, is a title and abstract. For me, I found that many of us are not aware how to write a title. The title also has its own scientific process. How many words, how to start, because your title will tell us what will be the methodology. And your title methodology will tell us what we should do. And all these are interrelated. It is like as human names. So I see that sometimes titles are a bit ambiguous, not understandable, and the title doesn't match with the methodological, that implementations. So these are some of the why it is rejected. Now, again, the third slide here, you can see 20 most important reasons for these rejections. Now, if necessary, I can actually pass these slides to the conference organizer so you can see which one is number one. I think here is the 10, the poorly written, difficult to read, the language problems. It's the always case we found that the lack of editing and proofreading. And you can see reference section is messy, inconsistent reference. So if you have the 20 in-text citations, sometimes we found you have more list of references or less list of references, or sometimes you are not following the referencing style guide, the lack of academic the conventions, no robust discussion section, poorly structured manuscript. So results are not well interpreted, inappropriate research design, lack of clarity, not succinct, poor discussion again, unjustifiable sample size, unjustifiable in that sense that the lack of justification or lack of clarity. Abbreviation not spelled well, sometimes theoretical and conceptual framework. So these are some of the reasons why papers are rejected. So reason for text rejection, I think this came out there, so I'm not going to focus on, let's skip it. Avoiding rejection, I always think that that you can avoid from the first instance. It's not good for academics when it is rejected at the next stage. More than 80 to 85% papers are rejected at initial screening. We don't want that. For for that text rejection, you must make sure that first thing, that structurally this is well fit. Second thing, it is well fit with the scope and aims and objective of the journals. And also you follow the structural patterns of that particular journals. And of course, when you get the review outcome as it is rejected, then many of us, it seems that we are not addressing one by one and not making it more justifiable. So these are some of the points. Follow the author's guideline, scope, type of the paper, word length, references. Now, if it says that maximum 6,000, I have seen that people are submitting sometimes 15 whole dissertations, like 15, 20, even that the many pages, 40, 50, 60 pages. Find out where to send your paper, editor online submission, read at least one issue of the publication, include a cover letter indicating the importance of your manuscript to the journal and why you think this is well fit for the purpose. For the simple manner, that I'll skip this one, this chronological development of open access, but I would like to remind everyone, all of us, because this is, the research is part and parcel of our life. Let us apply this formula. IMRAR, this is well accepted, that the method that all researchers or anyone writing a manuscript, you can structure based on this. That IMRAR, introduction, methods, results, and discussion. Make sure that to prove your originality and that you must have a succinct section for discussions. And discussion can be followed by, the limitations, to acknowledge the limitations, and then reflective and evaluative conclusions must be there. So this is a simple structure we all can apply to make sure that our research paper follow the traditional and non-conventional, that academic, the conventions. Paper organization, I think this is, if you follow those things, I think this is all title, abstract, keywords, introduction, literature review, research results, discussion. So this is the simple way we can follow. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just focus on something which is not directly linked to any technical papers, but I feel that this is that universally can be applied by anyone attending the conference, anyone writing the papers from postgraduate students to doctoral to junior and senior academics. I think at the end of the day, that more we structured, more we that the content-based and context-based will have the better success. So therefore, in the age of open access publications, let us have a paper that is well structured and we don't have the more rejections. And that's there are some important links. It seems that many of us not using the technological advancement. There are a lot of softwares, even the in-text citations, that a list of references that people are using mainly manually. And I would suggest, that you use the some of those software to in the restructure, construct your paper, and that will give the competitive edge and the better, the outlook. And these are some of my details. Again, thank you. My special gratitude to the organizer for inviting me, and thank you everyone for listening me. And I hope that that we'll have the better method, integrity, and camaraderie. Thank you so much. Bye bye. If you have any question, please.
Thank you, Professor Palto. If any question from participant, please. He explained about demystifying scientific research. Researchers are the truth seeker. They investigate, analyze, and the other. As the research, we must have mindset, thinking about your thinking, innate curiosity, ability to discern, degree of skepticism, a desire to break a new ground or add to our body of knowledge, determination, and focus. Are there any questions? From participant, are there any questions for the keynote speaker? He is our last keynote speaker for this session. Please, if any question for him.
It seems no question. That's good. Thank you.
Because your presentation is very clearly.
So there's the two things. All maybe one is that is clear, and the other one is maybe not understandable. I think it's all understandable.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, because there are any questions for you, Mr. Data, I think enough for this session. Thanks for your presentation. I would like to display your certificate. Please, Mrs. Ella, please display the certificate. Thank you, Professor Dr. Palto Ranjandata. Nice to meet you in this moment.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I wish you all the best for the success of this conference.
Yes. Thank you so much. See you next time in another event.
Bye. I'm sorry that I have to leave now. So thank you so much again for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you. Best wishes.
Okay, thank you. That is the last keynote speaker in this session. And then for the next session is a parallel session. Mrs. Elok Damayanti for the parallel session.
Yes, thank you very much for your time as our moderator in this afternoon. So after this, we will enter our parallel session. I will share screen for the parallel session so the participant can enter themselves to the room that they assign. Okay, once again, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, presenter.
Bu Elok, is everything okay? Because your microphone is muted. So we will explain, I think, the parallel session, yeah? We have 12 rooms and it's massive. So yeah, please open your microphone, Bu Elok, so that we can hear you because your microphone is muted.
Para peserta sudah bisa masuk ke room masing-masing ya.
Siapa?
Nah, silakan diklik masuk ke room masing-masing.
Baik, Pak.
Bapak, maaf, room 1 tidak ada ya, Pak ya? Atau di sini, Pak?
Room 1 di sini.
Oke, baik. Makasih, Pak.
Pak, maaf, cara masuknya gimana ya, Pak?
Itu ada di pojok kanan bawah tuh. Yang more. Ketik more, terus ada break room, terus assign to. Atau join langsung ya, dipilih roomnya terus join. Assalamualaikum Pak Amar, udah pindah.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, thank you Pak Is.
Room berapa Pak Amar?
Gimana ya, Pak?
Room 3 ya.
Room 3 ya.
Oke.
Pak, cari roomnya di mana ya?
Oke, ini siapa ya?
Tumin, Pak.
Tumin, kamu room berapa Tumin?
Room 8.
Room 8, sebentar. Oke. Ada yang belum bisa pindah ke roomnya? Biar saya bantu dari sini.
Ini room berapa ya Pak, kalau boleh tahu?
Utama mana Pak ya?
Ini room 1 ya. Yang ini main room ini, room 1.
Kalau room 10 Pak.
Siapa namanya?
Joko Suseno.
Joko Suseno. Namanya apa di sini? Joko langsung ya? Di sini menggunakan nama siapa, Mas Joko? Oke, sudah ketemu room 10.
Pak, kalau room 2 di mana Pak ya?
Namanya siapa?
Rahmat Wahyudi, Pak.
Rahmat Wahyudi. IJK. Rahmat Wahyudi.
Ketemu Pak Siraji.
Belum ketemu nih.
Ke room berapa tadi Pak Rahmat?
2 Pak, room 2 Pak.
Room 2, oke.
Ada lagi yang belum mau dipindahin?
Saya Pak, Arif Jaya Purnomo, room 3 Pak.
Arif. Namanya siapa di sini?
Arif, UMB Arif Jaya Purnomo.
Sudah
masuk. Sudah, di room 10.
Room berapa?
Room 3 Pak, 3.
UMB Arif, UMB Arif. Oke. Oke.
Di room.
Ada lagi yang belum bisa pindah ruangan?
Pak Isradi, saya
Yunita berapa?
Bu Yunita. Bu Yunita tadi ruang berapa ya? Sebentar. Bu Yunita itu di ruang 4.
Oke, thank you.
Pak, izin Pak, saya nggak bisa pindah room Pak.
Kamu pindah room berapa?
Saya room 2 Pak, Fariza Putrandi Haji.
Fariza. Namanya pakai OMB enggak? Langsung Fariza. Hah? OMB Fariza. Ruang berapa Fariza? Ruang 2?
2 Pak.
Bentar. Fariza. Namanya nggak kelihatan nih. Oh ini. Ruang 2 ya, Fariza ya?
Betul Pak.
Oke.
Makasih Pak.
Sama Pak Subirin ruang 2. Sebentar.
Siap, Ji. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ruang 2, siap.
Oke, si Alvira ruang berapa Alvira? Alvira room berapa?
Room 1, Pak.
Oke, Chandra room berapa Chandra?
Room 1 Pak, room 1.
Oke, Jihan room berapa?
6, Pak.
Hah?
Room 6.
Jihan room 6, oke. Irfan Kamal room berapa? Irfan Kamal? Muhammad Firdaus room berapa?
Room 1 Pak.
Oke. Agnia room berapa Agnia?
Room 1 Pak.
Oke. Ada yang mau dipindah lagi di sini?
Novianto, Pak. Maaf.
Novianto.
Room 2, Pak.
Novianto room 2. Oke. Ada lagi?
Pak, maaf Pak, saya pindah ruang 7 Pak, Farhan Fatailah.
Farhan Fatailah.
Iya, Pak.
Bentar. Oke. Budi Susilo room 2.
Pak, mohon informasi saya apakah bisa dimasukkan ke room 7 ya, Pak?
Siapa namanya?
Eko Adi Prastio, Pak Unar.
Unar Eko, sebentar. Unar Eko.
Sudah Pak Iswadi.
Sudah ya, oke. Ada lagi yang belum?
Pak, maaf, Mat Fuadi ruang 7, Pak.
Bentar.
Baik, Pak.
Siapa?
Fuadi, Pak. Ahmad Fuadi.
Ahmad Fuadi.
Ruang 7, Pak.
Bukan. Ahmad Fuadi. Oke, ruang 7 ya Ahmad Fuadi ya.
Betul, Pak.
Oke, ini siapa lagi nih? Irfan
Maaf,
Kamal,
Pak.
ruang 4. Bentar. Irfan Kamal, ruang 4. Oke, siapa lagi?
Mohon izin, Pak. Saya Pak belum, Pak. Atas nama Ikhwan Solihuddin di
Room
room
berapa?
8. Room 8, Pak.
Ruang 8. Oke, ada lagi?
Pak, izin Pak. Jihan di room 6, Pak. Saya pakai 2 device.
Oke, sebentar Jihan.
Sudah, Pak Isradi.
Sudah, oke.
Kalau ada lagi nanti yang ingin move, silahkan di chat aja.
Oke.
Pak I, saya dapat room berapa ya? Nggak ada daftarnya tadi, nggak lihat. Mati mic-nya, Pak. Buka dulu mic-nya.
Saya juga belum Wani.
Tunggu dulu berarti. Baiklah. Sebat dulu.
Bu Elok,
Iya, Pak.
moderator di room berapa, Bu Elok?
Iya, tunggu.
Ini yang room 1 belum ada orangnya nih. Tadi saya hubungin Pak Dr. Hasmar, dia lagi ini, nggak bisa tadi. Hadir.
Kita masuk ke ya. Tapi di sini. Pertama yang di sini.
Bu Elok di room 1 ya, Bu Elok ya?
Ya, berarti di sini.
Bisa langsung mulai aja, Bu Elok.
Ya, baik. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants who already joined in the room 1. Okay. Now we have several participants who will make a presentations. So I will call for the first speaker, that is Nur Rahman. Nur Rahman, are you with us right now?
Can you hear me?
Nur Rahman, are you ready? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you may start your presentation.
Okay, let me start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Rahman, Faculty of Engineering Mercubuana, University Jakarta, Indonesia. The following is a presentation from my journal entitled "The Influence of Sawdust Uses for Substitute of Fine Aggregate and Steel Slag as Substitute of Coarse Aggregate towards Compressive Strength of Concrete." Start from background. During this decade, Indonesia has made remarkable significant progress on infrastructure construction. The commonly used material is concrete for building bridges, roads, buildings, etc. Concrete has the advantage compared to other materials as being long-lasting, fireproof, strong against high pressure, and easy to form. Nowadays, the development of concrete is increasing, but innovation in the manufacture of concrete mixer and the implementation of construction. Steel slag is a waste obtained from the steel production process. This waste is generally a solid form that resembles coarse aggregate. Steel slag comes under the category of hazard and toxic waste, or BPG. In every steel production, at least 20% of steel slag waste will produce. After knowing steel slag and sawdust as waste that can cause pollution in Indonesia, researchers want to use this material as aggregate substitution materials for manufacturing concrete. This study aims to make waste an attractive alternative for the use of concrete. This is methodology. And for the first start, and we found the study literature and the preparation of tools and materials. And then we go to design and trial mix and go to slumps. Go according to plan, then go back to its design. If it goes according to plan, then continue curing, compressive strength test, data analyze, and we got conclusion. Finish. This is the table for normal needed for concrete material. And this is material needs for 2% sawdust and 30% steel slag. And this is material needs 2% sawdust to 20% steel slag. And this is slump value. From the slump data, it's been found out that when we from the whole of the 0%, 20%, and 30% substitution test object, namely 12, 10.5, and 10.5. The results show that when the concrete is being replaced with sawdust and steel slag, it causes a decrease in the slump value, but still meet the criteria in the slump of 10 S-2. Normal concrete compressive strength result. From the table above, it has known that the regular compressive strength of concrete on day 7 is 22.65 MPa. On day 14 is 25.35 MPa. Day 28 is 32.11 MPa. This also can be seen in the graph that the increase continues to occur until the age of 28 days. This is the concrete sawdust 2% and steel slag 20%. From the table above, it has known that the compressive strength of concrete with the substitution of 2% sawdust and 20% steel slag on the 7th day is 18.98 MPa. On the 14 days is 23.86 MPa. The 28th day is 30.13 MPa. This is mixed variation of concrete sawdust 2% and steel slag 30%. From the table above, it's known that the compressive strength of concrete with 2% sawdust substitution with 30% steel slag on the 7th day is 20.90 MPa. On the 14th day is 24.13 MPa. And on the 28th day is 33.26 MPa. This is comparison of compressive strength of 7-day age composite concrete. From the histogram, the data shows that the greatest compressive strength of concrete with steel slag substitution of concrete at the age 7 days is 20%, which is 18.98 MPa, while the lowest compressive strength is substituted for 20% steel slag. 2% sawdust and 30% steel slag concrete of 20.9 MPa. The 20% steel slag variation of concrete experience a decrease of 16.203%, while the 30% steel slag variation of the concrete decreases 7.73% compared to the normal compressive strength of compression of compressive strength of 14 days. Oh yeah, Bu. Yes.
Your time is 3 minutes more.
Okay. This is comparison of compressive strength of 14 days age composite concrete. This is comparison of compressive strength of 7 days age composite concrete. And this is a histogram of compressive strength of combined concrete at its test age. So the conclusion is, number one, the use of steel slag in the manufacture of high strength concrete influence the compressive strength of the concrete. Based on the graph of the compressive strength of concrete at the age of 7 and 14 days, normal concrete has a greater compressive strength than substitute wood, sawdust, and steel slag. While at 28 days, the variation of 2% sawdust and 30% steel slag has the same compressive strength, even higher than normal concrete. Number two, the use of steel slag has the same effect as normal concrete, so that the use of steel slag can be an alternative to split of crushed stone. Researchers assume that the use of steel slag can have an impact on the environment because steel slag is a waste material from the steel making process. This is the process. Number one is mixing, and this is slump test, and then curing, and compression strength of concrete. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you very much, Nur Rahman, for your presentation this afternoon. So I will call for the next speaker, Retno Ligina Ai. Yeah,
Present.
Ligina. Yes. We have 15. Sorry. You have 10 minutes to make a presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Is my screen already shown?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Retno Ligina Ayu, and today I will present my final project research. And the topic is analysis of type of dominant damage telecommunication tower case study Jabodetabek area. Background of the research. In the century where everything is digital, operator signal are basic need for community. With the internet connection, the human capacity to carry out an activity is increasing. Not only for communicate to others, but also people can do shopping activities, bank transaction, complete office or schoolwork, get entertainment, and even make money. In fact, the condition of the tower site is not always good. There are technical to social breakdown that require repair and troubleshooting. In this final project, the author will discuss the problem that occur at the telecommunication tower site in Jabodetabek area. Identification problem is damage of the telecommunication tower, hampers student provided activities, repair that too long may be handled, have potential block access by owner, and there are factors that hinder the work process in repairing telecommunication tower. And the research purpose is to know the damage that occur to the telecommunication tower and then most dominant damage, to know the obstacle experienced by contractor in repairing damage to telecommunication tower, and to know the post-damage solution that can be done by tower telecommunication tower. Telecommunication tower is based PU nomor 7 tahun 2009. Tower telecommunication is public building erect on land or building that used for public purpose. The physical structure can be steel frame bound various nodes on the form of single without nodes, where the function, design, and construction are as supporting facilities for placing telecommunication equipment. And the research first start, problem identification, study of literature, data of collection, primary data and secondary, analysis, expert validation, conclusion, and suggestion. Result. The first is survey result. Based on the result of survey that was carried out in the period April to July 2021, it can be seen that the amount of damage that occurred was 48 damage in the area of Jakarta, Banten, Bekasi, Bogor, and Tangerang. And type of damage, first floods or inundated site occur due to the lower ground elevation than the surrounding elevation. The second one is improvement or addition of facilities that previously did not exist or already exist, but the conditions were not good. 3. Rooftop leakage of building or house due to tower construction, which cause cracks in the concrete slab or building, causing leakage. Corrosion occurs in the structure of telecommunication tower. Good on bracing, bolts, and ladders. 5. Fence damage. The damage to the fence that occurred in the telecommunication tower was the occurrence of the fence falling, of the slope being destroyed, the fence foundation being destroyed, and the fence breaking. 6. Land subsidence. Usually the decrease occurs 5 to 15 centimeters. This can be measured by the appearance of gap between the slope fence and the ground elevation of the site, considering that the fence foundation is quite shallow. 7. Damage related to PLN. Damage related or complaint related to PLN include the addition or addition of poles, PLN cable relocation, KWH replacement, etc. 8. Foundation damage. Damage to the foundation that occur include BTS foundation, shelter, or towers. Damage to the tower foundation which is above ground level. 9. Device relocation. Device relocation occur dominated by LL requests or landowner. Some of them are due to change in room, land use right, or others. Research questionnaire. The research questionnaire is intended for active worker in the field of telecommunication tower with work area in Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, Bekasi, and Banten. The questionnaire was conducted to find out the opinion of worker in the telecommunication tower sector regarding to damage that occurred in the telecommunication tower in their work area. We use variable Y and variable X. The first one is normality test. Based on the table beside, it can be seen that all variables have a significant level of 0.2, where the value is greater than 0.05, so that the distribution of data can be said to be normally distributed. Second one is validity test. N equal 54 respondents, so that the R table at 5%, significance is 0.2632. Based on the table above, it can be seen that X15, X21, X22, X23, X24, X26 have an arithmetic less R table. So it can be said that X15, X21, X22, X23, X24, and X26 are invalid and can be eliminated for the next test stage. And then reliability test. Based on the table, the converge alpha value is 0.867, which is greater than 0.6. So it can be said that all data are reliable. And then coefficient of determination test. A coefficient of determination test is used to test the effect of one independent variable on the dependent variable. Based on the table, the value of correlation relationship are 0.728. From the output, the coefficient of determination is 0.531, which implies that the influence of the independent variable on the dependent variable is 53.1%. So it can be concluded that the ability of variable X in running variable Y is 0.521 or 53.1%. F-test aim to find out whether the independent variable together affect the dependent variable. Calculate F equals 1.865, F table value equal 1.903. It appears that the calculated F less than F table, so that it can be concluded that the value of X simultaneously has no effect on Y. Based on formula, the table value is 0.025 and 33, so that the table T value is 2.0357. Based on the result of the SPSS, the test the T conduct con value which is greater than the T table is X7, which is 2.489. Okay. The regression coefficient for damage related to PLN is 0.502, meaning that the damage related to PLN in telecom tower is, yes, 50.2%. The regression coefficient of the spectral variable that I encountered in dealing with damage to the tower was the Clay Levi from Mesh Organization is 62.4%. The variable regression coefficient for the tower owner helps or take part in the event of a case is 44.1%.
Your time is 2 more minutes.
Okay. The purpose of conducting expert validation is to test the feasibility status so that the result of the research that has been carried out by the author are based on the opinion expert in the field of practitioners in academic. The conclusion, type of damage that occur to telecommunication towers are: first, inadvertent on-site or flood, request for improvement, rooftop leak, corrosion, fence damage, land subsidence, repairs related to PLN, foundation damage, device relocation, and the most dominant damage is damage related to PLN. Second, the obstacle experienced by contractor in repairing damage to the telecommunication tower is the existence of clay fees from the mesh organization. Third, post-damage solution that can be done by the owner of the tower telecommunication is in overcoming the damage related to PLN is to conduct a survey or site visit to find a condition and problem that exists, then take a data such as measurement on documentation, next report to the problem to the regional PLN office at the site or for follow-up. Suggestion, tower owner must be more vigilant and aware that damage can occur in the telecommunication tower, so that routine maintenance is needed to check all the aspects of the site. If any damage is found, it should be followed up immediately so the repair stage so that the damage does not get worse and repair costs are more efficient. Thank you for your attention. This is all for me. Wassalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Retno Regina Ayu, for your presentation. Okay, good job. And then I will call for the next presenter, Hesti Pratiwi. Hesti Pratiwi, are you with us? Yeah, okay. You may start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for having me. I would like to present about accuracy analysis of calculation of selected below material with average end section, method and prismoidal method case study, toll road widening project Balaraja Cikande Back 1, STA 39 5000 till 43 5000. Generally, the toll road project work is one of the most important work item. Selected borrow material is one of the earthworks that include the area of borrow clothes, excavation and transportation, spading and compaction material obtained from clothes that have been provided to carry out the pile, subgrade, and other part of the work. The work items selected borrow material are the main work item in the Balaraja Cikande Toll Road Widening Project 1 with a weight of 12.53%. Then the calculation of the volume of work selected borrow material is very important for the contractor to disburse the project budget. Okay, the research use is descriptive. The research use descriptive quantitative and comparative method, so that the descriptive quantitative method is a method that process data in the form of number in a statistical way, in the form of an explanation based on field condition. And this study used two data sources, primary and secondary data. The primary data used in the result of interview with staff of PT Akset Indonesia Tbk. The secondary data used are measured data and a cross-section image. The data were collected and analyzed by two methods, namely the average and section method and prismoidal method. There are completely different methods for calculation volume. I will try giving a brief explanation of it. Prismoidal method makes new prismoidal shape from the triangle of the two surfaces being compared, essentially any location where either surface has a point of where their triangles cross becomes a point in the compared volume surface. Elevation value is assigned to each point based on the difference between the two surfaces being compared, and the volume is then calculated for each prism. Prismoidal, average and section is actually what its name implies. Sections are taken at a given interval, and the sectional R is a variance from section to section to calculate the volume. Prismoidal is inherently a more accurate method, although I say that with the covered texture volume, calculation can only be as accurate as the underlying surface. Average and section area method can be very helpful in verifying that the numbers are what you think they can be done rather easily by simply looking at the section to answer your surface and area are what you think they are. Okay, to sum up, if the surface being compared are accurate and reasonable in size, prismoidal is likely the best method to use. If there are any questions all about the numbers of its or if numbers data are being considered, afferent and area can be very helpful. The result comparison of work volume of selected borrow material with afferent and section method and prismoidal method on line A and line B. From the volume analysis, the total volume obtained using the afferent and section method is 293730.02, and the total volume obtained using the prismoidal method is 29.51.79. And the result of comparison of work cost of selected borrow material with afferent and section method and prismoidal method on line A and line B. Afferent and section, from the cost analysis, the total cost obtained from the volume calculated using the final part afferent method is 7,3047,256,859.38 rupiah, and the total cost obtained using the prismoidal method of 7,287,948,302.56 rupiah. From the contractor,
more minutes, yeah?
Yes. From the contractor point of view, average and section method is more effectively used of billing the contractor to the owner owning more than 55 rupiah or 0.75% of the total work price of the selected borrow material. The prismoidal method is more effective to be used for billing the contractor to the subcontractor, because by using the method 55 rupiah or 0.75% of the total price of the work selected for the borrow material. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, okay. Hesti Pratiwi, very good job for the presentation from this afternoon. So after this, I will continue to the next speaker. Yeah. Okay. I will call Lukman DRE.
Yes, Miss.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready?
Ready, Miss.
Okay. You can start your presentation.
Already shared.
Yeah, still working on it.
Not yet.
Wait, sorry. My laptop is crashing. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, maybe you can stop the share screen and then you go back. Yeah, okay.
Hello.
For the show, yes.
Already set, Miss?
Yes, I can see.
Yes.
Okay.
Start.
I'm sorry, Miss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name Lukman Gerdi Busro. I'm from Mercubuana University. I would like to present my research about analysis of characteristic utilization pedestrian crossing bridge, case study Raya Bogor Street, Kramat Jati, East Jakarta. Wait. Pedestrian crossing bridge, or GPO, is one of the facility infrastructure for pedestrian who provide for safety pedestrian in order to cross road with safe. The GPO install, if required, know there is meeting plot among current pedestrian with current then cross, so that pedestrian when using GPO must guaranteed safety and distance walk not to increase far away. The next schedule of survey implementation. The first require GPO user and crosser by highway. Survey time from 7 AM until 9 AM and 16 AM until 18 PM. And the second require characteristic interview from 8 AM until 70 PM. The next result and analysis. Survey result calculation GPO user and pedestrian crossing with road highway. Total number of GPO user is 9,451 and total number of crossing by highway is 1,667. And next is calculation effectiveness use bridge people crossing. From result calculation, obligation is 79.68%. Obligation category effective. Next, among user daily average bridge people crossing or GPO. To determine calculation average number of perform with sum up whole GPO user data value, then share with total how long does it take survey. So can calculated the average of sample the with formula mean or average as following. And total number of GPO user is 6,451 and average daily number of GPO user is 921.6. And next, travel time for people crossing with GPO. Average travel time is 1.19 minutes. And next, identification condition existing bridge people crossing or GPO. Most the criteria is an accordance. Just to criteria not in accordance, there is stairway width and special line. And this is documentation pedestrian crossing bridge GPO on Kramat Jati. The next questionnaire characteristic GPO user. The first interview conclude for knowing characteristic GPO user, and the second is for know the validity and reliability. Determination of the number of sample to get total respondent objection analysis. This use formula solving. Following result calculation, total respondent use formula solving get 98.78 sample or rounded up to 99 sample. Total respondent needed for questionnaire characteristic is 99 people. And this is questionnaire result characteristic. And next, validity. In the validity test, it is determined from a lot sample validity test. Value of a questionnaire data as many as 99 answer respondent. We just look at the R table, then objection value of R table is 0.1964 if R count more big of R table and the value of R is positive, then the data set to be valid. This is from the table above. Could know that each question item have R count more big from R table and is positive, which shall be item questionnaire to declare valid. And next, reliability. In reliability test, best taking decision on reliability test is if Cron-Batch alpha value more than 0.6, then the questionnaire data test is reliable. And if Cron-Batch alpha less than 0.6, then the questionnaire data test unreliable. Based on the data above, Cron-Batch alpha is greater than the minimum alpha, then the data is declared reliable. And next, important and performance testing with method importance performance analysis or IPA. Method important performance analysis or IPA is used for measure connection perception pedestrian against level, interest, and performance using bridge people. And they get 91%, and that is very good. And next, average rating important and performance. On result calculation of the average assessment, level important and level performance, each item is result from score interest or score shared performance with total respondent research 99 respondent. Then result this average calculation for determine the dots coordinates in quadrant Cartesian. And it is Cartesian chart with the quadrant A, B, C, and D. And next, the conclusion. The first conclusion, based on result questionnaire characteristic, use bridge people crossing on Raya Bogor Street, Kramat Jati, East Jakarta. Respondent boy as much as 52% and woman as much as 48%. Based on age, most people who use GPO are 21 until 30 years old by 35.4%. Most GPO user based on profession is student by 34.3%. Based on purpose journey, the most is market by 33.3%. Most respondent use GPO in a week, that is 5 times or 22.2%. In a week, then from result questionnaire respondent to condition physical GPO is very necessary existence GPO repair or additional facility support from aspect safety, comfort, security, and convenience access. Based on result survey and calculation, total user average daily bridge people crossing or GPO with use formula mean or average objection of 922 people per day. And the second conclusion, based on result calculation effectiveness bridge people crossing GPO in calculation survey pedestrian who use bridge crossing people and crossing with road highway during 7 days survey objection user cross with GPO Kramat Jati as many as 6,451 pedestrian and pedestrian crossing with road raya a total of 1,667 for 7 days, a total of 8,119 pedestrian. Bridge crossing people on Raya Bogor Street, Kramat Jati, East Jakarta. This gate effective category at 79.68% based on category effective start then 60%. And the third conclusion, based on result identification condition physical bridge people crossing on Raya Bogor Street, Kramat Jati, East Jakarta, there are several components that are not in accordance with provision highway guide 1995. Include wide segment road ladder has 1.2 meter, while in minimum weight line of 2 meter, from slope child ladder to steep, so that causing user not enough feel comfortable and distance from intersection to GPO. Distance is rather far because it is required not enough from 50 meters. Then the obstacle in the GPO are merchant, land disabled, no there is hinder from disabled. And the first advice, based on the survey result. Yes.
Lukman, your time almost up. I'll give you 1 more minute, yeah.
Okay, Miss. And the advice based on the survey result, although the number of road user is less than those who cross the GPO, it is necessary its stipulate regulation relate to the GPO, such as the imposition of sanction on pedestrian who cross the highway or do not use the GPO with signs that are prohibited from crossing. This is very dangerous from the pedestrian and road users such as motorcycle, cars, bus, truck, and others. And this is my reference, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lukman, for the presentation.
Thank you, Miss.
Yes, and I will call for the next speaker. Right now, we will have Tegar Permadi. Tegar
Okay.
Permadi, are you with us? Yes.
Yeah. Let me
presentation.
yeah.
You have 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay. Let me share screen my computer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tegar Permadi. Let me presentation my journal. The title is Utilization of Asbestos Waste as a Material Substitute Coarse Aggregates and Flying Ash as a main substitute material against strong pressed concrete. The abstract. Construction is one of the industry that is currently developing very well in Indonesia with the development of construction activities. This is also directly proportional that the number of uses of concrete for structure. Concrete is a composite material consisting of natural material that are not environmentally friendly. This study aims to find alternative material that can substitute concrete with environmentally friendly materials. This research intends to substitute cement with 5% and 7% pH and 20% and 25% coarse aggregate with asbestos. This research was conducted using a cylinder sample measuring 10 to 20 centimeter, as many as 27 samples. This research resulted in decrease in the compressing strength of concrete by 50%. The background: construction work in Indonesia currently growing very rapidly and significantly. Infrastructure development that is being run by the government requires a lot of material resource. The most need in cement and also perfect concrete as much as total of 21.553 million tons. Therefore, it is now being encouraged and also precast concrete for various development, especially roads, housing development, water resource, as well as copyright boards. Said Kasubdit of Construction Technology and Domestic Production of Institutional and Construction Research, Director General of Construction, Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing, Ati Nurzamiati. RMB Kompas Thursday, 18 May 2017. With a lot of project work such as structure work, roads and dams, this has impact to the need for use concrete with a very large amount. This allow the use concrete replacement materials. Research method. The method are process, principle, and produce for solving a problem. Well, research is careful, diligent, and complete examination of symptoms to increase human knowledge. This research method can be interpreted as process, principle, and production for solving problems faced in conducting research. So here the author examines the experiment method because the research is done by trial and error based reference research journal. The result of research for normal concrete press. From the table above is known that the strong press of normal concrete after curing on day 7 is getting a strong press of 19.5 megapascal. After curing on the 14 day, which is 25.56 megapascal, and curing on day 28, which is 30.56 megapascal. It can also be seen on the graph that the increase continues to occur until the age of 28 days. And from data, MIG design has reset a strong press span of 30 megapascal as the standard for concrete variation. We continue to variate of 5% asbestos and 20% fly ash. From the table above is known to be strong press concrete variation of 5% asbestos and 20% fly ash after curing on day 7, which is getting strong press of 18.37 megapascal after curing on day 14, which is 21.21 megapascal, and curing on day 28, which is 18.83 megapascal. This can also be seen on the graph that the increase occur from the age of concrete day 7 to concrete egg 14 days, but decrease in the egg of concrete 28 days. And from the data, it can be concluded that the maximum concrete press strength occurs at the egg of 14 days. The result is 7% asbestos and 20% fly ash. We continue to variation of 7% asbestos and 25% fly ash.
2 more minutes, your time.
Yeah. From the table above, it is known that the strong concrete press variation is 7% 7% asbestos and 25% fly ash after curing on day 7, getting strong press by 15.2 megapascal. After curing on day 14, which is 15.50 megapascal, and curing on day 28, which is 16.42 megapascal. It can also be concluded that strength of concrete press has increased until the concrete age of 28 days, but does not research strong press concrete pen of 30 megapascal. We continue to comparison on 7 days. Strong press concrete combined at 7 days age from both variation and normal concrete get maximum press strength on normal concrete. Normal concrete get 19.5 megapascal, and strong press concrete from variation 2 is 15.2 megapascal on variation of 7% asbestos and 25% fly ash.
Okay, Tegar, are you done for your presentation?
Concrete gets the pascal, and strong press solid lowest concrete gets 15.50 megapascal on variation of 7% asbestos and 25% fly ash. And we continued at 28 days. Strong press concrete combined at 28 days of both variation and normal concrete gets maximum press strength on normal concrete of 30.56 megapascal, and strong press lowest concrete get 16.42 megapascal on variation of 7% asbestos and 25 fly ash.
Okay, for
The
Tegar.
conclusion. Yeah.
You can come to the conclusion and I'll give you one more minute.
The conclusion: first, strong press concrete variation have a strong decrease in press compared to normal concrete. Strong concrete press decrease by up to 50%. 2. Substitutes of asbestos and fly ash as substitution of fine aggregate, cement, and have good effect. The substitution of aggregate with fast makes the strong concrete press decrease. Based on the result of observation and research, the advice that can be taken from this study named as follows at the time of research. 3 needs to be more attention to the testing of material, testing of additional material, calculation of mix design, curing control, and strong press test in order to get maximum result. At the time of making the test material after staring and the time of meshing must be done according to the procedure so that the printed concrete does not have a large pore cavity, so that the resulting concrete does not become porous. If there is porousness, the concrete will affect the result of the strong value of the concrete press. At the time of curing, do not be treated with other sample because it can be lower the strong value of the press on the concrete that is the curing process. Thanks.
Okay.
Presentation from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Tegar, for your presentation. It was very good and good job.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
I will call for the next presenter. That is Andika Purnama Dwi Setiawan.
Yes.
Andika.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, okay. I can hear you. You can start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Thanks, ma'am. Let me start in my presentation. My name is Andika. I'm from Nagatama University. My research journal, the, uh, the title of technical study of land development, especially at Labuan Bajo multipurpose terminal. In preliminary, Labuan Bajo is a port in West Manggarai Regency, is Nusa Tenggara Province, which is located on the western tip of Flores Island and it serves as the island gateway from food and tourists. Currently, Labuan Bajo Port serves loading and unloading.
Yeah, Andika, do you have a problem? You may start.
Hello?
Yeah, I
Hello?
cannot hear your voice.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, okay.
Hello. Okay. I will continue.
Yes, please.
Select location which is planned with development as the Labuan Bajo good spot or can be referenced to as the Labuan Bajo multipurpose terminal is location in Wailambu. There is need technical study of the requirement for facilities and development area, particularly at the Labuan Bajo multipurpose terminal. And then the problem formulation further, but the projected result of growth based on existing data. Second, how the need of the land facility as well as execution of their development plan. Analytical method using linear trends and linear regression. Methodology flow. This flow chart of the research that we carried out the complete this research. Identify problem, formulation, determination, and data collection. Project potential flow of the growth and all analysis of mainland and water facility need development and action plan. Then conclusion. Analysis of the flood projection and sequels. The following is an analysis of flood and sequel obtained from linear trends, projection methods, and linear regression for existing data. Projection cargo to goods in 40 amount to 254,109 tons. Container projects in 2040 by 30,275 TEUs. Processing cargo ship all 2040 by 500 calls years. Projected cargo calls in 2040 by 200 calls years. need analysis at the terminal. Where is often that need for container ship in the short term, it makes the pier length of 120 meters. In medium term, it takes a long pier of 150 meters, and the long term, it takes a long pier of 220 meters. And then the development the cargo ship is full in the short long term, it takes a long period of 70 meters. Then from the planning taken from the leg of the long spear that use of the container, and then the fruit needs of the field stacking container in the short term, it makes an 8,900 meters square. Medium term takes an area of 10,000
minutes, yeah.
1,000 meters square. The long term is area of 30,900 square. Terminal development plan. There is summary of the terminal development plan. The short-term construction the speed and speed and duration of plan, contraction of basic facility and supporting port, procurement of port equipment facilities, medium term and long term, multiple utilization of port facilities, taking pavement. This can be shown at the red development plan, medium term, and then blue is long term. In the conclusion, number one, the result of the analysis of Pacific Food and Ship in 2040, ultimate planning and plan number of mass is 30,275 years. Cargo is 254,109 tons per year. The second, the result of calculation and analysis of main and support facilities can be explained that length of the pier is 220 meters. Taking full recognition 3 hectare warehouse of 1,200 meters square, backup area 3.6 area, which will be used for the office facility, public facility, and multi-purpose area to support the terminal. Collection of the support facilities include building, pump house, etc. Procurement of loading and unloading, such as 1 unit of container crane, 2 unit of stacker, 2 unit of pipe, and 80 unit truck. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Andika Purnamawati Setiawan. That's very good presentation and good research for you. Congratulations. Once again, good job and thank you. Okay, I will call for the next presenter. I will call Alvira Adiambari.
Yes, ma'am.
Alvira Adiambari, yes. Okay, you may start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. By the name of Allah, the Merciful and the Graceful. Thank you, Ma'am Elok Damayanti, to give me a chance to make a presentation about my final project. And the title is Evaluation of Concrete Quality Control and the Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Indonesia, HMMI Cikarang Development Project. Arranged by me, Alfira Diambari, and my thesis advisor is Ma'am Anjas Handayani, STMT. Okay, next to introduction. The development of the construction work in Indonesia continues to grow from day by day in line with economic growth. In the implementation of construction development in Indonesia, many construction failures were encountered, one of which was the result of construction that was not in accordance with the established quality standards. However, it's undeniable that there are some unexpected things that can happen in the project being worked and doesn't go according to plan. In making a high-value building, it takes the ability to manage and improve the resources owned, and the main focus is quality, in addition to schedule and cost. Okay, next to identification of problem. The first is what factors and variables affect the work system in our quality control of concrete in Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Indonesia project. Second, how is the effect of variable X factors on variable Y concrete quality control in the Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Indonesia development project. Next, to research purpose and objective. First, to find out what factors and variables affect the work system in controlling concrete quality in the Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Indonesia development project. And the second is to determine the effect of variable X factors on variable Y concrete quality control in the Hyundai Motor Manufacturing Indonesia development project. So we are going to the methodology. First, start, and then background and problem identification. After that, formulation problem, literature. In the data, there's two types, primary and secondary. In the primary, questionnaire and interview, and the secondary is literature. Next to expert validation and distribution of respondents questionnaire, and data complete. If the data was complete, next to using data express as 25 and Microsoft Excel, data processing result, and then expert validation 2, and the finish. After that, conclusion and max suggestion. Next is data analysis method. First, validity test. Second, reliability test. Third is correlation test, normality test, and the last is multiple linear regression analysis test. There's three types: coefficient of determination test, F test, and T test. Here we go. Data analysis result. In validity test, there are three variables in invalid: X4, X5, and X6. Next to reliability test, we see together the Chromebox alpha value is 0.947. Okay, here correlation test, there one is X1, there's no correlation. And for normality test, we see together the asymptotic tail, the value is 0.205. For the multiple linear regression analysis test, and the first type is coefficient of determination test. The value of R squared is 0.905. And for F test, we see the F count is 11.024. For T test, we see there are 6 variables that I give the highlight yellow. There's X23, X29, X28, X29, X33, and X39. There's a T count bigger than T table. For the conclusion, factors and variables that must affect concrete quality control on beams, column, and floor slabs. For factor work execution, there are 5 variables. First, form installation. Second, different column size. Third, iron work. Fourth, work equipment readiness level. And the last, compatibility of reinforcement amount with reinforcement details. And then the greatest influence of the variables that most affect concrete quality control on beams, columns, and floor slabs. For ironwork is 91.6%. For formwork installation is 87.3%. For different column size, there is 86.3%. For work equipment readiness level is 79.1%. And the last, compatibility of reinforcement amount with reinforcement details is 72.2%. Okay, ma'am, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Kira. For your presentation and very good job. And congratulations once again for your research. Okay. I will call for our next speaker. We have Christine Nurika Devi.
Okay, Miss. Hello.
You may start. Yes, you may start your presentation. We have 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Introduce, my name is Christine Nurika Devi. I'm from Civil Engineering Naratama University Surabaya. I will present my presentation is procurement system of goods and service PT Adi Persada Gedung on which mentioned Surabaya apartment project. Introduction. This research focus on the procurement system of goods and service in project contractor. The scope in this research.
Christine, please put your presentation into the first page because it's shown that the last slide.
Like this?
No, it's not only. It said thank you. Your slide. It's the last slide. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I will present. My presentation is procurement system of goods and service PT Adi Persada Gedung on which mentioned Surabaya apartment project. Introduction. This research focused on the procurement system of goods and service and project contractor. The scope in this research will discuss about the procurement process of goods and service in PT Adi Persada Gedung, especially the best mentioned Surabaya apartment project, and how to overcome problems during the procurement process of these goods and service. The interest of research to discuss the above problems because research are within the scope of work on the construction of the project. Literature review and research methods. Procurement. According to
still not move.
Ya Bu, yes Miss.
Your slide still not move. Yes, you have to click. You have to click whether which slide you are facing.
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not work here.
Procurement. Okay. According to Haji Subagia, MS in Mahendra Romus and Firna Museliza, procurement is all activities and efforts to add and meet the needs of goods and service based on applicable regulation by creating something that did not exist yet. According to Shahaya 2013, it states that procurement is an effort to obtain the goods needed that are done based on logical and systematic thinking and follow the norms and ethics that apply according to the applicable method and process of procurement of goods and service. Presidential Regulation Number 12 of 2021, the following position of procurement of goods and service in the implementation of development, including planning, programming, budgeting, procurement, contract, implementation, and payment, delivery of complete work, operation, and maintenance. And this is the research method. Data collection is primary data. In this primary data, any interview result, lab observation. And then secondary data, project SOP, material volume, material specification. And then the research process, procurement procedure for goods and service. If the quality, the good and service, yes, we will complete of the procurement process of goods and service. And then now we will back to procurement procedure for goods and service and then finish. This is comparison of government procurement system with PT Adi Persada Gedung. This is implementation of election through tender or selection. In government, implementation of any implementation of qualification, announcement or invitation, registration and collection of election document, giving explanation, submission of offer document, evaluation of offer document, determination and announcement of winner, and then disclaimer. In the PT Adi Persada Gedung, making an electronic Adi Persada Gedung auction announcement, electronic Adi Persada Gedung participant qualification, vendor approval list participant, electronic Adi Persada Gedung. If it is registered directly, create SPH or bidding. If you are not already registered, then register first. Electronic auction. Create a comparison and estimate of SKBDN or domestic document letter on credit. And then comparative and forecast approval SKBDN. And the last, making a contract. In the failed tender implementation, government is there one an error in the evaluation process. No participant submit the offer document after granting an extension time. No participant has passed the offer evaluation. Found error in election document or not in according with the provision in this presidential regulation. All participants injured in corruption, collusion, and nepotism. All participants involved in a fair business competition. All tender price offer of goods, construction work, other service above HPS or self-estimate price. Cost negotiation on selected not achieved, and then corruption, collusion, and nepotism involving commitment making officer. In the PT Adi Persada Gedung, unable to register for available electronic Adi Persada Gedung application, lack of document that can complete SPH or bidding that is not in accordance with planning, compliance with occupational health and safety or K3L, specification and requirement. This is example of iron door procurement work in the base mentioned Surabaya apartment project. This is the technical assessment result, and the assessment in the PT Adi Persada Gedung is specification, implementation methods, schedule, organizational structure, and quality and K3L. This is price assessment result, and this is recapitulation of price and technical assessment. And the last vendor comparison is iron door procurement. The comparison of technical aspect and price aspect is the PT Adiguna Metalindo Abadi is 95.57%. PT Juf Metal Works is 98%. PT Lion Metal Works is 79.20%. PT Cakindo Mas 99.32%. Conclusion: based on the description that Richard have explained in this study relate to the procurement system of goods and service in the base mentioned Surabaya apartment project, the research can conclude that procurement process of goods and service at PT Adi Persada Gedung refers to the presidential regulation, but not everything set in the regulation is implemented because it adjusts the contract and the type of building. And the final result in the iron door procurement process is PT Adiguna Metalindo Abadi, 95.57%. PT Juf Metal Works is 98%. PT Lion Metal Works is 78.20%. 20% and PT Cakindumas 99.32%. And the winner for that is PT Cakindumas. From this result, it can be concluded that the cost has a major influence of the electronic ID Prasagedung process, followed by technical specification. And that's enough. Thank you for my presentation. And thank you for your attention.
Yes. Thank you very much, Christine, for your presentation. And this is a very interesting paper. And once again, thank you and congratulations for your research. Okay, good job, yeah. And then I will call for our next speaker. We have Chandra Purnomo Haji.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Your voice is very far.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, your voice very far from the speaker. I mean, make it louder.
Okay.
Okay, you may start your presentation. You have 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chandra Purnomo Aji from Mercubuana University. I will in presentation about effect of delay in Ujung Menteng apartment project against the progress of time. And my lecture of mentoring is Insinyur Muhammad Sobirin, SE, ST, ME, MT, IPM. Background, along with Indonesian economic growth is increasing, especially in DKI Jakarta, infrastructure, development of building, public transportation, and others has a very important role. The smooth development of infrastructure will have a considerable impact in people life. The beginning of the construction process of Ujung Menteng apartment began on December 04, 2019. Signed by the contractor with a target of 100% implementation on 626 calendar day of implementation in order to the needs of low-income people in Jakarta with available land and realize a comfortable building and have supporting facilities to have housing, as well as improve service for residents so that the people of Jakarta have a decent place to live. In the process of implements this project, there is a deviation of minus 0.271% until the 103rd weeks of the progress plan. 92.672% was only achieved 92.4.1% realized in the field. Therefore, a review of the identification of factor that cause delay in the work of Ujung Menteng apartment project. Identification of problem based on the background regards the delay of Ujung Menteng apartment affected by COVID-19 pandemic at the time of the implementation of the project, so that it was temporarily stopped. The cash flow of the project is not smooth because of delay impacting the late contractor. The third, lack of manpower due financial project limitation that make works late. Delay in material procurement due to disrupted procurement process causing work delays. whether that is not supportive at the time of construction work of finishing. Problem formula based on the identification as follows. The first, what factor are related to delay in the construction to Ujung Menteng apartment project? And the second, what factor influence the delay in the construction work of the Ujung Menteng Flats project? And the purpose is the first, knowing the factor that cause project delays in the construction of Ujung Menteng apartment. The second, knowing that factor are most dominant causes delay in the construction work of the Ujung Menteng apartment project. And this, the research flowchart, the first time is start, go to background, and then we search identification of problem, and then study of literature, then collecting data or data retrieval. And then we have primary data from the first interview, the second questionnaire. And then the secondary data we have then S-curve. And then we processing the data, and then we have conclusion and recommendation and finish. And then research instrument, population that will be studied by author in the Ujung Menteng Flats building project teams, Jakarta. Samples in this study, the population that will be studied by the author is workers in contractors such as project managers, site managers, HSA managers, HSA officers, engineers, and etc. And the total of all population is 55 people. And then the
You have
expert.
2 more minutes, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. And then this is the factor and the variables. We have 30 variables from 10 factors. And then we have data processing. We have test validity, reliability, normality, dan correlation. And then we will help by SPSS program version 22. A first take analysis is the first take is obtain variables that are relevant to factor and variable of project delay. Variable and factor were obtained from journal and interview result at the Ujung Menteng Apartemen East Jakarta project. The second, expert validation tabulation. After obtaining the variable of expert validation result, data collection is carried out through second stage questionnaire. In addition, expert validation tabulation is also a trial of expert to get improvement before the questionnaire is delivered to the actual respondent. And then the second questionnaire or pilot survey, the questionnaire distributed in the stage questionnaire is the result and the expert validation tabulation questionnaire that has been corrected so that the variable in the questionnaire are easy to understand. Respondent in the second stage are the actor who have an interest in the implementation of the project. And this is the expert validation results. We can see in the factor B is not agree for 3 experts. And then, so I decided to 27 variables. And this is furthermore the data that has been validated and has been pilot survey. Then the data is compiled to be made questionnaire and distribute respondent as many as 55 people. After the questionnaire answer, data is checked and check the amount and filling it. Then the data is tabulated into Excel to facilitate in calculation. Reality test from the result of reliability
Sandra?
test is
Sandra?
yes. Yes, ma'am.
You can move to conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
You can move to the conclusion because your time is up.
And summary from the result is factor relevant is any six variable factor is the first is pandemic factor is very strong relation because it exists at intervals of 18%. Labor factor, material factor, weather factor, coordination factor, the tools factor. And then the second, what factor influence the delay in the constructor work of the Ujung Menteng apartment construct project? And the first factor, immigrant value calculated with significant 0.030. The second, cost factor. The third, labor factor. Fourth, weather factor. 5, factor of age. The 6, management factor. And then seeing the progress, suggestion I want to give is there needs to be time control schedule to monitor the project schedule. Second, all permits or conspiration need one door so that it does not stop. The third, project costs are focused on one project where money from the project owner is not used for another project. And the fourth, subcontractor material to make a special agreement so as not to be late in the delivery of material. And 5, for labor, foreman should be capital money, so don't rely on the cost of project in the if it's late, that's the project losses. Thank you for attention.
Yes, thank you for Chandra Purnama Aji for the presentation. It's very nice and good presentation, and congratulations for your research. Good luck, yeah, for future. Once again, thank you. I will call for our next speaker, Ahnia Ihsan Ramadan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. You may start your presentation and you have 10 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Agnia Ihsan Ramadan. My lecturer, Engineer Muhammad Isradi, MTIPM. Evaluation of damage to flexible pavement and rigid pavement using Pavement Condition Index, PCI, and Surface Distress Index, SDI, method case study, Narogong Cilengsi Highway Station. My background, the highway is a part of the transportation infrastructure that has an important role and as important for the distribution of goods and service. The road network play a very important role, especially in realizing balanced interregional development and equitable distribution of development resources. The road is a main transportation that has important role in life, including facilitating the economy and culture. The flow distributor of goods and service as an access link between one region and another, and can improve the economy and standard of living of the community. Raya-Narogong Road and its provincial road to the connect Bekasi and Bogor Regency. The high population density and proximity of referral industrial area factor because the road to the match on the Narogong Highway make motorcycle have to be careful and cause traffic congestion. Formation of the problem. What is a fraudulent traffic official passing on Raya-Narogong Road? 2. What is level of road damage of Narogong Cilengsi Highway? 3. How do you compare the result of the analysis, the pavement, the MAC PCI, and SDI method, Narogong Cilengsi Highway? How is managed repairing of damage condition of Narogong Cilengsi Highway? Research purpose to find out average daily volume and facial traffic crossing and Narogong Cilengsi Highway. The study aimed to determine the type and level of pavement damage of Narogong Cilengsi Highway. To get the composition PCI and SDI method on the Narogong Cilengsi Highway. To provide consultation and manage improvement on Narogong Cilengsi Highway. Scope of problem. Dislocation of research road in Narogong Cilengsi Highway. Compression pavement damage method PCI and SDI method to make it efficient on the Narogong Cilengsi Highway. Doesn't calculate vehicle operating cost on railroad of road damage. PCI is a system on assessing road pavement condition, the level damage that occurs, and I is as in reference is maintenance. SDI is a visual inspection with parameter data, namely the total area crack with a frame crack, test pavement, or distinctly occurred type of pavement. The result of the experiment of this parameter are then calculated as standard assessment set by Bina Marga. PCI method. Finding the presence of damage, calculating deduct value, calculating total value, calculating subtracting correction value, determining PCI value. SDI method. Road condition standard, determining the type of handling, determining crack area, determining the scoring of wheel, determining of rating of number holes, determining crack width. District sites Narogong Road, Bekasi, Cilengsi, km 10 to 22. This is a met peak hour, day 1 to 3 daily traffic. PCI and SDI data result to flexible and rigid pavement. PCI data process. Density, deduct value, total deduct value, correct deduct value. SDI data process. Crack area assessment, crack wedding rating, hold cone rating, post wet rating. Conclusion. 1. Based on the daily traffic survey for 3 days and the high result was obtained on the first day, namely 22,253. 2. Based on analysis PCI method for bending damage of accurate Jalan Raya-Narogong Highway. First 11 type of damage were rigid for damage genesis. 3. The result of study on the condition of Narogong Highway with the PCI method obtained of overall PCI value on the road segment which is 95 perfect, while up with this SDI method, the overall value of the SDI for routine maintenance was obtained to deal with the improvement of the road condition by means of the repair method. For grain release damage, the cracking coating method for longitudinal and transverse crack damage. It crack and joint reflect crack Repeat method filling cracks for cracks. Damage skin. Repair method filling hole for hole damage and repair method smoothing for groove damage. This is my reference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Research and congratulations, yeah, for your research and good job.
Yes.
I will see you in the next. Okay, I will call for our next speaker, that is Muhammad Firdaus. Yes. Okay, you can start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Firdaus, and I will show you about my journal about analysis pinot connection in base plate, pedestal, and anchor on industrial building. Case Building 45 PT Pratama Abadi Industri, Tangerang, Banten. Table of contents, first is material properties, and then modeling and load analysis, and then anchoring to concrete without supplementary reinforcement, and then anchoring to concrete with supplementary reinforcement, and then base plate analysis. And then preliminary designing of anchoring to concrete pedestal on SCI 318.14 is guided by increasing the pedestal. In SCI code, there's no specific guide in designing supplementary reinforcement to carry anchor forces. The strut and tie model is proposed to analyze the transfer of shear forces from anchors to a pedestal and to design the required amount of shear reinforcement. And then my material properties that I use for column, we use WF 350, and then rafter also the same. And purlin, we use CNP 125, and pedestal, we use concrete. And steel strength, we use A36, and concrete strength, we use 24.9 MPa. And then steel reinforcement strength for under 10 millimeters, we use FY 280 MPa, and FU we use 350 MPa. And then below 10 millimeters, we use FY 420 MPa and FU 525 MPa. And then unit weight of steel, we use 7,850 kilogram per meter cubic. And then yield stress, we use 250 MPa, and then ultimate stress, we use 420 MPa. And then modulus of elasticity, we use 200,000 MPa. And then modeling and load analysis on pinot base plate. From the calculation for that load is calculated automatic by set 2000. And then superimpose that load from calculation, we got 0.072 kilonewton per meter on purlin. And then roof life load from calculation, we got 1.33 kilonewton per point. And then rain load, we got 0.403 kilonewton per meter on purlin. And then for PV solar cell load, we got 0.216 kilonewton per meter on purlin. This is my modeling. Okay, next. And then for wind load, for WXP direction for wall, we use minimum load because the calculation is less than minimum load. And then for roof is also the same, use minimum load. And then for WXN direction for wall and roof and is also the same. And then WYP for wall, we use using minimum load too. And then for roof, for 0 until 7.68 meters, we use 0.437 kilonewton per meter square because calculation is bigger than minimum load. And then for 7.60 until 84 meters, we use minimum load that 0.38 kilonewton per meter square. And then for WY and direction is also the same. We use 0.77 kilonewton per meter square, and then 0.437 kilonewton per meter square, and then use minimum load to 0.38 kilonewton per meter square. And this is for load combination based on ACI 318.14, 5.3.1. For D is meaning dead load, and then LR is meaning live roof load. And then for R is roof load, and then W is wind load, wind load, sorry. Okay, next. And this is joint reaction for the application of sub 2000. We use the biggest value of joint reaction. For F1 or shear, we use 41.41 kilonewton. And for F2 or shear Y direction, we use 21.616 kilonewton. And then for F3 axial, for tensile, we use 18.239 kilonewton. And for compressive, we use 59.502 kilonewton. And then according to concrete without supplemental reinforcement, this is the data about pedestal that we use. Okay, next. And for failure mode, first steel tension, we got the calculation about 66.261 kilonewton is bigger than reaction that work was 4.56 kilonewton is okay. And then concrete breakout in tension without supplemental reinforcement, we got 101.28 kilonewton is bigger than 80.239 kilonewton or joint reaction is okay. And then for pull out anchor without supplemental reinforcement, from calculation we got 81.955 kilonewton is bigger than reaction that for 0.56 kilonewton. And then for side face blowout without supplemental reinforcement, we got the value about 263.932 kilonewton, and then is that was bigger than reaction. For steel shear without supplemental reinforcement, we got the calculation was 57.65 kilonewton is big reaction. Okay.
You have 2 more minutes. Yeah?
Okay. And then concrete breakout shear is okay too because it's bigger than reaction. And then concrete breakout in shear case 2 to vertex bolts from edge resistor. For direction is bigger than reaction is okay, and then Y direction is bigger than reaction that works is okay. And then for concrete layout without supplemental reinforcement, we got 153 kilonewton is bigger than 41 kilonewton. It's okay. And then for interaction of tensile and shear, we got this point, and then therefore full tension design is not permitted. For shear, full shear design is permitted because and then for anchoring to concrete with supplementary reinforcement, this is the data about pedestal. The first is the determine anchor size. We got the equation 66 kilonewton is okay, and then for shear we got 26 kilonewton, 27 kilonewton is okay. Next, and about pull out anchor with supplementary reinforcement, we got the calculation about 87.81 kilonewton, but bigger than reaction is okay. And then side face blowout with supplementary reinforcement, we got 136.3 kilonewton is bigger than reaction is okay. And then for determine vertical bar with supplementary reinforcement, first is amount of bar. We use 3 rebar is okay, whether is bigger than calculation. And then for development length, we got 15.79 millimeters is less than available lengths that work in my pedestal. It's okay. And then shear reinforcement bearing anchor is 45.834 kilonewton is bigger than shear x direction and shear y direction. It's okay. And then for bearing of reinforcing bars, we got 36.494 kilonewton is bigger than struts x direction, and then we got 36.533 kilonewton is bigger than struts y direction. It's okay. And then shear reinforcement.
Your time is up. Details.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can show the end of your presentation.
Okay, the last conclusion and advice and to concrete without supplementary reinforcement. From step by step before, we know how to design anchors and pedestal bed connection without supplementary reinforcement and increase pedestal size, and with supplementary reinforcement or strut and tie model. And for advice in designing the pedestal, it is recommended to use anchor with supplementary reinforcement, because without reinforcement, the dimension will be very large and ineffective. And also the calculation is simpler than anchor without reinforcement. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Materials for your presentation. Yeah, I know it's a long explanation about this. I'm sorry, your time is very limited, so I have to cut your presentation and then we have to come to the conclusion. So, but overall, your presentation is very good and good job, and congratulations for your research. I hope this will be contribute to the society or to some certain company to use your research. Okay. Once again, thank you. Good luck for your future. Okay, I will call for our next speaker, Ratna Savita Devi. Ratna Savita Devi. Nah, ketika Devi is not present, I will call next ya. Anissa Meyanur. Anissa Meyanur.
Yeah.
Yes, you can start your presentation. You have 10 minutes, yeah?
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anissa Meyano from Narotama University, Surabaya. I will present the journal. So this my part material of my journal is cost escalation analysis or price adjustment on multi-years in infrastructure project plural years case study Kalimati Long Storage Development Project for a water in Sidoarjo Regency. Job location, the project location is in Sidoarjo Regency, East Java, located in the border area of Sidoarjo Regency and Mojokerto Regency. Price abstract, price adjustment, or what is more commonly referred to as escalation, is a review of the unit price of work in the current years, which is carried out in multiple years to be adjustment to current condition according to the product in the file with reference to the economy published by BPS. Escalation price adjustment calculation is basically simple, but it requires accuracy so that the calculation is accurate and can be accounted for. Reduction problem that occur in project activity that have been carried out for 2 years have result in the intensity of construction project activity changing during the project and has many work items that must be managed. It is of course will have risks during the implementation period. As is known in the file, there are technical problems or change to drawing, specification, and contract. Therefore, an approach is needed to calculate the amount of escalation costs based on the risk that exists in the implementation of this project to avoid loss for the implementing contractor for construction, financing, overhead, and profit in implementation. Literature review. Escalation is the adjustment of construction price in relation to change in market price. Meanwhile, according to the dictionary, an increase in construction cost is an increase in the cost of each element of construction necessary for the original contract work that occur during construction. Not all contracts are subject to cost escalation. The 1-year contract don't apply a price adjustment, although this does not rule out the possible price adjustments are generally guaranteed for multi-year contract. Long storage is a water-retaining structure that function to store water in river, canal, and or ditch on relative flat land by holding back the flow to raise the water level so that the volume of water storage increase. Long storage accommodated water from various surface flows such as river, spring, and runoff irrigation canal. The water stored in this long storage will be used for various purposes, especially for irrigation purpose. Long storage is a water storage system that utility river channels as reservoir. Methodology. Step 1, formulation of the problem. Step 2, project data collection. Step 3, primary data, file observation and interview with contractor. Secondary data, budget plan, time schedule, unit price analysis, and economic indicator. Step 4, qualitative description, the project condition with analysis of existing data. Step 5, qualitative data analysis, processing existing data, determine the cost factor based on price analysis, and entering index value from BPS Center Statistic Agency. Step 6, cost escalation calculation. Step 4, discussion. Step 5, conclusion. Step 6, finish. Analysis and discussion. In this sub-chapter, we will explain how to calculate price adjustment to get costs in accord with the calculation that have been regulated in the contract. The calculation is carried out by the contractor with the approval of the service user. This is a rumus where each N is the unit price of good or service or work item at the time work done. Each O, unit price of good or service of work item and the time of bid price. A, fixed coefficient consisting of profit and overhead. B, C, D, the coefficient of contract components such as labor, material, to each addition. B, N, CN, and DN, component price index at the time of work implement. BO, CO, and DO, component price index in the 12 month after contract. F, where F is forecast or coefficient of unit price that has been done calculation using index form BPS. A is fixed coefficient consistent of profit and overhead. L is coefficient of labor or means of supply. Ln is index of supply power tool from BPS in the month of October. LO is labor index or supply tool from BPS in the month of September. HN unit price escalation. HO initial price unit. F result of forecast calculation unit price that has been calculation using the index BPS. In this table 1, recapitulation of price adjustment calculation using the presidential regulation method. This table any five works. Part 1 preparation work. Part 2 long storage job. Part 3 raw water network. Part 1 sediment tank work. Part 5 water pump.
You have 2 more minutes, yeah?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And total escalation value is 13,457,629,000 rupiah. And table 2 is recapitulation of price adjustments calculation with the method used by contractor. And total escalation value is 13,408,5,802,216 rupiah. Conclusion, based on the result of the analysis of the price adjustment research on the Kalimati Long Storage Development Project with multi-years contract, it can be concluded as follows. A calculation of escalation with the calculation method of presidential regulation number 70 of 2012 per Oktober 2018 to Desember is 13,457,629,000 rupiah, or an average increase of 6.74% of the contract value, and after the escalation of the price adjustment to 357,235,377,870 rupiah. And B, escalation calculation using the calculation method based on contractor amount to 13,485,882,260,000 rupiah, or an average increase of 6.75% of the contract value, and after the escalation of this price adjustment, 357,630,870 rupiah. Already finished of my presentation. Thank you very much for attention and time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Anissa, for your presentation. Congratulations for your research. It may contribute to the society, and maybe for the next researcher to use your research as a reference. Okay, once again, congratulations and thank you very much and good job. Okay, I will call our next speaker, Fazar Gani. Fazar Gani.
Okay, Bu. The screen already seen, Bu?
Oh yeah, okay, Fazar Gani, you can start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Oke, Bu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity given to me to present my research with title Analysis Quality of Civil Work Telecommunication Towers Infrastructure Project PT Tower Bersama Infrastruktur TBK Region Jabodetabek. The first is the background. Current challenging is growing demand for telecommunication service. Made construction of telecommunication tower infrastructure is increasing massively. Then the last is a non-conformance of the quality of civil work. We can see the new build year in 2020. The site already acceptance site is 62 site, which is the site inspection is finding 58 site with percentage is 94%. This is the sample non-conformance quality. The picture 1 is not anchor not installed properly. The picture 2 is tower pedestal not yet grouting, and the picture 3 is tower members not yet installed properly. This initiation is 2 point. There are 2 point. The first one is a problem identification, which is finding 58 site with 94% non-conformance quality of civil work. Then research objective, there are 2 point. Identify the variable that affect the non-conformance quality of civil work. Then analysis how much influence this variable have on the quality of telecommunication tower infrastructure. And the next slide is a research step. There are 8 steps from the problem identification, finding 58 site, 94% non-conformance quality of civil work. Then objective, identify the variable that affect the non-conformance quality. Then analysis of how much influence this variable have on the quality. The third is study of literature is use local journal, 10 local journal and 1 international journal. Then company internal module. The first step is data collection. The process first is definition independent variable. The second step is expert validation, pilot survey, questionnaire distribution, and recap on the data from the questionnaire. The fifth validity and reliability is analysis of respondent questionnaire data, is process validity test, reliability test, correlation test, and normality test. And the sixth step is data analysis is used regression analysis. The first one is coefficient of determination test, F test, T test. The second step is expert validation, is final validation of the variable that most influence the quality of civil work. And the last one is conclusion. Yes, Bu? Yes?
I think your slides not move.
Oh, sorry, Bu. It's already seen, Bu, now?
Yeah, research start, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Bu. Sorry. Next, this is the research step. Is the 1 step to until to 8 step is the problem identification. The second is objective. The third is study of the literature. The fourth is data collection. The fifth is validation and reliability. The sixth, data analysis, and 7, expert validation, and the last is the conclusion. The data collection is there are 4 process. The first one is definition independent variable. The selected independent variable based on reference to previous journal. There are 39 variables. Then next process, expert validation. We validation to expert 39 variable, while 3 variable were not approved by the expert. There are total manpower, number of equipment used, the material use has been tested in the laboratory. The 3 variable is not including in the next process analysis. Then the process is quotation number of sample. There are 110 people in project telecommunication involved, which number of sample with analysis is 53 people. Then the next process is a pilot survey. The result is the 5th respondent understood all the questionnaire. Data analysis. The process 1 is validity test. Input 36 independent variable. Output all calculation is more than 0.2738. All independent variable are valid. Next process is reliability test. Input 36 independent variable. Output value convert alpha 0.941. R calculation is more than R table. All independent variable are reliable. Next correlation test is input 36 independent variable. The result is 4 variable significant more than 0.05, namely is x7, x8, x10, x11. That these 4 variable not including in next process analysis. Next, the normality test input 32 independent variable, and outputnya sample Kolmar gross mirror value of significant is 0.215 more than 0.05. The residual value is normally distributed. Regression analysis. The process 1 is coefficient of determination test. Input 32 independent variable, and the result is R square 0.810. It means 81% are between the range 0.7 until 0.9 into the strong category. The coefficient determination test result 80%, 81% is called influential. NF test input 32 independent variable, output calculation is 40.061. F calculation more than F table is 2.570. That means independent variables simultaneously influence each other. In next process is T test. Input 32 independent variable, output 5 dominant variable with variable coefficient with constant 0.370. There is X4, X5, X15, X27, and X34. And the last process is final expert validation. That's the 3 experts in this research were agreed that the 5 variables have the most influence. Conclusion: the result of the analysis of this study based on the result of the F test and the significant value is 0.00, is smaller than 0.05, and calculated F value is 40.061, is greater than the F table 2.570. So it can be concluded that the human resource variable, work method variables, equipment variable, material variables together significantly affect the quality of civil work of telecommunication tower construction projects. Obtain 5 independent variables that the most influence the quality of civil work, namely there are 4 factors. The first one is main factor is 2 variable is X4 and X4 with R calculation 2.309, influence level 11.10%. Then X5 is 3.0743 with influence level 18.10%. Then the second method factor is X15 with R calculation is 2.57, influence level 13.30%. The third tools factor is variable X27 with R calculation 5.311, influence level 30.5%. And the last one material factor is variable 34 with air calculation 4.102, influence level 24.00%. Thank you, Bu. That's my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Hazar. Gani, very good, and congratulations for your research. It may be very useful for the next researcher, friends, yeah, from your
Amin.
research.
Amin.
Yeah, and then can contribute to the society or specific
Amin.
company also have the same your research. Okay.
Thank you, Bu.
Yeah. I will call our next speaker, our last speaker, ya, Ivan Fadil Amrullah. Ivan,
okay.
are you with us?
Okay, Bu.
You can start your presentation and you have 10 minutes.
Wait, I will share screen first. Can you see it?
Yes, it's very good.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will introduce myself first. My name is Ivan Fadil Amrullah. I'm from Narotama University. And today I will explain about presentation with title is characteristic of community behavior towards the choice of transportation models, online or conventional, in the COVID-19 era. Okay, next slide. And there is a content. The first is abstract. The second is introduction. The third is library review. The fourth is research method. The fifth is discussion. The sixth, conclusion. And the last one is suggestion. Okay, I will start with abstract first. The COVID-19 pandemic has been going on since early 2020. Various efforts have been made by the government to prevent the spread of this virus. The government has carried out several initiatives, including a large-scale social restriction policy, and we also call it PSBB. The imposition of restriction on community activities, we call it PPKM, and the adaptation of new habits is IMR. This policy encourages people to coordinate their behavior according to the health protocols set by the government. Malang is the second largest city in East Java after Surabaya and is one of the most strategically located cities. In addition, Malang is a tourism city that reflects the motto of Tribina Cipta, an education city, an industrial city, and a profile of urban economic potential. Gojek has won 4 top brand awards in the last 5 years and is proven to have recorded a declining percentage in 2019. The dependence of the Indonesian people on Gojek faces challenges when the government announced physical distance and social distance policies. Travel fares offered are varied and affordable according to the distance traveled. Angkot is a conventional transportation. We call it angkot, uses promotional tools by providing vouchers that can only be used for one trip. The first factor that influences customer satisfaction is service quality. Service quality is said to be satisfactory if the perceived service is the same or exceeds the expected service quality during the COVID-19 pandemic. Good service, which is in accordance with customer expectations, will foster a sense of satisfaction and customer confidence in enjoying the product or service they use. On the other hand, Service quality that is not in accordance with customer expectations will lead to customer dissatisfaction. As an angkot customer, you will use the angkot service repeatedly, which can then become a loyal customer, so that the Indonesian Gojek company has the opportunity during the COVID-19 pandemic to make the company more advanced and trusted by customers in Indonesia. The research used quantitative research data collection techniques using questionnaires and literature study. And then this is introduction. For background, the COVID-19 pandemic has been going on since really early 2020. Various efforts have been made. This already said before. This and then one of the growing means of transportation is the online motorcycle taxi services. Indonesian people's dependence on Gojek faces challenges when the government announced physical distance and social distance policies. When operating an angkot rider, you must always comply with health protocols. This means disinfecting vehicles and equipment before and after use, wearing a mask and gloves, and not driving if your body temperature is higher than normal. The problem formulation is, what are the characteristics of the citizen of Malang using conventional transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic? The second is, what are the characteristics of the citizens of Malang who use online transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic? And third, how do the citizens of Malang choose public transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic? The problem limitation in here is only using sources from residents who live in the city of Malang and only residents who use public transportation. And research objectives to find out the characteristic of the poor city residents who use conventional transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Second is to find out the characteristic of Malang city residents who use online transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic. And third, to find out how poor people choose public transportation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Library review behavior is all human activities or activities that can be observed directly or which cannot be observed by all parties. Noto Atmojo, 2003. According to Skinner, as quoted by Noto Atmojo, formulates that behavior is a person's response or reactions to external stimulation. This behavior occurs through the process of a stimulus to the organism. Then the organism responds. So this theory is called SOR, theory which stands for stimulus response organism. Understanding in general, behavior is all actions or actions taken by individuals. Transportation is the movement of people or goods from one place to another by using a vehicle, driven by humans or machines. Transportation is used to make it easier for humans to carry out daily activities. In developed countries, they usually use the subway and taxis. Residents rarely have private vehicles because they mostly use public transportation as their transportation. Transportation itself is divided into three, namely land, sea, and air transportation. Air transportation is that requires a lot of money to use it. Apart from having more sophisticated technology, air transportation is the fastest means of transportation compared to other means of transportation and has a relatively lower accident rate than land and water transportation. The definition of mode is a means used to move people and or goods from one place to another. Modes of transportation can be in the form of land transportation mode, sea transportation modes, and air transportation modes, where each of these modes has its own characteristic is written by Munawar, 2005. In this study, what will be discussed is the mode of land transportation, especially public transportation. and private transportation. Research method, this for my, and then I will skip to this. This is my research flow chart. I will skip this too, maybe to research method 3.1. The research method is quantitative with descriptive analysis carried out directly to respondents, each of which is used as a respondent in the other studies. Descriptive analysis is used as a data collection technique if the researcher wants to conduct a preliminary study to find problems that must be investigated. 3.2 Research procedure. These research methods used in research are literature studies, comparative analysis, and discussion. The research stage in the literature study of the study as follows: A. Questionnaire. B. Literature study. C. Create a research design, conduct data analysis from various literature. D. Make generalizations of conclusions. And E. Prepare a report by way of scientific writing. 3.3 in this research methods is materials or materials according to Sugiono 2016. Primary data is a data source that directly provides data to data collectors. Primary data sources are obtained through interview activities with research subjects and by observation or direct observations in the field. In an effort to answer the problem in the study, multiple linear regression analysis was used. Multiple regression for regression in which the independent variables consist of two or more. The regression is also called multiple regression because the independent variable above has more than two variables. The regression in this study is called multiple regressions. Tools or instruments are tools or facilities used by research in collecting data so that the work is easier and the results are better. So it is easy to process. Arikunto 2006 in this study research use observation methods, documentation, and interviews. And then this variable research. A research variable is a unit of attributes or properties or values of people, objects, or activities that have certain variations set by researchers to be studied and draws conclusions. 2007. Variable used by researchers based on the Minister of Public Works and Public Housing Regulation number 21 of 2019 on construction work safety management system guidelines consisting of leadership and work participation in construction safety planning, construction safety support, construction safety operations, and construction safety performance evaluations become variables or indicators in comparison and in interviews in conducting engineering data collection of researchers. Here is table 1. I make the table comparison of construction safety plan documents. 1 is order of visible online motorcycle taxi service obtainable. 2 is order services from online motorcycle taxi partners from of empathy. Number 3, order an online motorcycle taxi service that is so reliability. Number 4, choosing Angkot as the main public transportation. Number 5, choose public transportation to avoid COVID-19. And number 6, choose transportation because of convenience. And this qualitative data analysis by describing the data that the author finds during observations and documents of constructions safety plans. Methods used in data analysis include data analysis. This analysis is used to find out the profile of respondents. The method is to assess the respondent answer to the question to be asked to the researcher, namely regarding the respondents' personal data. The percentage size of respondents' answers will show that characteristic of respondents using the scale with 5 scales, semantic differences, or rating scale calculations using formulas. This is here, the formula is sigma score, observasi. And then for the information, TP it doesn't matter, KP is less important, CP is pretty important, Q is important, and SP very important. Observation method is a method of collecting data based on the results of observations from researchers on the focus of research conducted either directly or indirectly. On this page of discussion, in general, that there is not much difference the result of customer perception of the service quality of the two ojos. Although there is no difference in customer perceptions for the two types. Ojol customers assess the dimension of responsiveness, reliability, assurance, and user slightly better experience for Ojol, while the tangibility dimension and empathy was rated slightly better for Ojol Angkot before receive an assessment, responsiveness, assurance, reliability, and user experience. Slightly better than Angkot, which is only rated better for dimension of tangibility and empathy. The result of testing normality data with the Kolmogorov-Smirnov statistical test shows that the overall perceptions of service quality for both the type of ojol has a probability value smaller than a significance level of 0.05, as in say to tail greater than 0.05. This means that all data are not distributed normal. Because the data are not normally distributed, hypothesis testing comparison of the quality of services during the pandemic using non-test parametric is the Wilcoxon test. The SPSS Wilcoxon signed rank test statistic output shows that the average respondent assessment of the tangibility dimension of Grab bike is smaller than that of Angkot. This means that the quality of Angkot service from the tangibility dimension is slightly higher good compared to customer perceptions of service quality in the tangible dimension. The 6-to-tail result is smaller than 0.05, significance 0.032. Then the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. This means there is a significant difference from the average Angkot ojol customer rating above. Dimensional existence, it can be seen from the average tangibility dimensions. There is a significant decrease in ojol customers in the dimensions of tangibility. Is this table in here, so table in here. And then the conclusion during the pandemic, customers apparently judge the tangibility dimension of ojol slightly better than the tangibility dimension of Angkot. Compliance with ojol implementing health protocol rules result in a relatively positive assessment of customer perceptions of the service quality aspects of ojol. And then suggestion based on the research above, it can be concluded that public transportation is still considered to have less opportunity to be chosen by prospective passengers because they lack safety guarantees from the spread of COVID-19. It is hoped that the Angkot will be able to provide better service so that passengers feel safer and more comfortable to avoid the spread of COVID-19. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your presentation. It's fine until Amrullah. Yeah, so your presentation and good job. And I hope your research will be very useful for the next researcher and can contribute to the society. Yes, good luck for your future. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and the participants, I think all the participants in room 1 for parallel presentation already start the presentation. So I will close this parallel session for room 1, and I will thanks once again for the presenter. I'll see you again on the next event. Thank you very much. And for all the participants who already go back to this main room, please stay because we have closing remarks, yeah, from our university. Still, yeah, in this room, wait for about maybe 10 minutes, and we will go back after a break. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin saya live dulu.
Okay, committee, are we ready to start the announcement?
Yes,
Yeah,
Ibu Ani,
finally.
we are ready. So, Umam will share screen after this.
Okay, so students, be prepared. I know so many of you feel like,
It's like feel love for the first time, yeah.
They have butterflies in their stomach as well, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we are so relieved that we are reaching now to the end of the seminar and everyone is
Yes.
doing a well presentation. So yeah,
Yes.
we are proud. Okay, so
Very proud.
Mas Umam, we are waiting. Where is the screen share? We want to know who
Oh,
will be the winner.
he hasn't joined the Zoom yet.
OMG.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
working on the certificate is very long, long
Yeah.
process. Yeah, so yeah, here we are working so hard. So
Tapi
thanks.
sebenarnya ini disengaja kok sama panitia biar tambah deg-degan aja kalian ya.
Iya.
Jadi udah mau di-share nggak jadi, udah mau di-share nggak jadi.
So
Okay.
we are very thank you for the student who help us here in the committee room. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have so many parallel rooms ya.
Yeah.
That's why.
Right.
So Mas Umam, you are the most wanted person now.
Habis itu ada yang D1.
We are all waiting
Ya
for
udah
you.
D2 dulu aja.
By the way, the
Okay.
winner will get certificate ya.
Yes, right.
And the certificate is sakti ya.
Umam will share screen for the certificate.
Yay, yang mana dulu ini? Best presenter atau best paper?
We work on the day 2 first. After that, day 1.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
Mas
you can
Umam.
see.
Do your job. Jangan ditambah i yang terjadi umami.
Is that kind of food?
Ya, Mama suka. Mayones. It's weekend anyway. We have to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, start.
Sudin. Okay.
Day 1. Room 1 ya. Room 1. Okay.
Room 1. This is your room ya, Bu Elok.
Yes, my room.
Yeah.
Knock at my door. Okay.
Congratulations to Gustin Nurika Devi for best paper. Yay! This is from Narutama University ya?
Yeah.
Oke, congratulations. Kalau kata Pusmalon sih congratulations gitu.
And celebration.
Okay, itu sound backsoundnya telat itu tepuk tangannya tuh.
Iya.
Wah. Okay, next. Okay, congratulations to Nur Rahman from Mercu Buana University. Yay! Best paper number 2. Ay. Next. Rame MC-nya nih. Cheerleadernya kagak tepuk tangan.
Okay, next.
Oke, congratulations to Muhammad Firdaus masuk surga. Amin dari Mercu Buana University. Best paper number 3. Sekarang best presenter kali ya.
Ya. Oke, Umam, di fast aja nggak apa-apa. Lagi terus.
Mas Umam gitu panggilannya apa? Mam atau gimana?
Okay, now best presenter. Congratulations, Hesti.
Hesti Pratiwi from Mercu Buana University. Pratiwi kalau cowok jadi Pratowo kali ya. Oke. Second best presenter, Congratulations to Agnia Ihsan Ramadan. Wah, ini ada hubungan apa sama Pak Iksan kok namanya sama ini? From Mercubuana. Congratulations. Iya ya, ini MC-nya kebanyakan vitamin kayaknya memang. Jadi ya, mohon maklum. Oke, congratulations for best presenter number 3, Fazar Gani from Mercubuana University. Yeay. Wih. Ada 1000 orang tepuk-tepuk di belakang, tapi nggak kelihatan.
Iya, nggak kelihatan.
Oke,
room 2.
Room 2 sekarang ya. Room 2 siapa chairnya?
Room 2 siapa chairnya? Siapa, Pak?
Siapa kursinya?
Temennya Pak Isradi.
Oh, baiklah.
Ayo, Kemon.
Ayo, Mon. Doraemon. Doraemon. Oke, congratulations to Rizky Uswan Muhdin from Mercubuana University. Ih, best paper. Ini kalau namanya hanya dihilangin jadinya kontroversial nih ya, Muhdin jadinya. Congratulations. Oke, best paper berikutnya. Selamat kepada Riko Fateh Saifullah from Mercubuana University. Wah, kerja kerasmu begadang 1 minggu tidak sia-sia.
Student may open your speaker. Maybe you want to clap your hand. That will be nice.
Yeah. Congratulations to the first best speaker from room 2, Arel Adritama from Narotama University.
Lesson Arel.
Okay, now best presenter number 2, Abyan Bayu Aji, selamat dari Mercubuana University. Yeay. Ini panggilannya bisa 3 nih, Abyan, Bayu, sama Aji. Mau pilih yang mana? Oke, best presenter number 3, congratulations to Muhammad Eko Hadi Wibowo dari Narotama University. Ini panggilannya malah nama orang 4 diborong semua nih ya.
Kalau bikin paspor susah itu.
Iya, nama depan Anda, nama tengah saya ada 2, nama belakang saya ada 1. Oke, berikutnya room 3 kah ini?
Yes.
Siapa chairnya?
Nggak hafal.
Oke, selamat pada pemenang best paper number 1. Nggak sia-sia kebanyakan kopi. Yulian dari Mercubuana University. So, bawa warkop terus ya, nggak sia-sia. Oke. Oke, next. Siapa nih, Bu?
Jihad Satria Aprilium. Yeay.
Jihad fisabilillahmu terbayarkan. Oke.
Thank you.
Cocok. Oke, Jihad aku padamu, banyak loh fansnya nih, banyak yang ngechat. Tapi kok cowok semua fansnya ya, gak ada yang cewek, gimana dong?
Aku padamu.
Oke, selamat pada best paper ketiga atas nama Revila Martiana dari Mercubuana University. Yeay! Oh, Jihadnya bilang, thank you fansku. Nyadar dia kok selebriti. Buset. Oke, sekarang kita masuk ke best presenter. Selamat kepada Sandra Pratiwi dari Mercubuana University. Sandra, traktiran dong. Oke, best presenter yang kedua. Selamat kepada Shefti Ayusa dari Mercubuana University. Yeay, tepuk tangannya dong. Mana 1000 orang partisipan kita?
Safety.
Oke, next. Oke, best presenter yang ketiga. Selamat pada Erik Hansel Santoso dari Narotama University. Begadang 7 hari 7 malam ini. Oke, next. Room berapa sekarang? Room 4. Siapa kursinya room 4? Oke, selamat kepada best paper number 1, Kemal Karbogi dari Narotama University. banget BTW ya.
Pemal.
Kemal. Iya, biasanya kan Kemal nih Pemal pakai E.
Lalit.
Oke, best paper number 2 atas nama Lalitya Pradyania Prajwalita. Wow, Mercubuana University.
Yeay, Lalit namanya Lalit panggilannya.
Iya, Lali nggak pakai T. Oh, ada fansnya juga. Kayaknya Mbak ini banyak fansnya loh ya. Aku padamu, Lalitya aku. Oke, best paper yang ketiga atas nama Salma Karimah dari Mercubuana University. Salam dari Sabik. Wah, ada apa antara Lalit sama Sabik? Ini mencurigakan.
Lalit nyonya sipil katanya.
Oh gitu. Oke, best presenter yang pertama dari room 4. Selamat pada Agus Supriyanto Ramadan, Mercubuana University.
Yeay.
Agus, kamu di mana, Gus? Nama Anda mainstream sekali. Baiklah, yang kedua, best presenter berikutnya dari Mercubuana University, namanya pendek dan eye catchy banget. Lindawati, yay!
Yeay, best presenter kedua.
Cie, Ramadan. Oh, panggilannya Ramadan, Mas Agus tadi itu. Oh iya ya, oke.
Karena Ramadan.
Berikutnya best presenter yang ketiga dari Mercubuana University, Diki Prayogo. Ada fansnya kagak nih Mas Diki nih? Coba lihat.
Ada dong.
Oh ada ya. Ini translator tolong diabaikan ya, ngawur semuanya. Oke, room 5. Siapa kursinya room 5? Lalit diperebutkan oleh para lelaki. Waduh, ada apa dengan Lalit? Jadi penasaran kita. Ada apa antara Lalit dan Sabik? Itu juga penasaran kita. Mungkin bisa bikin sequel. Oke. Selamat untuk best paper yang pertama dengan nama Ainin Sofia dari Narutama University. Yeay. Berikutnya. Mungkin Mbak Lali bisa menunjukkan apa, terus teksnya ganti. Oke, selamat untuk best paper yang kedua atas nama Aldo Wirastana Adi Negara, Mercubuana University. Yeay!
Banget Aldo.
Berat nih namanya Adi Negara ya, harus jadi PNS berarti itu. Ya enggak sih?
Oke.
Oi. Kameranya saja, orangnya jangan loh. Kenapa emang? Oke, best paper yang ketiga atas nama Gerdi Hikmawan Saputra. Yeay, dari Mercubuana lagi. Congratulations Bang Aldo. Farid, yang mana Farid? Emang ada yang namanya Farid? Do, makan-makan. Oke, iya, jangan lupa MC-nya di terakhir ya. Oke, best presenter yang pertama Muhammad Farid Al-Farizi Ramadan dari Mercubuana University. Farid, I love you so much. Tapi yang ngomong cowok, Cin. Farid bapak sipil. Oke.
Oh, berarti pasangannya Lalit tadi.
Kayaknya. Oke, best presenter yang kedua atas nama Dermawan Zebua dari Narutama University. Ini juga lucu ya namanya Zebua ya. Dari farm mana nih? Lalit nggak mau sama Farid. Hah? Milih-milih Lulit. Oke, best presenter yang ketiga, selamat atas nama Eridita Kristia Devianti dari Narutama University. Tapi Farid mau. Kayaknya Farid ini mau semuanya ya. Lalit mau, mbak-mbak yang lain juga mau, gimana nih? Aduh. Translate-nya coba dilihat ini. Kacau banget sumpah. Farid playboy. Wah, ini fitnah. Mas Abi kayak cemburu. Oke.
Ayo.
Iya, yang dapat best tunjukkan eksistensimu. Iya dong, dibuka dong kameranya. Oke, best paper yang pertama dari room entah keberapa ini, saya juga udah nggak inget ya. Atas nama Ari Sunandyo dari Narutama University. Oke, next. Siapa ini namanya? Dari Best paper yang kedua, Syaikur Rohman dari Narotama University. Selamat.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Ya. Oke. Bentar. Oke, best paper yang ketiga, selamat dari Mercubuana University atas nama Henry Sujatmiko. Aduh, namanya familiar sekali.
Oh iya.
Ampun.
Saya pernah dengar.
Iya, kayak familiar, kayak pernah tahu ya. Oke. Berikutnya, best presenter yang pertama dari Narotama University atas nama, oh dia menang 2, harus takdiran berarti. Syaikur Rohman. Alright. Iya kan menang 2 kan Saiku ya. Nah, ini kayaknya cantik nih kalau dari namanya kayaknya cantik nih. Best presenter yang kedua nih, oh cantik yey. Atas nama Jihan Aziza dari Mercubuana University.
Ayo Jihan, mana wajahnya?
Iya, tolong di-spill, kita pengen tahu. Kepo amat sih jadi MC. Oke, sekarang best presenter yang ketiga atas nama Ari Sunantio dari Narotama University. Oke, panggilannya siapa? Mas Sunan, Mas Tio?
Mas Nono.
Malah nggak berhubungan sama sekali gitu ya. Oke, ini room aku, ya ampun, akhirnya datang juga. Baiklah, Mas Habik, kamu jangan bunuh diri, Mas Habik ya, kalau kamu nggak menang ya. Oke, best paper yang pertama kita kasih tepuk tangan dari Narotama, Mas Praptono Nugroho. Yeay, ini skripsinya berat soalnya. Sabik sedih gitu. Oh, sedih. Sana, coba dikontak Mbak Lalit ya, janjian. Oke, best paper yang kedua dari Mercubuana University. Selamat yang tadi pakai bubuk kerak telur kalau nggak salah, kulit telur. Mas Farhan Fatahila. Yeay. Dia bela-belain ngambil bubuk kulit telur dari tukang martabak deket rumahnya katanya.
Telur ayam apa telur bebek?
Nah itu aku nggak nanya sih tadi. Telur puyuh gitu.
Gelang dong.
Telur naga. Ayam Bu, ayam, telur ayam.
Pakai telur ayam Bu,
telur buaya.
Oh, telur buaya. BTW ini ada yang angkat tangan, ini kenapa Mas Era? Ada apa? Kamu mau komplain? Ada apa?
Era dari Tambun Bu, disalamin katanya.
Oh, disalamin. Salam apa ini? Salam traktir boleh. Oke, best paper yang ketiga dari Narotama atas nama Eko Adi Prastyo. Yeay. Oke, saya itu masih ingat ya waktu Mas Eko present itu dia backlight Bu. Jadi wajahnya itu tak terlihat Bu.
Hitam
Bahkan giginya juga nggak kelihatan Bu. Jadi gimana ya? Oke, best presenter yang satu ini bahasa Inggrisnya lancar jaya ya, meskipun awalnya internetnya mati hidup, sekarang abis itu lancar. Oke, selamat kepada Abda Iza dari Mercubuana University, best presenter. Iza blasteran Miss, iya blasteran sama mana? Arab Ampel? Atau dari mana? Oke, berikutnya. Best presenter yang kedua dari Mercubuana University, ini juga bahasa Inggris itu lugas gitu ya, terus berani gitu ya. Selamat pada Anissa Tristania. Yeay. Oke, baiklah. Takdir untuk Mas Habik semakin dekat. Apakah Mas Habik mendapatkan penghargaan atau tidak? Oh, ternyata tidak. Baiklah. Oke, best presenter yang ketiga atas nama Afifa Bella Asyaida dari Mercubuana University. Selamat. Ya udah Mas Habik tuh kan tetanggaan sama Mbak Lalit ya, sudahlah, udah celebration lah ya, traktiran ya satu sama lain. Nggak apa-apa ya. Jangan lompat dari balkon pokoknya. Oke, room 8. Kayaknya suara MC yang ini habis. Kayaknya ganti Bu Elok aja sekarang. Aku tepuk tangan.
Aku nggak kelihatan, Bu, tulisannya jauh.
Oh gitu ya, Bu ya. Baiklah. Iya, ini HP-nya di depan mataku soalnya nggak kelihatan. Oke, room 8. Best paper yang pertama dari Mercu Buana University, Muhammad Widiatmoko. Yeay.
Yeay.
Selamat. Apakah ada fansnya? Baiklah, berikutnya masih dari Mercu Buana, best paper yang kedua atas nama Novila Sari.
Aku kelihatan namanya toh, nggak kelihatan dari mana.
Oh, ini namanya provokatif nih. Kagak ada nih zaman modern nama kayak gini nih. Oke, best paper
kamu
yang
diprotes
ketiga.
bapaknya nanti.
Ya mungkin bapaknya terinspirasi dari mana gitu kan. Coba ditunjukkan wajahnya Mas T. Oke. Selamat kepada Mas Tumin dari Mercu Buana University. Mas, ini artinya namamu tuh apa toh, Mas? Ada sejarahnya nggak sih sebenarnya?
Bang Tumin.
Coba,
Kongres Bang Tumin.
Coba lihat. Yang mana sih? Bang Tumin yang mana? Panggilannya siapa? Tumin atau ada Mamen gitu atau gimana? Mamen. Hah? Apa panggilannya? Siapa panggilannya? Bu Ani kalau Tums, panggilannya Tums pakai Z Bu, belakangnya 2 Bu.
Oh, Tums.
Kok tahu Bu?
Oh iya dong, itu ditulis di situ. Ada yang bocorin. Ada yang bocorin. Sabik menangis loh katanya, ya ampun.
Tuh,
Sabik,
katanya
kasihan
Muhammad
banget
Firdaus, katanya Muhammad Firdaus, love you gitu.
Love you Mas Tums. Kalau di Narotama ada namanya Tumardi, bukan Tumin, tapi panggilannya Tums juga, sama. Oke, ya mungkin ini nama bersejarah. Nggak mungkin Mas Tumin dikasih nama ini kalau nggak ada sejarahnya, nggak mungkin. Oke, baiklah. Best presenter. Nah ini pasti zodiaknya Leo nih, kagak ada yang lain soalnya, ya nggak sih? Oke, selamat kepada Leo Agus Sulistianto dari Narotama University. Oke, next. Oke, so this is the second best presenter atas nama Yohan Wahyu Katidianto dari Mercu Buana University. Bu, lo nggak capek tepuk tangan, Bu? Tepuk meja aja gimana, Bu?
Tambah sakit dong meja ditepukin.
Oke ya, best presenter yang ketiga ini dari Mercu Buana juga. Wah, ini diborong semua yang Mercu Buana hari ini. Selamat
Mercu Buana paling banyak.
Firdausi. Ya, ini mengkonfirmasi bahwa teori lotre itu benar, Bu. Semakin banyak kupon yang kita masukin, kesempatan kita menang semakin besar, Bu. Betul. Baiklah, ini room keberapa saya juga udah nggak inget. Oke, best paper yang pertama dari Mercu Buana University atas nama Indra Subagja. Oh, orang Jawa Barat nih pasti ya. Selamat, In. Maaf, Sabik kurang beruntung. Mas Sabik jadi dibully begini ya. Aduh, maaf ya. Oke. Tenang, rezekinya nyusul Mas Sabik. Oke, next. Oke, selamat kepada best paper yang kedua dari Narotama University atas nama Hendrik Surgianto. Oke, ini pasti Arab Ampel ya. Baiklah. Selamat kepada best paper yang ketiga atas nama Muhammad Abshar Habib, dari Narotama University. Nggak boleh tepuk tangan, harus selawatan kalau sama Arab ya. Subhanallah gitu. Oke. Ini room yang keberapa, Bu? Saya sudah lupa ngitung. 9 ya. Oke, masih 3 room lagi ya. Ini suaranya udah serak nih, buset. Oke. Best kode keras. Oke, best presenter yang pertama dari Mercu Buana University atas nama Alifa Wahyuning Tias. Yeay. Oke. Kenapa? Ada yang nyeletuk apa? Oke, best presenter yang kedua. Wih, ini dong, ini kayaknya ibunya dulu banyak nonton telenovela ini kayaknya ya nggak sih?
Spanyol gitu.
Spanyola punya ini. Dari Mercu Buana University, Martindo, Gita Dwi Putra. Siapa panggilannya? Martindo. Martindo, kau jangan begitu, Martindo. Oke, berikutnya. Best presenter yang ketiga dari Mercu Buana University atas nama Alifa Hanum Giswi. Yeay. Iya, kesannya kalau namanya Hanum tuh orangnya anggun gitu ya. Nggak mungkin orang kayak kita namanya Hanum tuh nggak mungkin ya nggak sih, nggak mungkin.
Makanya namamu bukan Hanum, Bu.
Adanya apa ya? Nggak tahu. Oke, berikutnya best paper lagi. Yang pertama kita punya dari Mercu Buana University atas nama Anggia Nabilah Azmi. Yeay, selamat. Hidung aku sampai minyakan. Oke, berikutnya best paper yang kedua masih dari Mercu Buana, ada Mas Lutfi Rahmansyah. Selamat. Oh, Mas Lutfinya kena Omikron? Oh, serius? Waduh, luar biasa.
Lagi isoman berarti ya?
Kayaknya gitu. Oke, best paper yang ketiga dari Mercu Buana University atas nama Anita Diwanti. Selamat. Oke. Next, kita ada best presenter. Wah, ini juga namanya gampang sekali diingat dan ditulis ya. Nama satu orang aja. Dari Mercu Buana University. Oh, ada. Ini berarti nama-nama tahun 80-an, 90-an.
Iya, bener.
Oke. Selamat kepada Burhanuddin. Ini berarti panggilannya siapa? Burhan, Bur.
Udin.
Oke, selamat. Yang penting jadi best presenter nggak apa-apa, namanya Burhan.
Oh, pertama.
Yang namanya Mas, iya dong. Yang tadi namanya Mas Tumin aja nggak apa-apa ya nggak? Oke, best presenter yang kedua dari Narotama University. Selamat kepada Hendy Rahman.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Sama-sama, traktirannya.
You're welcome.
Oke. Next. Best presenter yang ketiga dari Mercu Buana University. Ini nama 3 orang dijadiin satu. Adlan Rafli Pramudia. Yeay.
Mantap, Adlan.
Oke, room 11, saudara-saudara, kita menghabiskan malam minggu dengan seminar internasional. Wah, intelek sekali kita semua ini. Aduh. Oke, best presenter yang pertama. Semoga saya nggak salah baca ya. Jandri apa Yandri ini bacanya nih. Dari Narotama, Yandri, Denny, Sairlela. Yeay. Oke, next kita ada best presenter yang ketiga dari Narotama juga. Wow, diborong. Haryono Venetiruma. Yeay. BTW namanya unik semua ya. Oke, ini begitu melihat namanya, aku jadi ingat semacam itu loh, yang mie yang transparan tuh namanya apa, Bu? Bihun. Ini ternyata namanya sayun.
Bihun.
Oke, selamat kepada best presenter yang kedua dari Unsa Sarotama atas nama Sayhun Ibrahim. Yeay. Namanya bikin lapar ya. Dokter ya dinner nih sebenarnya. Oke, yang kedua, Mas Umam, kamu masih nggak apa-apa kan? Tangannya nggak keriting kan? Nggak apa-apa kan?
Cuma 3 tok. Iya.
Oh, udah ta?
Udah.
Loh iya ta, udah ta. Serius? Serius?
Enggak, maksudnya dari room 11 ini cuman best presenter aja, best papernya nggak ada.
Oh, kenapa
Ya,
bisa begitu?
nggak tahu, mungkin menyusul atau nggak tahu, kita nanti tanyain sama moderatornya deh.
Berarti
Oke.
mungkin chair-nya sangat-sangat bimbang ya, saking
Bagus
bagusnya
semua.
Oke, room 12.
Tadi. Tadi saya pun. Ada nggak?
Oke. Ini pasti dulu bapaknya ngidam pergi ke galaksi pasti. Makanya anak-anaknya dikasih nama Bimo Sakti. Oke, selamat kepada best paper yang pertama dari Narotama, Ari Bimo Sakti. Yeay.
Yeay.
Oke, next. Best paper yang kedua masih dari Narotama. Wah, oke. Kalau ini pasti orang tuanya praktikal banget, nggak mau ribet ya pastinya. Makanya nggak dikasih nama panjangan. Selamat kepada Sila. Best paper.
Sila.
Oke, berikutnya best paper yang ketiga dari Narotama juga. Selamat kepada Asani Maharani. Yeay.
Thank you.
Alright, berikutnya belum ganti gambarnya, udah berikutnya. Bu Elok mau makan malam apa hari ini, Bu Elok?
Kita di sini ada ayam bakar.
Oh, ayam. Terus itu telurnya gimana? Kulit telurnya jangan lupa dikasih ke Mas Farhan ya. Buat campuran beton.
Luar
Ditumbuk
biasa.
dulu sama deh. Oke.
Udah
belum? Loh,
Best
kok balik
presenter.
lagi? Oh, menang 2. Wah, traktiran nih berarti. Oke, selamat kepada Mas Galaksi tadi, Bima Sakti ya. Mas Ari Bimo Sakti dari Narotama menang 2. Best presenter, best paper ya. Kamu dari Narotama harus traktir kita semua yang panitia. Oke?
Oke.
Iya, Bu Elok yang jawab, bukan dia.
Mewakili.
Iya, oke. Best presenter yang kedua sama juga nih. Dari Narotama, selamat kepada Asani Maharani. Jangan lupa traktirannya. Kita keploi dong ye, biar seru.
Oke. Kayaknya udah pada capek.
Lapar lebih tepatnya. Oke, berikutnya best presenter yang ketiga dari Narotama atas nama Eko Bagus Harja Kusuma. Selamat. Aku bilang Kusuma, translate-nya jadi Osama dong.
Ada.
Luar biasa. Oke.
D1 belum ya, Pak? Oh, umumnya belum.
Umami. Kenapa belum ada padamu, Umam? Nanti kau jadi makmum. Jadi gimana? Mau diumumin
Ya,
via
tunggu.
website atau gimana?
Iya, ditunggu.
Ditunggu. Ya udah, aku mau lihat TikTok dulu kalau gitu.
Di-share dong di sini.
Enggak lah ya. Ini hari Sabtu loh BTW, kalian ada rencana apa habis ini? Ya ampun.
Habis ini ya kita melungker di
makan ya yang enak, terus habis itu tidur, bangun siang ya kan besok. Terus itu babu tapi bersih-bersih ya kan babu. Senin sudah kembali ke dunia nyata.
Oke. Ntar ya. Udah, Umam. Oke, ini sudah disiapin sama Umam.
Mas Umam tuh yang mana sih? Dada-dada dong, Mas Umam.
Oke, aku balik ya kameranya biar kelihatan.
Iya, biar kelihatan.
Mas Umam. Nah, tuh.
Yang mana?
Dada-dada dong. Mas Umam dada-dada dong ke sini. Dan terus malah delik.
Oh, yang kumisan itu tah. Mas, tunjukkan eksistensimu, Mas. Ini jurusan apa, Bu?
Teknik.
Oh, teknik. Teknik apa? Bangunan? Atau komputer?
Teknik apa, Mas?
Teknik apa?
Ini mahasiswanya Pak Ihsan ini.
Oke. Baiklah. Itu sepatunya Mas Umam itu di depan dijemur itu atau gimana?
Ini banyak sepatu dijemur.
Tapi bagus kok. Mas Umam ini kelihatan representatif. Padahal dia namanya Umam ya, bayangan aku. Itu orangnya tuh kurus gitu kan, kecil. Ternyata enggak loh. Ternyata berisi
Iya.
gagah ya enggak sih? Wah.
Iya. Oh, itu kalau maskernya dicopot tuh ganteng itu.
Waduh. Mas, kamu punya fans Mas ya apa Mas? Kamu digombalin tante-tante loh Mas, gimana Mas?
Aduh ya Allah.
Aduh.
Oh, biar semangat kerjanya, biar semangat.
Sambil menunggu ditaburin micin dulu biar umami ya. Ini translate-nya Sam Malone, Slovakia, and he fell asleep. Huh? Ya ampun.
Loh, tadi tuh ya yang namanya siapa tadi? Firdaus apa gitu
yang
ya?
masuk surga tadi.
Di sini kebacanya zombie coba.
Ah, zombie?
Nah, itu, iya, serius.
Oke, ini dewanya udah ada kayaknya. Oke, selamat kepada best paper yang pertama dari Narotama atas nama Junior Eka Pratiwi. Yang kedua, oh aku tahu anak ini tuh ceweknya cantik loh. Agnes ini sumpah cantik. Jadi buat kalian mau kenalan boleh. Tapi kayaknya sudah punya pacar ya. Oke, selamat kepada best paper yang kedua, Agnes Olivia dari Narotama University. Weh, langsung dari Mercubuana atas nama Lutfi Rahmansyah. Hai Mbak Agnes, cepet banget lu. Kalah tiang listrik nyamber ya.
Iya, makanya.
Oke, berikutnya best presenter yang pertama dari Narotama University atas nama Siti Maratus. Selamat.
Yeay.
Ini kalau nggak salah jurusannya manajemen semua kan ya?
Iya, ini memang manajemen kan yang hari pertama.
Oh yes. Oke, baiklah best presenter yang kedua. Oh, kalau ini adalah wanita berambut panjang yang asalnya dari Timur Leste, eksotik banget. Selamat kepada Ana Francisca Ribeiro da Cruz dari Narotama. Oh, Mas Lutfi lo langsung hey gitu. Apa Mas? cepat
lagi cari nih kayaknya.
Cepat sekali kau. Oke, best presenter yang ketiga dari Narotama atas nama Fitria Wisnuwardani. Selamat. Oke, berikutnya. Saya sudah lapar, saudara-saudara. Oke. Best paper yang pertama dari Narotama atas nama Ratna Juwita Permata Nanda. Wah, ini namanya orang 4 jadiin 1. Oke. Oke, berikutnya best paper yang kedua atas nama Gina Alivea Oriza dari Narotama University. Ayo tolong ditepok-tepok. Oke, berikutnya best paper yang ketiga dari Narotama atas nama Aditya Firmansyah. Yeay.
Yeay.
Apakah ada yang ganteng kemarin itu? Apakah ada yang ganteng, Bu, kemarin, Bu?
Siapa ya?
Kalau yang cantik pasti. Oh, banyak ya. Monitor ternyata. Oke, Mas Umam. How are we? Are we finished or not? I'm hungry.
Itu Gina Alivea Oriza sudah dibaca belum?
Udin dong.
Belum.
Mas Tumin, kamu nggak pengen kenalan sama Mbak Gina? Jadi nanti perpaduan namanya tuh keren gitu loh. Ya nggak sih?
Sama kenal ya Mbak Gina.
Iya Mbak Gina, gimana? Ya kan?
Salam kenal.
Tums, gas tuh loh. Mas Arif Cahya bilang, Tums, gas, Tums. Gimana kabarnya Mas Abik? Belum bunuh diri kan dia? Masih sehat kan? Tolong ditali dulu ya, ntar takutnya lompat dari balkon gitu. Oke. Kita nunggu apaan? Ini udah tadi. Oh, ini belum nih. Best presenter yang ketiga nih. Dari Narotama atas nama Siti Nur Fatima. Ayo kita keplok. Oke. Very good ya. Ternyata Mas Umam ini juga lapar, makanya dia lupa. Lapar. Wah, buset. Ini spesial nih. Nah, ya, saya kasih tahu dulu sejarahnya sedikit tentang Mas ini ya. Jadi dia itu KKN-nya bagus, di kelas tuh rajin ya nggak sih? Terus dia juga sekretarisnya rektor dan presiden. Woi, selamat Mas Hari Adi Laksono, best paper.
Best paper.
Ihi banget. Oke, best paper yang kedua. Ada motor lewat ya? Oke, best paper yang kedua dari Narotama atas nama Muhammad Rifki. Yang mana ya ini ya? Tepuk tangan dong.